Chapter 16, the third day, 24 hours remain. The clock struck midnight in Naruto's apartment, and the deep, impending feeling of dread flowed through Naruto's spine. He turned away from the open window he was staring out, his stony gaze turning to the kitchen where Majora's mask lay. October 10th. The final day of the festival, and 24 hours before the horrible moon impacted the village and turned everything into a wasteland. In the back of his mind, Naruto realized that these terrible events would be happening on his birthday. He was now 12 years old, and his birthday present was apparently mind control and an apocalyptic scenario. Even now, the only real present he could ask for was to be free, and everything going back to the way it once was. The festival was still going strong. He could hear the playful shouts and shrill, joyous conversation of the villagers. They were still innocently oblivious to what might befall them, but the village couldn't protect them forever. He could tell that by noon tomorrow at the very latest, they would realize that everything the village told them was a sham. A pathetic lie meant to keep them ignorant. When that occurred, he would be in hiding until the final moments, as the world around him took its final, fleeting breath. "They're watching you." A familiar voice in his head resounded. Naruto instantly knew that it was referring to Ino and Shikamaru, who were outside his apartment trying to catch a glimpse of what he was doing within its interior. He knew he couldn't simply abandon his final task because his friends were suspicious of him. Regardless of whether or not they were watching him, he would go out and take masks from the stall of the happy mask salesman. His task clear in his mind, Naruto grabbed Majora's mask off the kitchen table, placing it on an attachment inside his orange yukata. His kunai pouch held his 3 important scrolls, and once he had masks he would have everything he needed. Slowly and methodically, with great and tender care, he peeled the wooden boards from his door and stepped out into the night air, realizing that this would be the last time he would ever reside in his apartment. The cool, crisp midnight air of autumn ruffled his yukata as he descended upon the barren streets of Konoha. Leaves rustled in the light wind as he took off in the direction of the festival. His senses picked up on Ino and Shikamaru's movement as they came out of hiding in the blind spot aside his apartment. While Naruto casually walked down the street to the festival, Ino and Shikamaru followed their fellow genin. Ino would repeatedly look at Shikamaru in disapproval, but she continued to follow the other genin in pursuit of Naruto. They noticed he wasn't walking with a sense of urgency, nor was he displaying any suspicious behavior beyond walking around at midnight. He didn't look shifty, like he was looking around for someone watching. "Where's he going?" Shikamaru whispered. Usually, the Nara would be able to analyze the situation easily, but Naruto's behavior made no sense, and there seemed to be no end result or underlying cause that he could determine. "He seems to be going back to the festival. It does go on through the night, but it's pretty strange that Naruto would go out at night by himself when he was so reluctant beforehand," Ino mused. The 2 genin moved once more, ducking behind a massive billboard so they could get a better look at Naruto. As soon as they settled down, Naruto paused in his tracks, and stood silently in the illumination of the street lights. "No. Did he see us?" Shikamaru hissed, ducking down further and lightly pushing Ino's head down until they were both out of sight. "No. That's not it. I don't think he knows we're here," Ino replied, poking her head out into view again, noticing that Naruto was now staring forward toward the festival. "Come on." Ino gestured to Shikamaru, and the 2 of them bounded along the rooftops as Naruto began moving forward again. He was almost at the village square. "This seems familiar. He's going somewhere I know, but I can't quite put my finger on it. I've seen him do this before," Ino said aloud. The situation made Ino have her doubts. He wasn't walking with any sense of urgency, it just seemed that this was a normal routine for him. "Oh. I think I remember now," Ino suddenly exclaimed, a little too loud for Shikamaru's liking. "What? What is it?" "I'm not sure, but just wait for a moment. If he's going where I think he is?" Ino continued vaguely, gesturing for the other genin to get a closer look as Naruto entered the busy village square. As Naruto entered the village square, he noticed that the festival was slightly less energetic than normal. There was an air of paranoia in the atmosphere, people were getting worried. He moved through the crowd at a steady pace, passing a few of the other stalls along the way. Even now, masks were being sold, but they were ordinary masks made of wood or papier-mâché, and contained no special power. He rudely pushed his way through the crowd, some of the villagers giving him dirty glances for more than one reason. The salesman's stall would still likely be open at this hour, and Naruto had the strange suspicion that the foreigner would not be fooled by the stone mask. He would need a plan. Thoughts and ideas for how he would pull off the heist entered his mind like fireworks, but they plummeted to earth like a balloon as he stepped out of the crowd and into the opening where he knew the stall was. Like the salesman's presence was nothing but an illusion, there were no signs that there was ever a mask stand ever set up. Naruto felt white-hot rage well up in his stomach. Where was the happy mask salesman? Knowing that Ino and Shikamaru were still watching him, Naruto kept his cool on the exterior, even if he was fuming on the inside. He had heard the old man talk about the salesman. Had the village captured him, interrogating him as he brooded? No. There was no sign of a struggle, so that probably wasn't it. Once again, the genin felt himself wondering who the happy mask salesman really was. He came from a foreign land that apparently operated under far different rules. Yet Naruto had never heard of a place as different and alien as the salesman's homeland. Was there really such a different place present on the planet? The happy mask salesman knew the nature of Majora's Mask, but the most likely scenario was that he disappeared once he saw the moon come out. Had this happened before, and had he seen it happen before? If so, it would make sense not to stay here any longer, though the fact that he brought the evil mask here and turned tail at an inopportune time raised far more disturbing implications. Nevertheless, Naruto couldn't rule out the possibility of the salesman being turned over to the ANBU. If that truly was the case, then it wouldn't be long before he was a suspect. There was also the matter of his masks. He still needed more power. He had weapons and he had jutsu, but his Majora's Mask seemed to covet special masks above all other. Naruto snarled like an animal, standing in the square for a moment longer before casually turning back. There was no need to snoop around and create more strange behavior for Ino and Shikamaru to see. Silently, he sifted through the crowd while making his way back to his apartment, never giving the indication that he was out for more than a walk. He supposed he would have to return to his apartment one last time until Ino and Shikamaru stopped following him. In his mind though, he was already contemplating his next move. The plan was to disappear into the tunnels of the Hokage monument and hide out there. While Naruto walked home, Ino and Shikamaru followed him all the way back to his apartment. They had hoped to get some insight onto Naruto's behavior, but both of them, even the Nara genius, just ended up becoming more confused. He hasn't done anything. Ino groused. I don't even know what that was. He just left his house, went to the village square, stood there for a few minutes, and now is going back to his apartment. Maybe we overreacted? Don't you mean you overreacted? Ino snarked. I was against trailing him in the first place. And now all it looks like he did was take a walk in the middle of the night, weird and random as it may be. The spying genin got back to Naruto's apartment before they knew it, and to their disappointment Naruto didn't display any more suspicious behavior. He simply opened his door and walked inside, turning on the lights as he did so. Well, that's that, Shikamaru said. He seemed both disappointed and relieved at the same time. His teammate hadn't done what he expected during the walk, and in hindsight, that was a good thing. Can we go home now? I don't like doing this, Ino pointed out, gesturing for Shikamaru to come out. Shikamaru seemed to wait for just a few more minutes, as if waiting for Naruto to stir. When nothing happened, he leapt out of hiding. I guess you were right. Looks like Naruto wasn't hiding anything, after all. That nighttime walk was a little strange, but it's not unheard of for people to take walks at midnight. Hey, Shikamaru, do you think that moon is going to fall? It's been 2 days and it's getting closer and closer. Are we really going to do something about that? Shikamaru walked down the street with Ino, shaking his head. We're going to have to. All of the Chunin and Jounin are out at the borders keeping enemy nations from annihilating us. That means it's up to us to find the perp. We'll probably all get called in once morning breaks, and I'd say we only have about 24 hours to find the source. Meanwhile, Naruto stood in the doorway of his apartment, flicking on the lights. The white noise in his brain was screaming at him, and in its own babbling tone it was telling him that Ino and Shikamaru were still perched outside his apartment, watching him. After some minutes, the white noise dissipated, signifying to the boy that Ino and Shikamaru had left the premises. Without skipping a beat, he reopened his front door and stepped back out into the night air. Sarutobi sat at his desk, frustrated. He had attempted to create contact with his 2 non-traitorous students, hoping that one of them would return to Konoha once they learned of the situation. However, Tsunade had all but cut ties to the village, and no one had any idea where she was. Jiraiya was still active, but if the Toad Sannin wished, he could make it almost impossible for him to be tracked. Which happened to be most of the time. They were both probably vaguely aware of the moon hanging above Konoha, but were too lazy or apathetic to pay it any mind, especially when they no doubt thought the village could handle it themselves. A messenger hawk had flown into his office's open window just a few minutes earlier, reporting the information that the teams of Jounin and Chunin had reached their designated spots. IWA and Kuma were confirmed to be mobilizing. A puff of smoke in the middle of his office snapped him out of his reverie, bringing his attention to one of the ANBU remaining in the village. Even with the mask on, Sarutobi could tell through his gait that he was concerned. The Hokage monument has been thoroughly checked, sir. There are no signs of intruders. The Hokage chewed on his pipe. It was now 3 o'clock in the morning, and the moon nearly blotted out the sky from his vantage point in the village. The closer it got, the more people realized that it was even bigger than initially anticipated. There was no jutsu that could stop it, and the civilians were starting to take notice. "All right, that is it. I have had it," Sarutobi barked, the ANBU standing shocked at attention at the tone in his leader's voice. "Damn the council, and damn their advice. At noon, you and all of the other ANBU will lead the evacuation of the civilians from the village. Make sure you keep panic from breaking out. It doesn't matter where the hell you go. Just get the civilians out of the village." Sarutobi snarled, before sighing and putting his head in his hands. "This is a disaster. I should have done that from the start, and now it might be too late," he thought. "Yes, sir. Though, if I may ask?" The ANBU began with trepidation. "Who are you going to have lead the investigation if all resources of the ANBU are dedicated to evacuating the village? That's another thing. Find Nara Shikamaru and tell him to report to me this morning at 6 o'clock along with the other rookie genin and guys students. We have been stretched so thin that we must rely on genin to find the source of the evil that plagues our village." "Yes, sir." Dawn peeked over the obscured horizon as the final day of the festival began. Nara Shikamaru was awakening to an empty Nara complex, both of his parents having been sent out to the borders to assist in the war effort. He hadn't awoken by choice, however. Before he went to bed last night after trailing Naruto, an ANBU showed up at the Nara complex, telling him that he was to report to the Hokage at 6 in the morning. Grousing as he pulled himself out of bed, he fixed himself a quick breakfast and headed outside. Ino was already waiting for him, also having heard the news. "Shikamaru, yeah, I know. Looks like the ANBU have already rounded up the other teams to meet at the Hokage Tower. That means we're the last ones who will arrive. We still have to get Naruto. I'm positive he doesn't know about the mission." Shikamaru fell into step alongside Ino, surprisingly alert by his standards. They were both more on edge this morning, because when they woke up, they noticed that the moon was ever closer. "Do you think we should go get him, or let the ANBU take care of him?" Ino asked, clearly about their last remaining teammate. Even after finding nothing last night, Shikamaru couldn't help but feel like they were walking on pins and needles with Naruto. The whole village was missing something here. "Well, how much time do we have?" Shikamaru blurted out, to which Ino realized there was a disturbing underlying connotation underneath that sentence. "Looks like 15 minutes. We could swing by his apartment? We might as well. There's no way he'd wake up on his own at this time, and I don't want there to be a stupid argument between him and the ANBU about the mission. Let's just go and get him before something troublesome happens." After taking to the roofs, the two genin arrived at Naruto's apartment 5 minutes later, and instantly noticed that something was very wrong. There was a standard squad of ANBU surrounding his apartment. If they were yelling and banging on his front door, everything would have been normal. However, Shikamaru noticed the open door to the apartment, a few of the ANBU talking in hushed whispers as their captain left from inside to rejoin the rest of the group. One of them nodded to the rest, taking off with an ANBU's characteristic speed to the rooftops. Another one jumped down in front of the two of them, blocking their path. "Hey! What's going on?" Ino shouted angrily, in little mood for the uptight nature of the ANBU. "You are Uzumaki Naruto's teammates, correct?" Neither Shikamaru nor Ino liked the tone the ANBU was taking. Normally, the two of you would be taken into the ANBU HQ for questioning, but considering the crisis the village is in, we need all the manpower we can get in these moments. Both of you should report to Hokage-sama's office immediately. Forget about trying to find your teammate. Oi! Wait! Shikamaru called out as the ANBU turned his back to them. "What's going on? What do you mean find our teammate?" The ANBU halted, but didn't say a word for the first few seconds. "Just several minutes ago, the genin Uzumaki Naruto has been reported missing in action. We are currently sending out troops of ANBU around the village in order to find him," the ANBU finally said, before walking away back over to his own teammates. "Missing in action?" Ino screeched, and Shikamaru held her back. The girl looked distraught, and seemed ready to just yell obscenities at the retreating ANBU. Shikamaru pulled her away from the scene. "Calm down," the pineapple-haired genin whispered loudly. "Don't make a scene in front of the ANBU," he urged, and they kept moving until they were out of earshot. "Missing in action, Shikamaru. Didn't you hear what that guy just said?" Ino hissed back at him. Shikamaru shushed her once more, as the two of them made their way back onto the street. I know. But, there's nothing we can do about that right now. I can't believe it either, but we should leave this job to the ANBU. They'll find him." Ino seemed to have calmed down slightly, but her anger had given way to nervousness. Shikamaru, don't you think that the timing for Naruto's disappearance is strange? Of course I do. From the looks of things, there's under 24 hours before that moon hits the village and kills us all. I have less and less confidence that we can put a stop to it. Hokage-sama and the ANBU seem to feel the same way. So, Shikamaru, you're saying? We should report this to Hokage-sama at the briefing. We may have found nothing suspicious with Naruto last night, but there's no telling what happened in the hours after we stopped watching him. Ino fell silent after that, falling into step with Shikamaru. They arrived at the Hokage Tower just a minute before 6 o'clock. The other teams had already assembled, and Shikamaru and Ino felt woefully unacceptable without their final team member. There you all are, a voice called out, and Ino recognized it immediately as Sakura's. Ino suddenly realized that Sakura hadn't taken a look at their group before they said that, because they certainly all actually there. Hey, where's Naruto? There it was. Sasuke and Chuji also stepped out of the hallway after their female teammate. Sasuke was folding his hands and clenching a lot harder than he needed to, while Chuji just looked scared. The fat boy wasn't even carrying any snacks. Everything's going to be alright, isn't it? The moon, it's not going to fall, is it? Chuji stuttered. I'm pretty sure the reason we're being called in is to investigate the village for anybody who may have used this jutsu. All the Jounin and Chunins are out on the battlefield, so we're the only ones left. Even still, Iwa and Kumo are breathing down our necks. This situation can't get any worse for Konoha. Judging from the distance the moon is to the village, we probably only have 18 hours to investigate. Hey, there you guys are, yet another voice called out to them, urging them to come over and meet by the door to the Hokage's office. The 5 genin turned to see Team 8 waving them over. They walked down the hall at a leisurely pace, coming up to the final rookie genin team. Neither of those teams had really interacted with the final genin team since they graduated, but now they would all be working on a collaborative mission. Kiba was grinning like a madman, Shino was his normal silent self, and Hinata looked sad and slightly disappointed. Crazy stuff happening out there. Can you believe it? Kiba said loudly, his tone giving the impression that he wasn't as concerned about the village's situation compared to his comrades. Take it a little more seriously, Kiba. That thing could totally destroy us all. Ino snarled at the dog boy, who held his hands up in self-defense. Oh, come on. The village will find a way to stop that thing, they always do. Kiba said boisterously, before he finally seemed to notice the elephant in the room. Hinata looking disappointed next to him didn't tip him off. Hey, where's the idiot? Kiba asked, obviously referring to Naruto. Ino and Shikamaru looked at each other, before Ino turned away and Shikamaru sighed. We'll explain later. For now, we should get in that office and get our orders. And Naruto-kun, Hinata said quietly. She seemed to share Ino's sentiment, and was worrying over the blonde. She was twiddling her fingers together and generally being even more asocial than normal. Hey, everyone! Did you know that there's going to be another team working with us? Kiba asked, just as Shikamaru was about to open the door to the office. Yeah, the ANBU who woke me up mentioned something about that. They were in the year ahead of us, and they're one of the strongest genin teams in the entire village. Shikamaru opened the door, allowing the other rookies to file in before himself. Ino walked in last, putting a hand on Shikamaru's shoulder as she did so. Sarutobi was seated at his desk as usual, and there were 3 slightly older kids standing in a line. Ah, good. You're all here, Sarutobi began, as the other genin teams filed into the office. Team Guy stared at them with slight disdain as they formed a line similar to theirs, standing up rigid. Shikamaru and Ino noted with embarrassment that theirs looked woefully inadequate. There was an underlying feeling of tension as the 4 genin teams stood in the office with the Hokage. The moon was notably low enough to where they could easily see it out the window. Now, we can begin. You may all be genin, but you all are some of the best and brightest young shinobi that the village has, which is why I've assigned a lot of you the following task while we're at war with the enemy. I trust all of you are familiar with each other. Actually, we didn't really interact with the upperclassmen that much at the academy. Ino thought. We can learn teamwork on the fly. What will you have us be doing, Hokage-sama? Shikamaru asked, when no one else piped up. The other rookies weren't fazed at him trying to take a leadership position, but Team Guy seemed to hold that action in slight contempt. The genin paid sound attention during their mission briefing, but it was just about all that Shikamaru and Ino expected. They were to investigate the village and try to locate the source of the jutsu that gave the enemy control over the moon. The other teams hadn't noticed the elephant in the room, though, so when the Hokage finished giving them their assignments, Ino decided to bring attention to it. Hokage-sama, Ino ventured. What is it? Well, it's about Naruto. It should be pretty obvious that he's not here, but we heard from an ANBU this morning that he is missing in action. She trailed off. That threw the rest of the teams for a loop. They of course had noticed that Naruto was not present with his team, but the term missing in action was usually reserved for Nuke-nin. Unfortunately, what you heard is the truth. It seems he disappeared sometime earlier this morning. The village is being searched for the missing genin, but Naruto's usual abodes have already been searched, and with each one the chances of finding him become less and less. With his disappearance at such a critical time, I may be forced to label him a Nuke-nin until confirmation can be found on his status. The group of genin started muttering to themselves, apparently in disbelief. The idiot and dead last of their class becoming a Nuke-nin? That was hard to believe. And Naruto-kun? Hinata muttered, disappointment and sadness creeping into her voice. Sadly, she seemed to voice most of their opinions. Team Guy, Sasuke, and Shino remained silent, but everyone could tell that even Sasuke and Shino were slightly disturbed by the information. We can't do anything about Naruto right now, unfortunate as it may be. We can't devote the time and resources to locate a single genin while the village is in an emergency situation. For now, just continue to follow the mission you were given, and investigate the village for any source of the moon. Chuji yawned as the 11 genin filed onto the main streets of the village for the final day of the Kyuubi festival. They weren't there to enjoy the festivities anyway, and from the looks of things, a cloud of fear and depression hung over the villagers and prevented the usually loud festival. It was now 8 o'clock, and the festival would have normally been in full swing, especially on this most important of days. The tension in the air seemed to extend to all of the genin, and both Shikamaru and Ino noticed the lack of teamwork that was in the air as the teams regarded one another, particularly between Team Guy and the rest. To his credits, Lee attempted to break the ice between upperclassmen and lowerclassmen, and stole a few glances at Sakura while he did so. So, everyone, how do you think we should begin? We are going to be cooperating on this important mission, it would be best if we all got along. He stated, while Neji turned away. I can't believe that Naruto's not here. I mean, him. A Nuke-nin. Appearances can be deceiving. The Naruto that we all now could be hiding something underneath the surface, Shino commented, the stoic boy piping up in a rare monologue. Naruto? You mean the loudmouth idiot who graduated at the bottom of your class, right? Hokage-sama mentioned him becoming a Nuke-nin, but isn't it just more likely that he's slacking off somewhere? He just went missing this morning, Tenten said. You would think so, but I'm not so sure that's the case. Chuji, Sakura, Sasuke, you can probably attest to this. Naruto's been acting strange for a few weeks now. It was subtle though, with little mannerisms that just seemed off for someone like him. That's why we didn't really pay it much attention, Ino said. Asuma's former team seemed to light up in understanding, though Team Guy and Team 8 remained confused. Some of the genin had been with him during that joint mission. I'm sure this is all very uncomfortable, but I very much doubt a single missing genin is the root of the village's problems. We are already low on time, we should begin the investigation, Neji said bluntly, trying to take some kind of leader role. Not like it'll do a lot of good. If the Jounins can't find the root of the problem, I don't see how we would. Shikamaru complained. But, I guess you're right. This investigation will be tricky, we don't have a name or country to directly pin this to, so we should start by trying to figure out if there were any suspicious occurrences in the village over the past few weeks. The Jounins have been called out to the border to hold off IWA and Kumo. If anyone did this, it was probably someone from one of those villages, Sasuke said. I thought so too at first, but the more I think about it, the more I realize that the two events are unrelated. The reason IWA and Kumo declared war on us is because they are scared. The moon impacting with the village would affect them as much as anyone else, so they're lashing out at whoever they feels is responsible. They probably figure they can do a much better job of getting rid of this thing if they can get into the village, Shikamaru replied. All we can really do now, he continued, is ask any locals if they saw anything suspicious. The others watched him walk up to a group of villagers mingling by a mask stand. Asking around could really send the civilians into a panic. They're supposed to be kept in the dark. Ino whispered as Shikamaru continued acting on his own. The group of middle-aged couples looked forlorn as Shikamaru approached, simply staring in stony silence as the genius genin cleared his throat. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A woman at the forefront greeted him quietly, while the other people just nodded their heads. They weren't exactly being responsive, but it seemed that at least the woman in the front could answer a few questions. Good morning, young man. The woman at the front said, trying to be friendly. At least, it would be a good morning if there weren't any nasty rumors flying around. Shikamaru glanced back at his teammates, looking remarkably uncomfortable. He should have known the villagers weren't stupid, they weren't going to believe everything the village government told them forever. Well, ma'am. I am a ninja, along with my teammates over here. Perhaps I can do something to dispel the rumors that are going on. We also wanted to ask a few questions. Oh, you children are ninja? I swear, they seem to get younger and younger these days, she commented, the couples behind her nodding their heads in agreement. But I suppose there is no reason to doubt you. If you are ninja, then perhaps you can make us feel a little safer. The man who was apparently her husband came over, pulling her into a hug as the woman began shaking in fear. I don't want to die, you see. And that moon, it's not going away. See, can you please tell the village that this training exercise has gone on long enough? The woman collapsed into her husband's arms, a scared and broken wreck. She was far too emotional to continue speaking, so her husband did it for her. Not only that, but we have been hearing news that other countries have declared war on us. Just what is going on in this village? He asked Shikamaru incredulously, as Ino joined her teammate at his side. The two shared glances with one another, fear settling in their stomachs. Sir, ma'am, there is truly nothing to worry about. The training exercise should conclude at the end of the day, and the war rumors you may have heard are nothing more than a small skirmish over our true borders. Please, just enjoy the final day of the Kyuubi festival, and try to be with your families when it occurs, Ino piped up, trying to console the worries couple. The couple seemed somewhat content with that explanation, and Shikamaru took the cue to begin the investigation. Speaking of that, my friends and I are on a mission to investigation th. Ino nudged him in the side. Some strange occurrences that happened in the village last night. Have any of you bore witness to any suspicious activity? No, other than what you ninja have explained to us already. We've just been so busy with the Kyuubi festival. Shikamaru sighed. I see. Thank you, he said curtly, and he and Ino returned to the rest of the group. If we want to be truly efficient, then it would be wise to split into several smaller groups and have each one perform an individual task, Niji told them as they mingled with the group. If that thing really is controlled by a technique, logic dictates that the user would have to remain close to the source. We have the Byakugan within the group, we could use it to search for the culprit, Shino offered. Even Niji seemed to agree with the sentiment, though he looked coldly on Hinata when Shino offered the proposition, a look that didn't go unnoticed by the shy girl as she turned away. That's actually a good idea. We have 2 Byakugan users here. If we split up into groups of 3, we could have 2 teams of 2 scanning the village for any signs, while the others question the villagers. Sakura stated. What's the plan, Shikamaru? Chuji asked, as the other genin turned to him for guidance. Alright, that seems to be our best option. We'll have 2 groups scanning the village and 2 groups questioning the villagers. Just remember to not tip off any of them, a mass panic now would only derail our efforts. Niji, Sasuke, and Kiba, you will form Team A. Hinata, Ino, and Shino will form Team B. These 2 groups will use their tracking abilities to find the source of that moon. Chuji, Tenten, and Lee will form Team C, and will go around questioning the villagers. Sakura, you're with me. We'll be doing the same thing, and there's one thing that's bothering me. We'll have to go check it out, he finished. The other genin seemed to find their instructions satisfactory, and with nothing else to say they hopped to it. That left just Sakura and Shikamaru in the area. Shikamaru? Sakura asked. Shikamaru gazed at his only remaining teammate there, trying to find a solution to the unease that he was feeling in his stomach. Come on, Sakura. There's a place I want to check out. It turned out the place that Shikamaru wanted to visit was the main gates of Konoha, the premier escape route for anybody that would be willing to take their chances after seeing the moon. Izumo and Kotetsu were some of the few chunin that remained in the village to watch the gate. Kotetsu was in the booth taking a nap, but Izumo was out standing in the middle of the road when Sakura and Shikamaru arrived, staring at the sky. It was now almost noon, and the various teams of genin had not got in contact with each other since they split up. Shikamaru and Sakura had spent 3 hours questioning the villagers to no avail, but Shikamaru had a feeling about what the 2 chunin at the gate knew. The moon now blanketed the village as a gray mass that hung over the town. One could scarcely see the sky from their vantage point anywhere in the village. Whoa, what's the fire? You know the village is on lockdown. Kotetsu said, bringing himself to alertness as Shikamaru and Sakura approached. Izumo had been staring up at the sky while the 2 genin approached. Izumo-san, Kotetsu-san, we need to ask you a few things, Shikamaru said to the confused chunin. Well, alright, but make it quick. We should all really be evacuating, though, Kotetsu said, as if he were voicing a protest. Knock it off, his partner scolded. We have pledged our lives to this village. If it's been determined that we are going to die protecting it, then that's what is going to happen. Sakura was stunned. Even these 2 had resigned themselves to their own deaths. Was the moon really that unstoppable? Alright, what do you 2 want to know? Izumo asked, finished scolding his partner. Has there been anyone at all who has left the village since the beginning of the Kyuubi festival? Shikamaru asked. Izumo and Kotetsu scratched their chins, taken aback by the odd question. Well, as you should know, the village has been on lockdown ever since that appeared in the skies above Konoha, Izumo began, pointing to the massive moon in the sky. Therefore, villagers and civilians alike are not allowed outside the village gates unless they have received proper orders. That being said, some of the villagers have tried to escape of their own volition in the past 24 hours. Neither of us had the heart to stop them, Kotetsu continued for his partner. That was surprising. These two chunin went against the village. Clearly, they felt there was no hope. But, there was this one strange gentleman who warrants special explanation. We saw him enter the village a few weeks ago while we were also on guard duty. He wore strange clothes and had this wide grin on his face, and he was carrying a giant backpack filled with strange masks. He left just last night, said he had all the proper paperwork filled out, that since he wasn't a citizen of the High no Kuni, we couldn't keep him here anyway. He seemed to think we didn't notice, but he was muttering something underneath his breath, and overall had this very shifty air about him. We let him go on his way, but he kept whispering two words to himself. Naruto and Majora da. The answer hit Shikamaru like a ton of bricks. Naruto hadn't shut up about that guy during their first week together, saying about the strange foreigner that had given him a bassoon. Was it the same guy? That guy has to be long gone now. Shikamaru started, but I knew I had this weird feeling in my stomach. Naruto is the key to solving this issue, we have to find him. No one there knew fully the connection between Naruto, the salesman, the moon, and whatever this Majora was, but Shikamaru couldn't afford to let it go. It was the only lead they had. Sakura, we need to meet with the others immediately. We're running out of time, Shikamaru said to the confused girl. Just then, a messenger hawk flew overhead before the two genin could return to their mission. It circled overhead, very clearly carrying orders meant for the two gate guards. Izumo extended his arm, allowing the hawk to land on it as a perch. He untied the compartment on its leg and took out the small note, eyes widened as he unfurled it. It's from the Hokage-sama and the advisors? Izumo started, finishing reading the scroll. We have just received orders to begin the evacuation of Konoha. Chapter 17, the third day, 12 hours remain. It was high noon in the village of Konoha, and a monkey wrench had been thrown in the Konoha genin's mission. Resources and time were already stretched thin, and the higher-ups apparently decided that enough was enough, damn the consequences. With the government of Konoha trying so hard to cover this up, the four shinobi wondered how extreme the reaction would be. This was all too sudden for the likes of non-combat villagers. Despite all their apprehensions, Izumo and Kotetsu seemed to immediately know what to do when they received that letter, like they were on standby and waiting for that messenger hawk to drop down into their station. Shikamaru and Sakura just happened to be there by coincidence, but that didn't mean they couldn't help evacuate. The safety of the villagers was top priority in a situation like this. Alright, you two. The village is in an emergency situation as it stands. Sarutobi-sama has indicated that you have your own mission to attend to, but we are stretched so thin with the sudden war that it's in the best interest of the village that you help us safely evacuate the civilians. Izumo barked. The sudden orders caught the two remaining genin off guard, but the intense stares of their superiors made them realize that this was not a time to argue. Even the normally lazy Kotetsu was on high alert. Shikamaru still managed to look troubled. Evacuate the villagers or complete the mission to determine the source of the moon. It probably didn't even matter where they evacuated the villagers to. Don't just stand there, Shikamaru. We have to do what the Hokage-sama says and evacuate the villagers. Ino and the others are capable, they can handle the rest. Sakura shouted at her team's leader. But I figured out where to look, where the source of the moon is. They won't be able to find it if I don't give them the information. The village is at stake here. Shikamaru. Sakura yelled, placing her hands on his shoulders roughly. The villagers come first, do you understand me? We can assist them after we get all the villagers safely out of Konoha? Izumo and Kotetsu moved in outright synchronized fashion, standing at opposite sides of the gate. We already have a few squads in the center of the village. Hokage-sama is going to make the announcement as soon the moment noon arrives. The crowd should already be beginning to gather right now in the village square. The two of us were ordered to stay here by the Hokage-sama to keep the gates open and filter the civilians out of the village in an orderly fashion. All of our other forces are at various points in the village square. You two should join them, we need more shinobi if we're going to convince the villagers to evacuate without causing chaos, Kotetsu said. Shikamaru bit his lip due to the lecture from Sakura and the orders from Kotetsu. I got it already, he barked at the others. We'll go. But from the looks of things, we don't even have a day left until that thing slams into the village. What's Hokage-sama going to say to keep them quiet? Just then, the four of them heard a loud voice, as if it were spoken over a megaphone stationed across the whole village, but from their position, it was too muffled to make out. Oh? Looks like he's going to start a little early. You two better go, now. Izumo said frantically, practically pushing the two genin in the direction of the village square. Shikamaru shook his head while turning around to give them an exasperated look, before falling in line with Sakura as they headed for the village square. They weren't the only ones making their way there. They had to push their way past a crowd of villagers, and when Shikamaru turned to Sakura, he realized that she noticed the same thing he had. There was a sense of urgency on many of the villagers' faces, about half of them to be exact. The others were still blissfully ignorant, with looks of slight confusion as they clearly wanted to know what their village leader was going to tell them. The other half knew something was up. Sakura and Shikamaru poked their way into the village square, around the stalls set up for the Kyuubi festival. They were mostly empty, their owners mingling into the crowd as well. The Hokage Tower stood before them as they could visualize the Sandaime standing on the rooftop, the faced moon directly behind him to form a grim backdrop. Citizens of Konoha? Sarutobi began, indeed speaking through a megaphone. Although his voice was old and tired, it indeed carried to all areas of the village square. Just get this over with. Don't say something that will make them panic. Shikamaru thought. The villagers were not being quiet, both Shikamaru and Sakura could hear the murmurs of conversation float through the crowd. For over 30 years, I have reigned over this village as the Sandaime Hokage, and have sworn to protect it every step of the way. I consider every member of this village like family, as taught to me by my senseis, the previous Hokages. I have seen this village go through 3 wars and several different attempted invasions. None of them have completely managed to destroy this village, but in my long life, I have just now seen what might be the most troubling obstacle. Damn it. They already know what he's going to say next. Shikamaru thought, hearing the murmurs pick up slightly. Sakura seemed to notice the same thing. It pains me when I have to lie to the lot of you, and it pains me to have issued a government cover-up. But, now that everything has progressed so far, I can't keep feeding you these lies. Since the start of the Kyuubi festival, the strange moon has hovered over our village, getting closer and closer as the days goes on. The village superiors and the shinobi have led you all to believe that this is merely a training exercise, and that the moon will disappear at the conclusion of said exercise. That is false. The murmuring rose for just a single moment, before the entire village fell quiet. Half of them wore looks of shock as they figured out what the Hokage was implying. The other half had growing looks of horror as they realized their fears were coming true. The moon hanging above our very heads is not a training exercise. It is in fact an enemy jutsu sent here to destroy our village and everyone in it. The village elders have kept this fact from you all to prevent a mass panic attack, while we shinobi worked behind the scenes to find a solution to this problem. Almost 3 days later, and I believe it is safe to say that we are dealing with something far beyond our understanding. Sensing that everything was about to go down, several squads of shinobi made their way out of hiding, in order to assist anyone who thought it was a good idea to panic at that moment. Most of the villagers were still hanging on every word the Hokage said, though. We have tried locating the source of this, well, we don't even know if we can call it a jutsu anymore. Several enemy villages have declared war on the village of Konoha, and obviously any attempts to use ninjutsu to destroy that moon have failed. Things have never looked bleaker. Sarutobi apparently sensed the shifting mood in the surrounding air, and quickly moved on to his main point. In the last few hours, it has been decided that we will need to evacuate each and every one of you lest we allow the people of the village to die. Please, the village shinobi will calmly and quietly help you exit the village, and assist you in finding a safe haven to wait out this unmitigated disaster. The tension could practically be cut with a knife. Somewhere out in the crowd, a woman screamed, and it was like a colony of lemmings all falling together at once. The villagers listening in began to panic, the village square falling into a cacophony of noise. The ninja standing by, for all they were worth, anticipated the fallout, and jumped into action per their orders. Ah! We're all gonna die. The mob of villagers moved just like a mob of villagers would move, running in all directions and generally being a chaotic bit of nonsense at that point. They vaguely heard the Hokage say one final thing before stepping down, but the village was in such a panic that they didn't notice that he was barking orders to the shinobi. Along with the rest of the shinobi on standby, Sakura and Shikamaru took that moment as their cue. Sakura, let's move. Gather up any villagers you can and try to calm them down. Shinaro. Boom. Shikamaru's sweat dropped as Sakura clearly didn't need any prodding to get the panicking villagers under control. She had been standing near one of the roads en route to the exit of the village, and had ripped a telephone pole clean out of the ground. Shunaro, she screamed across, slamming the telephone pole into the road, blocking any access to more narrow alleyway that led to the side roads. We're supposed to be helping them leave the village, not blocking them. Shikamaru muttered to himself. At least the villagers heading in their direction had halted when they saw the fiery girl. The screaming of this gaggle of villagers quieted into protesting murmurs, but Sakura's loud screaming was clearly drowning out and intimidating any protests. Didn't you hear Hokage-sama? We're going to evacuate the village quickly and quietly, without making a panic. Now, she roared, her intimidation tactics surprisingly working. The villagers seemed to all look at each other, but the last vestiges of murmuring halted completely as the villagers stood in stony silence. Shikamaru fell into line alongside Sakura. Are you sure this will work? There's a lot of them here, Shikamaru said, as Sakura lifted up the phone pole that was blocking the road. Just then, two civilians walked up to the pair. It was the couple from before. Young man, you told us that it was merely a training exercise. You told us that there was nothing to worry about, the distraught woman said. Her husband just looked at her sadly, he wasn't even angry at Shikamaru. Well, this is awkward. We just tried to reassure these people barely an hour ago. Shikamaru thought, wincing on the inside. He probably would have preferred them to be angry and screaming at him for his and the village's lies. He could at least brush it off as troublesome. But both the man and the woman had the look of a kicked puppy on their face that was much harder to deal with. Hey! Yeah! You ninja told us this was all just a training exercise. You may think we're dumb morons who don't understand anything like this, but you shinobi never trust us to do anything, someone else shouted. There was the anger. The murmuring came back in force again, not intimidated by Sakura anymore. Fear and intimidation was the only way the villagers could currently be cowed, but fear, anger, and resentment were making them restless. Hey! You've lied to us before, we can't trust you. What if you and the Hokage are lying to us now? A particularly unruly villager shouted at the pair, and his words were revving up the others. Shunaro! Sakura roared, as if she were incensed that these scumbags would doubt the Hokage. Her temper was starting to peter out though, and wasn't enough to cow the villagers, who were themselves getting more unruly. Out of the way, the same guy shouted, as he was the first villagers to move, bounding over the downed telephone pole. Others seemed to follow his lead, and pretty soon the whole mess of villagers were running as fast as they could down the side streets, without any rhyme or reason. Wait! Sakura bellowed, clenching her fists. We have orders. A villager bumped into Shikamaru, and he looked around. The Hokage was barking something at the shinobi, but the villagers were getting to the point where they were uncontrollable with words. The other squads of ninja were having trouble corralling the panicky villagers, and there were breakdowns just like the one that had occurred to them. Sakura, maybe we should just let them go. The hell? Sakura shot back. Think about it. We can't restrain them with words anymore. We could use ninjutsu to do the job, but that would just leave us with a mob of unconscious villagers that would wake up God knows when. Our mission is to get them evacuated, and it's much more efficient to just let them sort it out themselves. Look, the other squad seem to be getting it too. We can't just knock them out with ninjutsu at this point in time. Indeed, the other squads of ninja dotted around the square noticed the lack of anything they could do, and many of the rampaging villagers were simply ignoring any feeble attempts at placation. Well, what do you suppose we do now, then? If we're really just gonna let them panic? Sakura asked, relaxing both her mind and body. The shattering of glass indicated that a window had been broken. Apparently, there was looting happening around the village, now that it didn't matter what happened to property. Now, we just need to make sure no one is killed on the way out of the village. While Sakura and Shikamaru evacuated the villagers, the rest of the rookie genin and team guy were busy trying to locate any clues as to the source of the moon. See anything, Hinata? Ino asked, as she, the Hyuga girl, and Shino stood on a rooftop within the village. It was almost 3 o'clock in the village now, and they had come up with absolutely nothing to report back to the other teams with. They had heard the Hokage's speech and witnessing the panicking of the villagers firsthand, though Shino informed them that until they received orders otherwise, they were to ignore the pandemonium and continue with the present mission. Despite the shinobi's best efforts to evacuate the villagers calmly, panic reigned supreme as the village went to hell. People were fighting in the streets as they clambered over each other and trampled down civilians, screaming and hollering all the way. This is a nightmare? Ino muttered to herself, as Hinata scanned the area. Humans are truly strange creatures. Shino lamented, even now, fear works in mysterious ways. It can make one hurt their friends and neighbors for their own survival. Likewise, there are those who can deal with fear only by laughing. Ino shook her head. It was amazing that much of the village were still keeping the Kyuubi festival going a mere hours from their demise. It was insanity, lunacy. The moon was blotting out the sky at this point, and they were just barely able to see slivers of sunlight to tell them what time of day it was. A loud crash filled Ino's ears. Another accident must have occurred in lieu of the panicking villagers. There was rioting in the street now. We've been searching with my Byakugan for 3 hours now. I haven't found anything. And maybe we should try to ask some of the remaining villagers if they've seen anything. It's pandemonium down there, but I suppose it's better than nothing. We're running out of time, Ino shouted, jumping off the rooftops. Shino and Hinata soon followed. A male village bumped into Shino while he was running. Hey, watch it kid, he snarled, not stopping to acknowledge the Aburame beyond that. He then ran off in a panic, merging into the crowd of panicking villagers. Shino furrowed his eyebrows, the only indication that he gave any sort of reaction. That villager was the only one who had bumped into the group of genin, but he wasn't the only one who heckled them as they made their escape. Well, I doubt asking any of the running villagers would lead to anything, Ino muttered. Why, you're right. We should probably ask some of the ones who have remained in the village for the festival. Hinata responded, pushing past a few more villagers. Look at that, Ino exclaimed, heading toward the village square. It was amazing. Despite all of the panic going on, there were still some people determined to keep the Kyuubi festival going through the full 3 days. Masks were still being sold, as the festival moved to what the stragglers considered the safest part of the village square, the back of the area hugging the Hokage Tower. The stands that were remaining were being tended to by the owners who hadn't run away, with several people buying multiple versions of the same item, possibly to make it seem like everything was just the same. Ino, Hinata, and Shino stood in the village square for nearly 30 minutes, until the last of those who would be leaving made their way out of the village square. It was almost 4 o'clock by the time they would be able to speak to someone. The village seemed surprisingly desolate as the 3 genin entered the village square proper. Although there were people left to enjoy the festival, most of the village had evacuated or was being evacuated. Kinda eerie, Ino muttered to herself, witnessing the small gaggle of villagers staying to try and enjoy the Kyuubi festival. She put her hands to her ears, hearing the screams of the evacuating villagers. They were probably at the gates at this point, and their voices only resounded as a small echo. Sir, we implore you. Please evacuate along with the rest of the village. The 3 genin turned to see Izumo and Kotetsu in the village square, as one of few shinobi who were trying to get the stragglers to abandon their futile efforts to keep the festival going. Izumo was the one who was making the most noise. Huh. All you youngins are scared stiff 'cause of this baseless, groundless theory. The moon, fall? Saw. A bald, near-toothless old man said, talking to Izumo. I've lived in this village all me life, I ain't never gonna leave. Denial, Shino thought. The old man being set in his ways didn't help matters either. He wasn't the only one in denial though, several younger people had remained, and were voicing their own concerns. In a manner, some of them were completely logical. It didn't make sense that the moon was going to slam into the earth. Come on, everybody. We're gonna die anyway. We might as well make the last few hours worth it, a raucous female voice said. A young woman in her 20s was hopping from the remaining stands, buying masks and food and attempting to get the others to dance. She was of course a fatalist. Shino doubted that she was actually that upbeat. Okay, that is creepy, Ino repeated, noting the young woman, and she wasn't the only one moving around in a cheery, upbeat manner. The festival's patrons were just as energetic as before, albeit in far fewer number. It was like a dark portrait of the festival before. All that was left was 8 hours of enjoyment before they welcome October 11th with a fireworks show. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the festival. You know, I can't believe everyone else is missing out on the festival over such a little thing. Ino, Shino, and Hinata pushed through the area, catching many of the conflicting attitudes. Most of the people here didn't seem like they were in the right mind to question, but Ino stopped at a generic mask stall, one that was covered by a sheet of blue drapes. Shino gestured to her. Apparently he had seen a man enclose himself and the stall around those curtains. Hell, oh? What are you doing, sir? Ino asked, pulling aside the curtains, revealing a short and skinny middle-aged man with a haggard face. He had his back turned to the 3 ninja, but tilted his head to get a good look at them before scowling. What do you want? The apparent owner of the stall snarled. We were just wondering, why haven't you evacuated yet? Hinata asked, trying to loosen the man up before delving into the very heavy questions. Bah! What's the point? It doesn't matter if we run all the way to Tsuchi no Kuni. It will have been the same as if we had stayed here. But, these idiots out here are pretending like nothing bad has happened. The man turned away from them fully, and the 3 genin heard a loud crash as he kicked a shelf in frustration behind his stand. It's not fair. Why did it have to be this way? He roared. None of us, we never did anything wrong. Why has Cammy decided to punish us this way? God damn it. Sir. Please, we just want to ask you some questions. Go away, the man shouted, throwing a vase out at them. The genin stepped back from the surprising act of violence against Shinobi, but remained steadfast. You ninja lied to us. If we had known earlier, we could've. Sir. Ino, Hinata, let's just leave him alone. The people here, they are finding different ways to cope. It would be in our best interest to find an individual who is not being tormented with grief. The man was mumbling to himself behind the curtain, even as they left. They passed by a few more celebrating people, before they came across two individuals who they recognized. The owner of Ichiraku Ramen and his daughter. Tucci-san, I am San, what are you doing here? Ino asked. The ramen store owner had his arm around his daughter, who was crying into his chest. The older man himself looked forlorn. No point in leaving the village now, you know? It doesn't matter where we go. Just wanted to spend my last few hours with my daughter. We can watch the fireworks together. Ino wanted to cry at the absolute hopelessness in the man's voice. But, these two people were a few of those who remained that she actually knew. Maybe she should ask Tucci? Tucci-san, could we ask you a few questions? Questions? About what? Ino didn't know how to break what she was going to say to him. These two were among the closest people Naruto had in his life, and they cared as much about him as it went. Naruto being declared a missing nin. And then there was the matter of the moon. Tucci-san, have you seen Naruto? She asked. Shino looked at her with his emotionless gaze beneath his glasses, and Hinata bit her index finger in sadness. Was the man's response. He seemed to be mulling it over. Because, this morning Uzumaki Naruto has been ruled a nuke nin, she finished. Ayam moved away from her father's chest and looked at them in alarm, the expression of a kicked puppy on her face. And Naruto-kun, no way. I'm afraid so. He's been acting strange for weeks now, and at a time when the village needs all of its ninja, he disappears. Tucci just looked more forlorn, but in a way the news didn't seem all that surprising to him. The man sighed and took off his hat, shaking his head in sadness. There are a few things you should know about Naruto. I'll have you three know that I have seen that boy almost every day for the past 5 years. Even when he doesn't eat, he always drops by our stand. Some people say that he just likes ramen so much that just being at a ramen stand makes him excited. But I know that isn't the case. He would always come by, with this little spark in his eye. He looked so happy, you know? I think he just liked being around two people who didn't think he was worthless. Tucci trailed off. Ino and Hinata were stunned, they hadn't expected to be gaining an insight on Naruto's entire life. Even Shino seemed to be hanging on to every word the ramen shop owner was saying. Anyway, when he was 7, I told him that he could come to me with any problems. With his life, there were going to be a lot of problems. When he was at our shop, he would always reveal to us exactly what was bothering him, just to get it off his chest, you know. After that, he's all smiles and demanding a bowl of miso. Now, I thought I knew everything about Naruto, but 2 weeks ago, he came into our shop, and I will never get the image of his face out of my mind. Even if he was always feeling down, that spark in his eye always remained, with a thirst to change and improve his lot in life. That day, I didn't see a single flicker of life in his eyes. It was all so sudden, if anything. I thought his life would have broken him a long time ago. But for the first time that day, he refused to tell me anything of what was bothering him. Just sorta shook off the questions. He still came back every day, but that dead look in his eye persisted. Even yesterday I saw him, that same broken look still there. Tucci sighed. If you see Naruto, please, take care of him. Something has gotten to him, something that managed to break him where years of neglect and hatred could not. That's not what we were asking, but thank you, Ino said. We also wanted to know if you've seen anything suspicious around the village, something that would maybe be a cause for concern. She said, hoping that Tucci would get what she was implying. Oh, you're talking about that. He said. In normal circumstances, you three would probably be better off asking other shinobi about that, but I suppose I could tell you one thing I saw. Although Naruto has been coming over to our stall like always, there's always a time where he just lingers outside, doing nothing. I don't think he knew that we could see him. He was always looking up at that moon, especially when he came in yesterday. I thought maybe he was just scared of what was to come, but then he looked down, in the direction of something just under the moon. I couldn't tell what it was, but he would always move in a cycle, look at the moon, then directly under it, before muttering something to himself. Maybe Naruto knows something you don't? Uzumaki Naruto is a genin, just like the rest of us. It is unlikely though possible that he is able to gather a reliable source of information where the village could not. Shino said. We'll take care of him, Tucci-san, we promise, Ino said. Tucci smiled at them lightly before turning back to his daughter, leaving the three genin to ponder their own plight. What could Naruto-kun have been looking at, though? Hinata may not have had any revelations, but Ino looked at Shino and there seemed to be a wave of understanding that washed over the two of them. It was the only lead they had. There you all are. Shikamaru, Ino said, seeing the pineapple-haired genin on one of the rooftops. He jumped off the roof and landed near them, but surprisingly he was alone. Where have you been? We were supposed to meet up and share our results at 3. It's almost 5 o'clock now, and we've wasted 2 more hours because of that. Shino said. Yeah, sorry. Sakura and myself got rounded up near the gate, and were forced to evacuate the villagers. It was a nightmare, and we still weren't able to get any information. Well, you're just in time, Shikamaru. It isn't much, but we've found something to go off of. This is just guesswork, but we may have found the source. The Hokage Monument, / the Hokage Monument, both Shikamaru and Ino said at the exact same time. Shino raised an eyebrow over how they came to that exact conclusion. Wait, you mean to tell me you already figured it out? Why didn't you come and tell us? Ino shouted at Shikamaru. The boy rubbed the back of his head. Like I said, I was busy trying to evacuate the villagers. And I didn't figure out anything. I don't have any proof either, but just take one good look at the moon. Ino squinted her eyes at the massive moon hanging over the village. What about it? Take a closer look, sheesh. The moon is big, but don't you realize that whoever's controlling it doesn't have it directly centered to fall on the village? Shikamaru explained. Ino still looked perplexed, but Shino beat Shikamaru to the punch. I see. Exactly. The epicenter of the moon is right above the Hokage Monument. The first place it touches will be the top of the Yondame's head, almost exactly. Doesn't that seem a bit suspicious? So, what are you saying? That whoever is controlling that moon is guiding it directly over themselves? No. I mean, yes. I don't know. This makes no sense. The second they pulled that thing from the sky, they must have realized that they were going to be killed too. Unless they have a failsafe, or unless they want to be killed along with everyone else. Well, the reason I think it's the Hokage Monument is because of what Tucci-san told us. He saw Naruto just yesterday too, and he thinks that Naruto knows something we don't. He's been acting weird for weeks now, and when Tucci-san last saw him, he was just staring at the moon and at the Hokage Monument. Wait just a minute, Shikamaru-kun. Hokage-sama has said already that the village has already investigated the monument. They have found nothing. Shikamaru sighed. I know. But it's the only lead we have. I realize it may be a tall task to find the culprit in the Hokage Monument when shinobi much better than us have failed, but we're out of options here. So, what do we do? This isn't the most solid of evidence, Ino commented. The position of the moon and the actions of a genin? Here's what we do. We need about half of our group to stay here and investigate other leads and help any stragglers evacuate. Hinata, Ino, Niji, Sasuke, and myself will investigate the Hokage Monument. Have 2 Byakugan in this situation will make our search far easier. 5 genin stood on the long stairway of the Hokage Monument. A rumble resounded upon the landscape as the entire sky was almost completely blotted out by the moon. Even if they couldn't tell, they knew that the sun had set, for it was now 7 o'clock. Village experts estimated the impact to occur at exactly midnight, but the moon was so close that the 5 were worried it would impact at any time. This was no bluff, like some of the village leaders thought. It was going to impact the village and leave no survivors. Hinata, Niji, would you mind? Shikamaru asked, clearly asking them to use their Byakugan. Hinata nodded without any objections, but Niji looked at Shikamaru with disdain before reluctantly activating his own. Hinata and Niji both had decent range on their Byakugan, and could see through even a thick stone mountain like the Hokage Monument. They had been using their Byakugan to look around the village, but now they could probably see into the monument and locate any oddities within a few minutes. The 2 Hyuga scanned the mountain, taking a few seconds to focus on each complex tunnel that the interior had to offer. Their expressions didn't change for the first few seconds, but both of them perked up when they looked in a tunnel deep within the mountain. There's someone there. Hinata sputtered. Shikamaru nodded to both them, and Niji was making it clear that he saw the same thing. To their Byakugan, there was a silhouette deep within the mountain just standing there. He's on the move. Niji barked, because as soon as the 2 Hyuga laid eyes upon him, the figure got up and sprinted down another tunnel. What? How'd he know we've detected him? Shikamaru snarled. Let's move. We've found the one. Where's he going? Shikamaru barked at Hinata at Niji. He's moving upwards, but it's fast and the inside of the monument is a maze. We should all converge at the highest points of the tunnel, and try to pin him in. Niji replied. Ugh. If only I knew his abilities and mannerisms right now, I could think of a strategy to take him on as we go in. We have the advantage in numbers, but this may be the person responsible for that moon. Perhaps he's just the conduit for a much larger group, but if he's able to do that, his combat abilities must be high. Shikamaru said, talking to both himself and his teammates. What's the layout of the terrain? He's still moving constantly. Any strategy that uses the terrain to our advantage cannot be pre-planned. We have no idea where we're going to encounter this individual. Not to mention, once we enter the tunnel, my Kage main no jutsu will be entirely useless, and he's not likely to leave to a place where I can use it. And my Shintenshin no jutsu is at a disadvantage without the Kage main. Both of your juken is probably our most effective weapon, but we will have to make it close quarters combat. Shikamaru took a look inside his weapons pouch. However, I have a small amount of flash bombs I can use to create a shadow, but he'll need to be disoriented and not paying attention to me. If we can find an alcove we can set a trap with these flash bombs and some wires, but that's dependent on the right conditions. Niji was already walking into the mountain. Very well. I will lead the way with my Byakugan, and we will find the best position to set up the flash bomb trap. However, someone will need to play the role of the distraction. He said, pointedly looking at Hinata, and to a lesser extent Ino. It's the best plan we have. If we drag the conflict out long enough, I can think of a better one. But for now, I'll go with Niji down the scenic route and try to take him by surprise. Ino, you and Hinata confront him directly. Ino only slightly looked like she was going to protest, but thought against it. Fine. Let's go, Hinata. You'll have to lead the way for me as well? Alright, we're going down the leftmost tunnel after it branches off. Niji just told me that it loops around to where this person is residing currently. Ino and Hinata entered the tunnel along with the boys, taking the middle right path that branched off from the rest of them. Ino walked through the tunnel, her eyes gradually adjusting to the dark. Hinata of course didn't need to adjust to the dark. For the next hour, Hinata would lead Ino through the tunnel, pointing out where the figure was going while informing Ino where the position of their teammates. We're getting close, Ino-san. He's right around the corner, and there's nowhere for him to go. Niji and I-san and Shikamaru-kun are approaching from the only other exit. Good. Let's go, Hinata. This may be the last shot to save the village. Just then, before the girls were about to turn the corner to enter the next area of the tunnel, an intense rumble shook the very foundation of the mountain. The mountain shook with the tremors for far longer than anyone expected, and Hinata and Ino hunkered down as pieces of rock crumbled off the wall. When the rumbling was over, Ino looked behind themselves and grimaced. A cave-in back from where we came. Hinata, how are the others? Hinata was trembling, an aura of fear encompassing her. Her Byakugan seemed slightly less pronounced. There was another cave-in. The others are fine, but the tunnel going forward on their position has collapsed. They're stuck, and now we're alone in here. Shit. Now the plan is completely pointless, if we can't use Shikamaru's Kage main. And we can't get back. Ino groused, pondering what to do. Without their premier strategist, their chances at victory went far down. Who knows how long it would take for Shikamaru and Niji to escape their predicament? Hinata? Hinata. Ino called for her partner at the very end of her rant once she realized she wasn't paying attention. The short-haired Hyuga girl wasn't paying attention, if only because she was rigid as a board. Her eyes were wide and she was as pale as a sheet. Her Byakugan was slowly deactivating itself. Hinata? What's wrong? You don't look so good. Did you see Dash? Before Ino could finish her sentence, Hinata screamed in fear and agony, becoming rigid one last time before falling limp into Ino's arms, unconscious. Oi, Hinata. Pull yourself together. What did you see? Ino said, shaking the other girl, but the Hyuga would not be roused. Ino grimaced and set her down against the wall, before hoisting her onto her back. Guess I'll have to go for it myself. Ino grumbled, turning the corner. Hinata had said that the figure wasn't moving anymore. Was he luring them into a trap? The tight corridors gave way to a much-for-spacey cavern. Ino put down Hinata near the entrance, after determining it was a safe spot where no rocks would tumble down on her. She noticed the silhouette in the room for just a split second once she turned her head back up, but the figure didn't even move to attack her. It's you, huh? She didn't expect the figure to speak to her in such a familiar tone. That voice. A sense of dread filled Ino's stomach. The silhouette didn't give away many discerning features, but the figure was short and clearly had spiky hair. Naruto? Is that you? Ino asked, keeping an eye on Hinata. The cavern was very dimly lit, with the only light coming from a very small hole in the ceiling and the residual light from the torches. I guess you guys just got lucky, but I gave away too many hints unintentionally. Oh well, it's not like it matters anymore. You're out of time and out of strategies. In just 3 hours that moon will impact the village and take everyone with it," Naruto said, as he stepped into the light only slightly, just enough for Ino to see his face. He was still wearing the ratty orange yukata that were his festival clothes. "Wait, you mean it was you who used the jutsu to put that thing above our village?" How-Ino stuttered out, before she was cut off by Naruto. "How could I put the moon above Konoha? I'm just a genin, that's what you seem to want to say. I wouldn't know a jutsu that shouldn't even exist? You were almost on track to figure me out when you still had time to do something. You and Shikamaru were following me around last night." Naruto gave her a piercing stare. He knew. That's why he didn't do anything suspicious. But, this is Naruto. And it's not a jutsu, that was Konoha's first mistake. Even now it's talking to me with its horrible voice. In fact, the only reason I'm letting you know is because it's allowing me. I still don't understand it myself." Naruto lamented. "It? What is he talking about?" Naruto stepped forward into the relatively brighter light. His blue eyes were piercing Ino, but that lifeless and serious expression seemed out of place on the boy that Ino knew. There were bags under his eyes too. But what Ino hadn't noticed before was the gaudy purple mask perched on top of his head like a visor. Chapter 18, Masked Demon Vessel. "It? What do you mean, it?" Naruto stopped giving helpful information the moment after she asked him that question. He shook his head and retreated back into the darkness, sitting on a rock and burying his face in his hands. She couldn't see his face, but she guessed from his posture that it was nothing but pure anguish. "Why did you have to come by and make this more difficult than it already is? This is already killing me inside." Naruto roared at Ino, before burying his face in his hands once more. "Difficult? What do you mean? You're going to destroy the village. Never mind, I can't even believe you have the capacity to do something like this, but why? Why are you doing this? Is it because the villagers never treated you right? This is honestly so far out there that I can't believe Uzumaki Naruto would go through with something like this." Ino paused in her monologue. She wasn't seething in rage like she thought. There was more of an edge of disappointment in her voice. "I mean, what happened?" Ino asked, practically wheezing out those last words. With trembling hands, Naruto pulled the bassoon off his back and played a few notes. They were calming, but the timing was so wrong that it gave Ino the chills. Naruto didn't notice or care how off the timing was. The situation was like a backdrop to a concert for him. Playing an ironic melody in an apocalyptic scenario would help calm his frazzled nerves. Once he was done with the first verse, Naruto's eyes panned over to the tunnel opposite from where she entered. A very thin beam of sunlight was leaking through into their dwelling, giving them their very dim source of light. That tunnel leads directly outside, to the top of the Yondame's head. The moon will hit the village in exactly 3 hours. If you want, we could watch the fireworks together. Horrible way to ask me on a date, you know? Ino told him. He was asking her like they were just going to the festival, like nothing was wrong at all in the world. Yet in 3 hours, the moon would drop on the village and kill absolutely everyone, themselves included. Go for it? Ino's mind told her. Just get this over with. You know what you have to do, even if you don't want to, she thought, not being able to shake the feeling that something was off. All right, I'll go. I guess asking you to pull away the moon won't change your mind, and I have no plan to stop you at the current moment. If you don't mind though, I want some answers. And you'll get them. Spend just a few hours with me, and you will know more than you would ever want to, Naruto said, with a pause in his bassoon playing. Ino noted he was still wearing the same ratty yukata that he had worn to the festival. She realized now that he had been involved in the village's destruction since the beginning. Naruto was already walking down the tunnel, his bassoon playing echoing back into the chamber. Ino picked up the unconscious Hinata once more and followed him out of the cave. He hadn't lied. The tunnel deposited them outside a rock outcropping on the top of the mountain. The village was sprawled out before them. The evacuation had apparently not gone over as smoothly as hoped. The village was in shambles as some opportunistic people used the pandemonium as an excuse to have sticky fingers. But, at least no one was dead. Yet, by the time she had reached the open air, the moon was hanging just 50 feet above her. Ino didn't understand why anyone would want to waste time robbing abandoned houses in a situation like this. She placed Hinata down against the outcropping in a place where she could remain unharmed, and noticed Naruto sitting on the very edge of the Yondame's stone hair, looking out over the village while playing that same song he always did. While it seemed peaceful the first time she heard it, now it just sounded ominous. It's kinda pretty, you know? Naruto began. It told me that there would be people still denying their own deaths, but I can see them now with my own eyes. It's like the sad ending to a book. Ino took a seat right beside them. The metaphor wasn't entirely inaccurate, but this wasn't fiction. You can still stop this. It doesn't have to be this way, she said, trying to reason with Naruto. They stood in stony silence as another rumbling emanated from the moon, and Naruto started playing again. Why had he invited her to watch the fireworks with him, as he called it? As she stole glances at him, she realized that his demeanor was innocent enough. A little too innocent. She already knew he wasn't innocent of anything, if she knew his actions. But, what were the ulterior motives? After finishing another verse, he took his lips away. No, I can't. You wouldn't say that if you knew what this was really about, if you knew the things that it's capable of, he said. 20 minutes had passed since they arrived at the top of the mountain. What do you mean? This it you keep referring to, that mask, she said, as if suddenly coming to a realization. Naruto looked at her with almost dead eyes. His silence was all she needed to know, but he did eventually speak. Let's just say, there are some things our world can't even hope to understand. He was avoiding directly mentioning the mask, but Ino was picking up on the subtle hints he was dropping. That guy. I was there when you were working behind the counter. He brought this on our village. Are you saying a mask can cause this much devastation? Are you saying a mask can make you do its bidding? Ino was on her feet now. Why didn't you tell us beforehand? We could have helped. We could have prevented all this. She was crying at that point, tears streaming down her face in twin rivulets as she screamed at Naruto. Naruto didn't rise to his feet with her, instead only looking at her while keeping 2 fingers on Majora's mask. He pulled it over one eye, not enough to be on his face, but enough for its orange orbs to stare directly at Ino. Ino found herself captivated by the orange eyes, and as a Yamanaka, she naturally had a strong connection to the human mind. As she stared into that mask, voices began to invade her own mind, whispering and prodding at any form of weakness that may be present. An image of the mask manifested itself in her mind as well. It started off as a slow chant, and then got louder and louder until it was screaming at her. The whole experience had only lasted around a minute, and by the end of it, she was holding her temples and near screaming in panic. Sweat was dripping down her cheek. What is that thing? Naruto pushed the mask back up again. It wanted to give you a taste, it likes its games, Naruto said, shrugging casually, as if nothing had happened. Ino fell to her feet, a bewildered look upon her face. She felt numb and empty. Naruto was playing again, like he knew that with one quick moment he took all the fight out of Ino's system. The bewildered girl shook her head to clear it, but she still felt numb. She sat back down next to Naruto. Another rumbling occurred right as she did so. Shintenshin no jutsu? No. Bad idea. I can't use it on Naruto when that thing is clearly affecting him. It almost broke me just by looking at me. What would happen if I went in there? So, that's it, she said softly. I think I realize it now. The rumblings were getting more and more frequent, but Ino's fear of death did not rise any higher. Naruto was right in a way, the situation from up here was almost beautiful. Now what do we do? Ino grumbled miserably. Naruto was one of the most resolute people she knew, even when she disliked him back at the academy. She once thought that breaking his spirit was impossible. You can sit here and watch the fireworks with me, but that's up to you. As for me, well, there isn't really anything else for me to do, he responded, and Ino felt dissatisfied with that answer. 2 hours from now, he muttered, and another rumbling occurred as if signifying the time left. Naruto was done talking at that point, and any words Ino wanted to say died on her lips. They merely sat in awkward silence for another hour. Some would say that they were simply enjoying each other's company, but Ino knew better. There wasn't that much tension in the air when the two people were having fun. With just over an hour left, Naruto finally spoke again. Did you know that today was my birthday? He said. I did, Ino said tentatively. Sorry, we know you don't like your birthdays, but Shikamaru figured it out. I never liked my birthdays, they were always the final day of the festival. Every year, I would hole myself up in my apartment and wait for October 11th to come. The last few years weren't as bad as earlier ones though. I was honestly hoping that this would be the first birthday I would enjoy. The moon was just about to touch down upon them, merely an hour away from impact. It blotted out the sky completely, but sounds were still abound down in the village. Some of the villagers were setting up something on a few raised platforms, and from their distance they looked like cannons. A minute later, and a large crackle filled the air, separate from the recurrent rumblings from the moon. A red rocketing streak burst into the sky, stopping just inches before the very edge of the moon. The firework burst, letting loose streams of red and yellow color. Another one followed in a different pattern and colors, and then more. One by one, the fireworks lit up the sky as the villagers of Konoha tried to forget all their troubles. Maybe it still will be, Ino whispered. As the fireworks burst before their eyes as the final hour began to wind down, Ino roughly grabbed Naruto's yukata and smashed her lips against his, sensing a pulse course through Naruto for the first time. Sparks flew as Naruto sat in shock as the girl very passionately kissed him, even as he himself deepened it. Ino's mind herself wasn't racing like Naruto's, though she would admit this was a very enjoyable experience. Just weeks ago, she hoped this situation would have been with Sasuke, in much happier circumstances. Life worked in funny ways, however, especially when she carefully calculated what to do next, while Naruto was still stuck within the heat of the moment. It was now or never. Clang! She had hidden a kunai within her sleeve, waiting for the right moment to strike as she had wrapped her right arm around Naruto's shoulders during the kiss. One strike to the jugular would have ended it. Naruto wouldn't have felt a thing, died happy, and the village would have been saved, hopefully. Instead, Naruto reacted the moment she was about to pull the kunai from her sleeve. He broke the kiss and grabbed her wrist with a superhuman speed, the kunai falling out and clattering to the floor. Another rumbling, and Ino looked at Naruto's face. There was no anger or betrayal, just disappointment. It took her a second longer to realize that the one he was disappointed in wasn't her. It was so close. It was beautiful too, he sighed. With that, he kicked Ino in the stomach, knocking the wind out of her as he bounded to his feet. The girl recovered about as well as she could, glaring at Naruto as he smiled sadly. It's screaming at me now. It probably won't allow another close call like that, though I'm starting to believe it would only be inconvenienced if I died. Naruto said casually. I guess I tried to humor myself and you. It was surprisingly silent, I don't know what else to say. Everything is just a big game to it, you know. But it's a game with one specific rule, it always gets its way. Break its toy, and it will lash out. A toy? Did you just call yourself a toy? Ino asked in horror. Naruto smiled at her sadly, giving the answer she had dreaded to her. During the entire ordeal, there was a shamefully large part of her that was relieved, telling her that Naruto wasn't the one directly responsible for all this destruction. Yet, that shamefully large part of her was overridden when she realized just how dangerous Naruto truly was now, especially when he put his hand up to grasp the side of the mask hanging over his head. Ino watched in horror as he pulled the mask down and over his eyes, covering up his face completely. He tilted his head at an odd angle, and the orange orbs of Majora's mask began glowing with life. Ino gulped. He was radiating an intense power, something that remarkably wasn't chakra, and here she was to face him all alone. She would have to do, until backup arrived. She just hoped it didn't take that long. Under an hour remained before the end of Konoha, and Ino was staring down the masked Naruto alone. Her plan had failed, to both save the village and put Naruto out of his misery. In a straight fight, who knew how she would do? She pulled a kunai out of her pouch and readied it, feeling that it was now or never. Naruto only regarded her with the mask's glowing orange eyes, tilting his head as it cracked at an unnatural angle. The boy flexed, cackling in a high-pitched voice. He stood on his tiptoes, his arms flying loose eagle spread before he pushed off of the ground. Unchained by gravity, he levitated higher in air, hanging out roughly 20 feet above the ground. The moon was flanking him in the background. What the hell? Ino asked. This wasn't a genjutsu, but apparently the mask was powerful enough to give Naruto the ability to float in midair. Naruto crossed his arms, hovering there for just a moment before he reached behind the mask with his left hand. He uncoiled his signature weapon contained behind the mask, the pulsating red tendril that doubled as a whip. He whipped it forward, charging the air with electricity. Ino cringed, disgusted by the display. She wouldn't have time to dwell on it though, because Naruto was done contemplating her, and he was done accommodating her. He had given into the mask, and the more he used it, the more he would come to be under its control. He's not human anymore, Ino whispered, a tear dripping down her cheek. She had no other strategy than to wait for backup, though waiting for anything in this situation still would lead to death. She was powerless to react when Naruto thrust his whip out, wrapping it around her wrist as he did with Mizuki. She screamed in agony as she felt a surge of electricity get pumped into her system, numbing her brain and muscles as Naruto swung her with an intense amount of brute force. The rock face of the mountain was rapidly encroaching, and in her daze and pain she managed to grip tightly the tendril that was wrapped tightly around her wrist with her free hand. Just before she hit the ground, she managed to untie herself by pulling at it, but the thing gave her another nasty jolt of electricity as she did so. Shaking it off in a split second, she moved, using leverage to bounce off a rock wall as another tendril whipped across it in a follow-up. If I can hold out, Shikamaru and Niji should be able to find us. I just hope they make it in time, she thought, her mind on the rapidly approaching moon. Hee. Let's play a game. It's called, Guess the Number of Pieces of Flesh on the Ground. Naruto put his hands into a seal. Futon, Daitapa. Naruto opened up his palm, facing it upwards as a strong gust of wind blew in the direction of Ino, much stronger than the basic Futon, Daitapa. What? Since when does he know any Futon jutsu? Ino screamed, the wind slicing into her arms as she brought them up to protect her face. The gust also lifted her up off the ground and blew her back. I'm no match for him. Not at all. As she was about to hit the rock behind her, she was suddenly face to face with the glowing, emotionless eyes of Majora's Mask, and she grimaced. With that thing on his face, Naruto's feelings were entirely unreadable. She could barely even recognize it as Naruto. His hand flashed out and grasped her neck, forcing her to let out a wheeze from the sudden lack of air. He pushed her roughly into the rock wall, Naruto cackling before her. Ino almost screamed when more tendrils emerged from underneath Naruto's mask, fanning out like a pinwheel and crawling all over Naruto's upper body. They crossed over his blonde hair, which was the only part of his head visible with the mask on, and ran down his neck. Others fell down from the front and curled around his masked face. You know the feeling of tentacles sliding underneath your eyes? Naruto asked, both his own and another voice overlapping to form an echo of a much higher voice than Naruto's own. The tendrils snaked down Naruto's shoulder, curling around his right arm before ending at his hand. He put his hand up to her face, the tendril just inches away from digging into the eye socket of the trembling girl. As a shadow fell over him, Naruto suddenly found himself unable to move, the tendril halting in place before it could plunge into Ino's eye. Naruto growled when his game was interrupted, and although no one could see it, he was rolling his eyes underneath the mask. Hakurokuji Yanshu. Naruto didn't flinch when a long-haired genin leapt into the fray, and began thrusting his palms into the various pressure points on his body. Naruto's body almost caved underneath the barrage, and the only thing that kept him from moving in recoil was the Kage mane that forced him in place. Who the fuck are you? Naruto asked, as Neji regarded him with a cool stare. After noticing Neji, the boy turned his mask face to see Shikamaru coming out of hiding, the clear source of the Kage mane. Well, I must say I'm surprised. Shikamaru said, a frown set deep on his face. I didn't expect this. What do you think you're doing, Naruto? He asked, suddenly very uneasy around his teammate. Naruto? This is the dropout that went missing a day ago? That mask he is wearing, and what he was doing to her. Neji flashed his pale eyes at the Ino, who collapsed to the ground in a fit of panicked breathing. There is something very wrong about what is going on. He. Ikiajui. Ino, are you alright? Shikamaru said, rushing over to Ino while Neji stared down Naruto. Ino coughed a few times, saliva flying from her mouth as she choked. It was him the entire time. It was him the whole time? Ino screamed herself hoarse. It's so unfair? She said the last part with barely a whisper. That thing, she muttered, before collapsing into the ground. Shikamaru rustled her shoulders, clearly trying to help the girl get a hold of yourself. Wag. Shikamaru found himself suddenly unable to control his own body. Before him, Naruto was pushing back on the shadow imitation technique with pure brute force. Impossible. There's no way he should be able to move. Underneath the Kage mane no jutsu and with all of his tenketsu sealed, he should be practically paralyzed. He. Naruto continued to cackle unnervingly, dispelling the shadow with ease and walking as if his tenketsu were not sealed. The Juken was useless against him. Shikamaru and, whatever your name is? You two want to join in the hee fun? You've got 30 minutes before everything is consumed. Naruto, what are you wearing? And what happened to your voice? Shikamaru asked warily. Naruto tilted his head at the question, tendrils crawling out from underneath the mask. It's not a ninja technique, it's probably not even of this world. Ino muttered. It doesn't matter. Neji said bluntly. This is a threat to the village that we all thought we were prepared to deal with. If defeating him now can restore order to the village, you should know what must be done. Are we ready to play? Naruto asked in a painfully faux innocent voice. The shadow stretched thinner until Shikamaru was forced to call off the jutsu. Neji was in his typical Juken stance, but Naruto wasn't there to play by their rules and enter a taijutsu fight. He rose from the ground again, hovering in midair nearly 20 feet above the rock face. He crossed his arms again, pointing a finger directly upward at the moon. A few seconds later, he reared his head back and screamed, a high-pitched shriek that should have been impossible to create using human vocal cords. A purple wave of energy wafted off him as he roared, which even seemed to resonate with the moon. What the hell? Shikamaru cursed. 1 second later, and Naruto's head snapped to the side, cracking his neck in the process. While such a thing should have normally killed him or left him paralyzed, the only thing that occurred were the soulless eyes of the mask glowing brighter. The mask was throbbing and pulsating so hard that steam was rising off it, and it shook like it had a life of its own. Naruto's right hand beat his chest like a drum, a perverted war cry in response to the mask's actions. The mask began to grow outward, the spikes expanding outward like they had just grown extra limbs. Several tendrils wrapped around Naruto's neck, with the rest flowing down his shoulders to end at his elbows. It gave off the appearance of a vaguely purple and red armor that began at Naruto's face and covered his shoulder blades and biceps. What the hell is going on? The more we see, the more confusing it gets, Shikamaru said, as another rumbling shook the village in its place. The genin could see that many of the villagers remained, though their spirit was beginning to break. They weren't trying to mask their pain by partying anymore. They had all gathered into one group, staring into the sky. Poor things, hee. The great thing about the game is that once it's over, you no longer have to see those sad faces. Naruto cackled, sparing a glance down at the village. They won't join us in our little game up here, so they means they'll die when the moon finally crashes into the village. But you three, allow me to show you what I like to call a game changer, Naruto said, in a voice that distinctly sounded like something he'd say. Naruto began to concentrate, his body spasming as he focused. Shikamaru seemed to notice what he was doing and reacted accordingly. Neji was close to useless in this fight, his capabilities barely including any aerial or long-ranged combat. Shikamaru lobbed a kunai at Naruto, who caught it on his finger, removing the explosive note with one fell swoop and crumpling it before it exploded. In any other situation, he would have been slightly concerned about his shadow. In the air, however, twin streams of heat ran from the mask's orange orbs, converging into one floating ball just inches ahead of Naruto's face. It made a strange noise as it occurred, almost like a loud explosion of air into bellows. Scatter. He's doing something, Shikamaru ordered, but at that moment, Naruto released all the energy that he had been building up. The beam of red heat burst forward, cutting a line into the cliff face as it homed in on its target. Neji was the closest, but the quick genin's agility and taijutsu training made him light on his feet, and he avoided the first strike of the laser. The beam was persistent though, and had a lot of energy packed into it. Naruto was able to hold that stream for longer than any of the genin expected. Ino, watch it, Shikamaru shouted. The beam stopped pursuing Neji and switched over to Ino at the drop of a hat. Shikamaru grit his teeth, fearing that he wouldn't make it in time as he used the Kage main. Ino flinched and gasped as the shadow linked her movements and Shikamaru's, and her teammate wasted no time in moving and jumping to avoid the beam. However, a part of it grazed Ino's right ankle, searing a line into it as her foot was nearly sliced clean off. She would have collapsed to the ground if Shikamaru's shadow hadn't been holding her, but being forced to stand up on an injury never helped. Ino! Shikamaru shouted, releasing the hold with the Kage main and allowing Ino to flop to the ground, clutching her right foot. I wonder where the old man is during all of this. Did it ever occur to any of you to tell him the information? If he were here, then maybe you'd have a chance of at least beating me. That's where you're wrong. I have already sent out a messenger hawk explaining the situation as best as I can, but the Hokage has a duty to the village, first and foremost. We have to be prepared to fight without him. That's rich? Shikamaru thought to himself after thinking that. The village is minutes away from being devastated, and here we are. The genin attack force ready to save the village while the superiors focus on bureaucracy and fighting the other villages. My dad told me that the Tsuchikage himself is leading the charge. The other villages aren't playing. Hokage-sama already left for the front lines hours ago, he thought. Shikamaru, I'm fine, Ino said, as the pineapple-haired genin fussed over her. She tried to rise, but with a nearly useless foot, it wasn't happening. And there were only 15 minutes left before the end. Tired of this game, he, Naruto said, as he cracked his whip. And there was the same unpredictability that was puzzling Shikamaru. Naruto had been shifting between lucid and deranged for some time now. Just seconds ago, he had spouted decent tactical knowledge about their situation. Now, he was babbling again. The being, it's practically possessing him. Ino wheezed. It's insane, but perhaps it's using a human's rational human mind to further its own power. That's the only thing I can come up with. There seems to be a blending of two personalities here, but neither one is like the Naruto we know. Ah! What the? Shikamaru shouted, suddenly finding that Naruto had cracked his whip with a speed Shikamaru didn't know was humanly possible. The whip wrapped around his ankle in a similar way to which happened to Ino, and he was hoisted into the air as well. Unlike Ino, Naruto didn't opt to send him crashing into the rock face. Instead, the masked boy pulled him up to his position, before unraveling the bit around his ankle and delivering a flurry of punches to the genin. He finished it off with a devastating kick to the ribs, before dropping the other genin. Shikamaru hit the ground with a thud, the aerial battle having neutralized his main method of attack. He keeps hanging up in the air. We didn't expect him to be able to levitate, but Shikamaru and Niji are most effective when they're on the ground. This isn't good, Ino thought, still clutching her wounded leg. Jukin. With Shikamaru down, Niji took it upon himself to go on the offensive. He performed some agile acrobatics in mid-air, almost like he was dancing, with a flurry of Jukin palm strikes to go along with it. Naruto gave an inhuman click as the palm thrust met with several vital organs on his body. Niji wasn't going for the chakra holes anymore, he was trying to deal damage to vital organs. Naruto's heart, lungs, and stomach were all damaged from the palm thrusts. His body jerked and moved around like a ragdoll from the recoil of Niji's thrusts. Hiya! Niji roared, rearing back for a devastating Jukin thrust. Naruto shrieked when the fingers made impact with his heart once more, a move that should have easily killed him. His body stopped jerking and spasming, while Niji landed with a graceful knee, his Byakugan deactivating. Naruto had gone limp in mid-air, his arms flopping forward as he fell to the ground in a heap. Shikamaru joined Niji alongside Ino, whom he was supporting with a shoulder. Is it over? Shikamaru asked. Ha, 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 nah, ha, nah. Naruto's arm shot forward, thumping the ground like clockwork as Naruto rose from the puddle of blood that had formed. He slumped forward like a zombie, his head and neck slumping forward. The mask was still spread over his neck and upper chest. Game dash. Impossible, although I could not use the Hakurokuji Yanshu, I hit enough Tenketsu for walking to be very difficult. He should not be standing up under his own power. Yeah, well, that thing on his face isn't exactly normal, Shikamaru said, wincing as he struggled to bring himself to his feet. Naruto stalked toward the three of them, walking as though none of his Tenketsu were closed. His whip was still firmly grasped in his hand, but he didn't even seem to think to use it. You're supposed to just let me hurt you. That's the point of the game, Naruto said. He sounded angry, like a petulant child who was not getting their way. Don't come any closer. I'm warning you, Naruto. Stop all this now, and we can go back to the way things were. No response. A shadow fell over him. It was overlooked. Niji grunted and hefted 3 kunai in Naruto's direction. The first one bounced off his plating, but the other 2 embedded into other parts of his torso. 2 kunai became 5, and then 9, 13, and finally 18. Blades poked out of Naruto like thorns, all the kunai thrown between Shikamaru and Niji. His right leg was hit the hardest, to the point where it had become limp. Yet Naruto continued on, his right leg dragging behind him. The same lumbering gait. I told you he wasn't human anymore. We know. Why do you think we've been trying to slow him down any way we can? Naruto's response was to only crack his whip. The only thing Kage Main was doing was ever so slightly restricting Naruto's movement. He took a step forward. Hakurokuji Yanshu. Unwittingly, or perhaps without a care in the world, Naruto had left himself open for Niji's strongest Jukin attack. The long-haired genin flashed forward, arms rotating with enough speed to create 64 palm thrusts in a matter of seconds. At least, it would have if Naruto hadn't stuck out his plated shoulder and caught Niji's first strike. He grabbed Niji's wrist, which would have been a fool's errand had he been his normal self. But under the influence of Majora's Mask, it was clear he was able to overpower and outspeed any genin alive, and he squeezed, nearly breaking Niji's wrist. Somehow, Naruto had downed this all, when before he was moving with the same consistency of a zombie. It was finally then that Naruto tilted his head upward, and produced the loudest scream the genin had ever heard. Crack! A series of cracks and pops resounded throughout the air. The purple material on the mask began to tear and open, directly around where the mask's mouth would have been. The mask began to flow with a sickly blood-red color, and the cracking and popping subsided until a bubbling noise came from within the mask. And then, it swelled, becoming bigger, and bigger, and bigger. The orange eyes engorged, becoming bigger than a human's head on the backdrop of mask. Shikamaru and Ino stood with open mouths as the mask leaned over Niji, as if Naruto couldn't stand the weight of the giant mask. A silhouette of Naruto's head could be seen beneath it all, completely dwarfed by the mask. The tear in the mask's mouth opened, threads coming loose as the inside revealed jagged, burgundy spines for teeth. While the mask did its own work, Naruto was still holding Niji's wrist, but the impression that one would get was that Naruto was now headless, the engorged mask sitting directly atop his neck. Kuiwii. Naruto and the mask leaned forward, and in a long drawn-out process, the giant mask bit Niji's head and shoulders clean off, going down all the way to the top of his torso. A fountain of blood erupted as the mask spit out the mangled top half of what was Hyuga Niji, laughing its disturbed cackle that was still mixed with Naruto's. Hee hee. Niji. Damn it. Shikamaru cussed, not for a second overlooking that Naruto had done that all while under his own shadow. And with one of their number down. Like clockwork, the world shook once more. 10 minutes, Shikamaru. Ino shouted. A loud scrapping noise brought the genin out of their reverie. Some of the moon had impacted the rock outcropping, whittling it away into nothing as the moon kept going. God damn it. We need more time. 10 fucking minutes, and Niji has been killed. Even if we somehow beat Naruto, it doesn't mean that the moon will stop. How can we possibly destroy something like that? Shikamaru cursed. At that point, Ino did something that surprised Shikamaru. Naruto. I know you're in there. You have to fight this. Look at what you're doing. If you don't, you, me, Shikamaru, and everyone else you care about is going to die. That can't be what you want? Ino shouted from her position. Naruto titled his head. Then, like what she was saying was a big comedy, he laughed. Loudly and raucously, placing his hands over his stomach as he leaned back. No good, huh? Ino told herself. Ino, what are you doing? Shikamaru asked, while throwing shifty eyes over at their downed comrade. There wasn't anything to say that Naruto would stop attacking him, though he may have thought that they were all going to be dead in 10 minutes anyway. All I can think of. Don't you think that our teammate is still in there somewhere? I know it may not seem like it, but we have to try to appeal to whatever control he has left. Ugh. Shikamaru grunted, as Naruto had finally forced him to throw off the Kage-main. He stalked toward the two of them, slowly but painfully, until his shadow was directly over them. He. The moon was hanging directly over their heads. Naruto couldn't even take to the air anymore without hitting his head against the lunar surface. Ino was getting uncomfortable. You could not even catch a glimpse of Naruto's face, just that ugly monstrosity staring back at them. Ino tried to stand up, bumbling on her wounded leg as Shikamaru sputtered and protested at her clumsy movements. She put her hands into a familiar, yet unique seal. Oi. You're going to dash? Shintenshin no Jutsu. Ino had had several ideas as to what would happen once she used her Shintenshin no Jutsu on Naruto. She wasn't naive enough to think that this would go down like a normal mind transfer. There was something alien at stake here, but if she could get control of Naruto's body, then maybe he could be stopped. Other than those vague hopes, she had imagined something horrible would happen when she transferred in, but nothing had. Yet, blacking out wasn't characteristic of a mind transfer, unless one considered leaving their body to go limb as blacking out. That was what happened to her own consciousness for a few seconds, but when she woke up she wasn't in what usually looked like a mind. It may have the same aesthetic appeal of a person's mind, but usually a visual representation of their brain would be visible. Such wasn't the case here, and she had never been in one that resembled a sewer. The water was a strange mixture of dull yellow with a very small hint of red mixed in for good measure. It was thicker and more viscous than regular water, but not to the point where it was syrupy. The sewer turned a corner some feet away, and as she was walking toward it, a noise like rocks falling made her jump slightly as it came from around the corner. Her hand reached toward her kunai pouch, but she halted and scolded herself. Doing that wouldn't help while she was in someone else's mind, she thought. Ino? An eerie voice echoed across the walls, as if being carried upon by the wind. Against her better judgment, she rounded the corner, heeding after the voice. Maybe she would find the gateway to the mine through it. Her eyes panned upward, and she took a slight step back when she saw that there was a door near the end of the hallway, and in front of it. Naruto was kneeling, facing her. He wasn't wearing the mask. Naruto? Ino asked incredulously. This was his mind after all, but the person in question never appeared when under the influence of the Shintenshin no Jutsu. Good job, Naruto said, without a hint of sarcasm in his voice. It also didn't have the strange trill that accompanied it while he was wearing the mask in the outside world. Good job? What do you mean? What's going on? You were attacking everybody out there. You killed one of your own comrades. How can you possibly think everything is all right? Look, I don't know what happened, but we're in my mind now, right? You used your Shintenshin no Jutsu to try to stop me. That, and whatever you did got through to me. I thought I was about to give in, but... He pointed a finger at Ino as he blocked the door, wagging it lightly. When you used your jutsu, it lit some resistance in me. I found myself here, completely unaffected by that mask. But I can tell, something awful is behind this door. I can feel it, it's there, waiting for me. Can you stop the moon? Naruto sighed. I don't know. The mask. I don't think it's going to stop, but it may be directly linked to the moon. If we destroy it, it may take the moon with it. But that might not work either. And I've tried to destroy this thing before. We don't have much of a choice. The moon is just minutes away from falling on the village. Let's go, Ino said, trying to reach past Naruto. Naruto held his hand out. Ino, you don't want to go in there. I can tell because it's my mind, but there's something very, very wrong in there, and there are things that you don't know about me. Please, release the jutsu. I can handle it from here, and whatever happens to me after I've saved the village, well, I'll accept it. Naruto, look at me, she said sternly. If you think I'm just going to let you go in there and face this on your own, you're crazy. You don't have the luxury or the right to make that decision. Our village is minutes away from dying, you killed Niji, and the most either of us can do is try to slow down the thing that caused it all in the first place. Now, you and I are going to head through that door, and do whatever it is we have to do to save our village. Naruto looked frazzled, and Ino couldn't understand why. You don't know what it's like. Dealing with two motherfucking monstrosities, one of which is screaming at you all day. I've never seen what it looks like in here, but if it's anything like it is out there, you will be damaged. Ino leveled an indignant glare at him. She didn't doubt him for a second, but they had a duty to perform as ninjas of their village. Better than dying. Naruto almost looked offended, but he bit his lip as the two quarreled. Under normal circumstances, it could be considered a minor lover's spat, but in this situation. She passed him by with no further resistance, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. I know you didn't want to do this, but dealing with mental trauma for the rest of my life is something I'm willing to risk if we even have the smallest chance of saving the village. Strength in numbers, we should know through this together. Naruto's face was downcast, and his shoulders slumped. The creak of the door as Ino opened it didn't startle him, but he held his head up high with a resolute look on his face. All right, he said with resignation. The two of them walked into the darkness together. Chapter 19, The World on His Shoulders. First-person POV, Naruto. I hear the voices around me, clearer than ever. I have heard them ever I put on that mask on, but only over the last 3 days have I become such a slave to it. I can't explain it. My mind is reeling. I take pleasure in the actions I do while wearing the mask, but I seem to have many moments of clarity, where I can feel the weight of what I'm doing. Heh, listen to me get like this. How the hell have I changed so much? The things I've done have influenced me in so many ways. I've learned more and gained more life experience in 1 month than I have at 5 years in the academy. There it was again. For the last few minutes, I have not felt another presence in my mind controlling me. Just the voices, without any sort of influence. Here, I was at peace. I wasn't atop of the Hokage monument, fighting my friends and comrades over the moon's collision course. This couldn't last, however. What is all this? A voice beside me said. I turned to look at my comrade. Ino had used her patented ninpu, Shintenshin no Jutsu in an attempt to stop me. A couple weeks ago, she had told me all about how the Yamanaka clan and their mind-based jutsu. Whatever happened when she used on me awoke my old self, at least here in my mind. The mask is making me do some terrible things, but none were worse than the moon. It takes a sick pleasure in tormenting people, like a kid slowly frying an ant with a magnifying glass. It gave them 3 days as a sort of grace period, and here we are almost at midnight on October 10th, my birthday. Exactly 3 days after I set the moon upon Konoha. Things were looking grim, for both me and the world, but it seemed that as the clock was about to strike midnight, I was pulled from the battle to a place that I had never seen before. Good vessel. Hee-hee-hee-hee-hee. It was like a dimly lit sewer. Water went up to my ankles as I noticed the twisting yellow pipes. But with the arrival of Ino, I instantly knew that I was in my own mind, the place where the mask itself was probably hiding. The voices and giggling were no less disturbing, and I was compelled to follow them down the hall. If this were heaven, it wasn't a paradise, but it was preferable to the chaos in Konoha. My mind drifted as Ino and I sloshed through the water, the high-pitched voice getting closer and closer as we entered a large chamber, cut off from the rest of the hallway. It wasn't as I expected. A large wrought iron cage was at the very edge of the room, with a piece of paper with the word seal written across it. Even I could see the evil chakra behind it, but that wasn't my main concern. There was an even darker, more sinister presence that was layered upon the already sinister chakra. When the red chakra started glowing from behind the seal and a face stared back at me, I knew that I wasn't in paradise. An enormous vulpine face was staring back at me, but it wasn't smiling. In fact, it looked pained. It was angry, but it was like it was suffering at the same time as well. That was odd, because I figured out that what was behind the seal was none other than the great Kyuubi no Yuko. What the hell? Ino spluttered, taking a step back. I could tell from the Kyuubi's presence that she wanted nothing more than to run away. Run and never remember this place. She expected the mask, maybe. I'm positive she did not expect the Kyuubi, and that was a thing we were bound to run into while we were here, mask or no mask. Remember when I told you that I had to deal with 2 motherfucking monstrosities? I said, trying to lighten the situation at least somewhat. From that point, her attention turned from the Kyuubi to me, though she kept making shifty eyes at the fox in the cage. That's the Kyuubi. The beast that almost destroyed our village 12 years ago. What in the hell is it doing here? Ino said, her voice rising a few octaves. I would love to recount the story of how this happened, but long story short, when I was born, the Kyuubi attacked and the yondaime sealed it in me, so that's why it's here. Kyuubi growled at us, but it was a weaker growl than I expected. Nevertheless, it didn't seem like he enjoyed Ino's presence here. Ino just kept rotating her head between Kyuubi and me, never once losing that look of slightly scared surprise. He is, why you are, this is, wah. Ino spluttered out, the confusion upon the revelation a little too much for her. She held her head in her hands, shaking her head while muttering things to herself. Now I realize why the villagers hated you so much. They know, but all the kids in the village don't. This is unbelievable. Are there any more monsters you're keeping in your body? She told me. Fear still coated her voice, but there was a hint of irritation in it now. I was about to answer her, but the Kyuubi was getting tired of our conversation. "'Kay kid, see come closer." The Kyuubi's voice told me, surprisingly weak and fragile. I had been expecting deep and menacing, but oddly enough the pitch seemed off. I took a step closer, as it was clear he was talking to me. Nothing happened. I expected the fox to be angry with me, but it just stared. And then it hit me. He wanted me to get closer so I could view him in full. "And Naruto, what are you doing? Get away from that thing." Ino seemed to be far more scared of the fox than I was, and that was understandable. Nevertheless, I was intrigued as to what the Kyuubi wanted to show me. I nearly jumped when my leg brushed up against something slimy and pulsating. I was right when I felt that there was something extremely wrong with the fox, when I looked upon it with my own two eyes. What my leg had brushed up against was a tendril. It was enormous. Colored in a deep red and as thick as a vine, it routinely pulsated every few seconds, making a repulsive squashing noise as it excreted a bright purple liquid. My eyes followed the tendril as it turned into a massive undergrowth of tendrils interlocking each other. The one I had brushed against was a straggler that had grown out of the cage. The interlocking undergrowth of tendrils went into the Kyuubi's cage, wrapping around the fox's entire body like a spiderweb. They seemed to concentrate in the area around its face, several tendrils burrowing into the flesh and taking root in a vast interweb of vine-like tendrils. The other parts of the fox's body seemed to be suffering the same fate. Look at me. At what you've done to me. You've allowed that." He trailed off, the interweb of tendrils covering more of his body. I could see the sadness in his eyes, but he looked to be gesturing me to take a step closer, into the cage. Against my better judgment, I listened. My sandals squelched against the ground, as I realized with horror that I wasn't walking through water anymore. The fox had not attacked me, but I could feel the cold, slimy feel of a spongy material underneath my feet. They were the same disgusting tendrils that were covering the fox, that had spread down the side of his body and fanning out across the floor and up the walls. I hugged the wall, screaming in alarm as I tried to shake the feeling of the tentacles. I don't know why I did, their presence was all too familiar to me now. "Naruto." Ino's voice rang in my head as she called for me from the safety of outside the cage. Well, you're in the cage now, but it's not me you should be staring at. Go ahead to the back, I into the darkness. See what you've allowed into your mind." The fox outright roared that last part at me. It was then that I noticed the intensely thick growth of tendrils that appeared to be the root. The branches near the Kyuubi's head were relatively thin, but both they and the ones along the ground connected to a much thicker cord of tendrils that ran into the deep darkness in the back of the cage. "Naruto, don't listen to it. Something's fishy about this." "I know it." Ino shouted at me from somewhere. I turned back to her. She had said we were going to crush the mask together, but she didn't even want to step into the cage now. "Silence, you whore of a Yamanaka." Kyuubi raised his arm and slammed it against the cage, knocking Ino and me on our butts. Some of the fox's red chakra flowed out of the cage, wrapping around Ino like a sheath. Yet the chakra seemed dull, not particularly powerful. Yet for a genin like Ino, it was more than enough for her mind to nearly crack from being its presence. "Ino!" I shouted, glaring up at the fox. Why was he intervening like this? The chakra had engulfed Ino completely, and she began choking and wheezing. She collapsed onto the ground, and then, she faded out of existence like a ghost. "Bastard, what the hell did you do that for?" I asked up at the fox, just now realizing I was still in the cage. Surprisingly, the fox didn't even glare at me, showing none of the anger he had reserved for Ino. "An intruder, she has no place in your mind. What is to be seen is for you, and you alone." I continued to level a glare at him. From the looks of it though, he had only thrown Ino out of my mind with that last attack, and he still was not the main problem. "Go on," the fox urged. Though I shouldn't have, I listened to the fox and slowly edged into the deeper part of the cage, my own breath being the only thing to sate my fear and apprehension. The cord of tendrils only got thicker as went, and the environment became moister and warmer. For some strange reason, I could see in front of me, like a light was being cast as I went. In the back of the cage was a core, at least, that was the only way I could describe. It was clearly made of the same tendrils that were all over the place, as they all ran into a gigantic mass of red rooted into the walls at the very back. Jai-wee. I should have been surprised by the high-pitched shriek emanating from within the core, but I wasn't. It was the same thing I've been hearing for weeks now, just another part of its insane gibberish. Maybe I caught it in one of its lucid moments, though. It never seemed to decide whether it wanted to be insane or calculating. The clump of red was pulsating like it was a giant heart, and the tendrils running up the walls from where it was rooted reminded me of arteries. It spoke to me in mostly gibberish, but it had a plan that was unlike anything an insane lunatic would do. It was calculating, but at the same time there was no reason to it. There was no reason to any of it. The tendrils made another squelching sound as they parted down the middle, and an interesting bobble rose from within the depths of the core. That purple color, those spines, and the eyes. I knew what it was, and I knew what I must do. This was my mind. The only place where I could even dream of resisting this thing. I reached into my kunai pouch, pulled out 8 shuriken, and launched them at the resting mass of tendrils. They bounced off harmlessly, and the thing reacted immediately. Tendril after tendril lurched off from the main core, carrying the mask with it as it took on its own form, still attaching to the pulsating mass. It took on human characteristics, arms and legs, and the mask itself wasn't its head. It was its torso. Its own head had grown out of the mask to form a demonic, horned visage. Think. I thought, instinctively pulling out the mask of my deceased temporary sensei. Without even thinking, I pulled it onto my face, the magic mask fusing to my skin and muscles. My bones cracked and shifted and I screamed as I took on Asuma-sensei's visage. When it was done, I felt bigger and stronger, and when I looked at my hands, I saw the tan and rough hands of Asuma-sensei, not mine. The mask was finished forming its own body separate from the core. It was yelling and shrieking, just like it always did, and it put its clawed hand to its mouth and pulled a thin tendril from its body, a whip. With a quick thrust, the new body detached itself from the tendrils binding it to its core, swinging its whip wildly in my direction. I pulled Asuma-sensei's chakra blades from my pouch, his experience and memory instantly telling me what to do. The demon performed a small flourish with its whips, as if beckoning me. My knuckles were turning white from gripping the blades too hard, but when I moved, it was with a speed and vigor that I could never imagine. An adult's body, and a jounin at that. Physically, it was far beyond anything I had ever experienced. I was upon the monster in an instant, but the being was ready for me. Despite my jounin-level speed, this incarnation of Majora's Mask was faster, and tremendously powerful with that whip. The being tackled me to the ground, whooping and crying. Its entire body was made of tendrils, from the torso to the arms and legs. The only thing that wasn't were the bone-like red horns on its head, and the teeth in its gaping mouth. How it had formed those when its body was just a mass of tendrils was beyond me. The larger creature leaned over me as I hit the ground, wrapping a slimy hand around my throat. I winced as it opened its mouth, breathing its rancid breath deeply onto me. I stared into its eyes. They were unblinking indents. It made me wonder if they even were eyes, or if they were just like buttons on a doll. Whatever the case, I couldn't tell if it was looking at me or not. I chewed up the ember in my mouth and spat it at the being, using a quick Keton jutsu to ignite the flame. Majora shrieked and put its hands to its face as it was engulfed, and I used my leverage to pull myself off the ground and slash at it with my chakra blades. I wanted to cut this thing to ribbons so badly it almost hurt, but the being was covered in what acted as heavy armor. One of my blades finally got through on the 4th try, and it took all my strength to slash through its shoulder. I moved back, dancing along the water. Despite my Keton jutsu and my flurry of slashes, the mask only looked slightly worse for wear when it was all said and done. My hands flashed through some seals. Futon, Daitapa. The one jutsu that both Asuma-sensei and I could use was stronger with the amount of power and experience that Asuma-sensei had gained. The chamber erupted with the torrent of wind. Several of the tendrils were peeled off the wall, and even Majora was pushed back slightly by the gust of the wind. As the monster was nearing the wall, I rattled off one of my chakra blades with all the strength I could muster. The blade went right through the left arm of the mutated mask, and I wasted no time in rushing it. With my other blade, I tried to close the gap and finish it before it had a chance to retaliate. I didn't get far. The mask ripped itself out of the wall and my wrist was grabbed with a blinding speed before I could cut the creature before me to ribbons. Even my enhanced jounin strength didn't help me there. Majora could have killed me right there, but it didn't. It only stared at me with those gaping holes it had for eyes. I felt something slimy wrap around my ankles, before it worked its way up my legs. The creature reached a scaly hand forward, forcing its palm onto my face as its fingers dug into my flesh. Unlike the tendrils, its hand was cold and almost metallic. With a power I couldn't understand, it pulled. It felt like I was getting my face ripped off. I wanted to cry out in pain, but a tendril had wrapped around my mouth and prevented me from doing so. My entire body was constricted by the tendrils, which were originating from the core itself. A second later, and it had removed the mask from my face, discarding the bauble as I reverted back to my own body. I wasn't as strong as Asuma-sensei, I would have even less strength to resist now. I tried to move my hands, my legs, anything. But they wouldn't budge. The tendrils were surrounding all my limbs as well. Half my body was the slimy throbbing red tendrils, and before long I may have been consumed completely. They stood me up, rooting me in place as my arms spread out. Maybe I would have been mistaken as a tree by someone who wasn't paying attention. For some reason, my eyes and ears were left uncovered. Majora put a finger to my chin, growling at me. If it were possible for it to smile, I think it would have been. Instead, it merely forced me to look at it, as I was not able to turn my eyes away. Your little show of resistance has gone on too long, My heart almost jumped out of my chest. The creature before me wasn't speaking, and instead the high-pitched voice came from all directions, never seemingly coming from one source. When you awaken once more, you will realize that everything you know and love will be unrecognizable. The moon. It's just about to crash. I wanted to resist it all, stop myself before everything gets destroyed. But, it's too late. I never thought that you would house such an enchanting power within you. Something about you when I first picked you just seemed extraordinary. It was fun. You are the perfect puppet? I began wondering why the mask was speaking to me in such a sane tone. It wasn't the first time. The mask seemed to change between completely insane and rational. Most of the time it was a babbling lunatic, but there was a method to its madness, and I didn't yet know what triggered these moments of rationality. Then why don't you just let me die? You're going to destroy everything, there will be nothing left after this. No, it shouted at me, before it turned into a hushed whisper, soft and almost comforting. No, you still have a purpose to serve, and you will do it as yourself, choosing to do my bidding. I wanted to scream, and I began to shake against the tendrils. The demon before me slapped me, knocking the wind out of me as well as any resistance. My body didn't move back after the blow, being restrained by the tendrils. However, my head flopped forward as I entered a dreamy, trance-like stance, and the demon lifted me up as I looked at it through half-lidded eyes. Be still and be silent. There are other worlds out there, and you have the capacity as my toy to finish the game. You will do my bidding as you travel there. I will warp you in order to do so. It told me in the lowest whisper yet. When we arrive, you will no longer be you. Your personality, your emotions, and your memories will have changed. You will form new personas, 3 of them. I felt a sense of nausea overcome me. When it is time to resume our little game in another world, your first persona will take shape. You will not remember any of our past actions, and you will not be weighed down by the heinous nature of your own existence. You will be cheerful, satisfied, the very foundation of what you used to be. But you will be easily strung along, a disaster waiting to happen within people who have no idea of what your true nature is. Most importantly, you will be living a lie, my toy. And when it finally comes time for fun, you will shed that false persona, and embrace the destructive nature in our very being. You will experience the pain of having your peaceful life ripped away from you as if you had never experienced it before. You will be an agent of destruction, and when it is done, you will be rewarded with your third persona. You will be insane by this point, and when you have fulfilled your duties, you will be rewarded with both your sanity and your memories back in full. You will spend your only moments of clarity in the wake of what you wrought. You will be yourself again, and the shame and guilt will consume you. My eyes went wide, and my muscles relaxed. Majora, in probably its greatest moment of lucidity, had just told me what its plan for me was. And now, it was clearly done talking. The reckoning, it comes. That was the last thing it said to me, and the background of the sewers began to fade. I had failed to fight off the demon inside me, and the real world was rapidly becoming more apparent, and with it, I would be underneath the mask's influence once more. End first-person POV. When Ino came to, she was back outside, and suddenly realized that she had been screaming. She had been pushed out of Naruto's mind by the Kyuubi, who she was still stunned to learn resided within Naruto. Niji's body was laying over some 10 feet away from her, and Shikamaru was still holding her shoulders. She suddenly felt a wave of claustrophobia overcome her. The moon was a mere 10 feet above their heads, having chipped off much of the mountain. It would hit the face of the mountain in 3 minutes, she estimated, and then everything would be over. Ino, are you alright? You suddenly woke up in a panic. What happened in there? Shikamaru asked. She was still shivering lightly, and she pushed herself away from Shikamaru to wrap herself in her own arms. There's a lot about Naruto we never knew. Naruto was down on the ground before them. The mask had swelled back down to his normal size, but Naruto was not moving. Instead, he was merely standing there, his head slumped forward as he shuddered lightly. Doug," he muttered, clutching his head in his hands. "Fight it. You have to fight it, Naruto. No, not like this." Ino and Shikamaru watched with bated breath, for they knew that their entire existence hinged on Naruto in these final minutes. They had already lost in a straight fight, and had no conceivable method to stop that moon. "We're out of time. God damn it." Shikamaru roared, rushing over to the edge of the mountain. Naruto let him go, his body still spasming and rankling in place. Shikamaru looked over the side of the mountain, with 2 minutes to spare. The villagers that remained had stopped celebrating the festival. They stood there in one big congregation, their expressions all blank and their bodies all rigid. As one, they were looking into the sky together. The moon began to rumble, as it hovered just a stone's throw above their heads. And then, it did something that Ino would have never imagined. The face upon the moon moved, its mouth opening ever so slightly. He. Naruto's frenzied movements had stopped, and he became the caricature that he was before, with no fight left in him. No, Ino thought. A light red mist burst forth from the open mouth of the moon, coming into contact with nothing more than Naruto. The mist pulled the possessed boy upward into the gaping maw of the moon, with the teeth clenching the moment he entered, sealing off all access. The bulbous eyes of the moon lit up with the signature orange glow of the mask. "I will consume everything." The moon spoke, as the moon drew closer and closer. 1 minute. 30 seconds. They could do nothing. 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At precisely midnight, as the calendar turned into October 11th, 2 things happened. The Kyuubi festival officially ended, and the moon pressed down onto the face of the Yondaime Hokage. Ino saw her life flash before her eyes, as the massive weight of lunar rock bore down on her. She thought about her parents, her classmates and friends. But most of all, she thought about her teammates, and how she had just turned her relationship with Naruto around. What would have happened if their lives weren't prematurely ended? How would they have grown? Ino's vision turned white as the world's time ran out, and the moon rested upon the very edge of the Yondaime's head. The moon glowed a bright white as an shockwave of force and fire erupted from the impact point, spreading out over all corners of the world. No one was safe. With solemn minds, the villagers of Konoha all held hands in togetherness as the waves of fire engulfed them. Part 2. Chapter 20, Seedling. Brown Skies. Naruto's eyes fluttered open. He had been lying on his back, and when he opened his eyes, the dust-filled sky filled his view. The winds and jet streams swirled around the kicked-up dust left in the wake, allowing it to swirl around in the atmosphere like an endless dance. Brown skies. Where am I? Shaking his head, the newly christened 12-year-old cleared the dust out of his eyes. It would have been a more pleasant surprise to wake up to blue skies and the feeling of grass underneath his back, now brown skies and dust. Brown skies and dust. Panicking, he threw himself upward, suddenly very, very awake. His memories were rushing back to him, especially the whole nightmare that had been going on for the last few weeks. From his encounter with the masked salesman, to his discovery of the evil mask itself, to it practically taking over his mind and body, to the encompassing hell that was the next few weeks after. As he threw himself to his feet, he inhaled, which turned out to be a big mistake. He hacked and coughed, trying to get the dust out of his body. His eyes watered and his nose itched, there was dust everywhere in the air. After rubbing his eyes and nose, they seemed to be getting used to the uncomfortable conditions, and Naruto was able to take in his new surroundings for the very first time. Warning bells had gone off in his head when he awoke to dust and a brown sky, but now he was able to perfectly view the damage that had been wrought in his wake. The village had been reduced to nothing. No. That was inaccurate. This wasn't about the village anymore. The destruction he had left encompassed far more than the village. Konoha was simply the epicenter. What did I do? The result had been exactly what Majora's Mask said would happen, with both him and the world. He could not feel the creature in his mind at the moment, it was like a complete blank. Oh, he remembered what it was like underneath the mask's control, sure enough. The screeching in his head, the whispers to make him do things he didn't want to do. All reaching its grand apotheosis. Absent-mindedly, Naruto began searching through the dust-filled apocalyptic world. The buildings and people had been reduced to dust. The only reason he recognized his current location as Konoha was the half-buried mountain behind him. The Hokage faces had been warped upon impact, no longer recognizable. No, Naruto didn't cry. It wasn't even on his mind. There was nothing to cry about. It had come full circle. It was such a devastating and depressing affair that the only thing Naruto felt was emptiness. So, he began wondering. Why he decided to that was unknown even to him. He wasn't going to find any survivors beyond himself, and the only reason he survived was because the mask deemed it necessary. He doubted he would even find any remains to give a proper burial. Still, he moved around the dust bowl that was the village, taking in the sight and never taking his eyes off it. He didn't deserve to look away from the scene, never. Every so often he found a petrified piece of wood or stone that had survived the impact, but those and the warped monument were the only remnants left of Konoha village. Seeing those remnants let Naruto's guilt and shame come to the forefront, so he kept wandering, taking extra care to look at all the pieces left behind in the apocalypse. "This is my fault," he whispered. He casually wondered whether this was the third persona that the mask had spoken of. He was spending the succeeding moments of the terrible act in clarity, his memories intact. Did that mean Naruto was eventually going to lose himself again, to do the mask's bidding? There are other worlds out there, and you have the capacity as my toy to finish the game. He remembered Majora's speech in full, one fragment coming to his mind as he thought of what to do next. It seemed to think that he was destined to enter one of those other worlds and do the same there, but he wasn't about to go actively looking for one while he still had his sanity. He supposed he could have been angry at his lot in life. What was the point, though? It wouldn't change anything, and he wasn't completely blameless when he allowed that thing into his life. I could have stopped this, if I had just told someone about it while there was still time. And now, it's too late? Just when his life was beginning to take a turn for the better, too. He was beginning to make some friends, had gained respect of the Jounins, and even was well on his way to getting a girl. In a few short weeks, that had all come crashing down. Oh, yeah. Ino. She would have died along with everyone else. Irika-sensei, Shikamaru, Kakashi-sensei, Hokage-ji-chan, even Sasuke. They're all dead now. I'm alone. I'm alone. Naruto spent the rest of the day wandering the ruined village, trying to accurately pinpoint the locations that meant something to him. The Hokage monument, his apartment, the Hokage tower, the training grounds, and others were at the forefront of his mind. When he got to each location, he just stood there in a dust bowl that he wasn't even certain was a specific location. He stood there, and stared. Sometimes for hours on end. To the untrained eye, it may have seemed like he was doing nothing. In reality, he was trying to remember all the times he had with each location, and the people he encountered. Both good and bad. Maybe losing himself in those memories would help absolve him of the misery somewhat. It didn't. "I'm sorry, Ino," he said while standing outside what he thought was Yamanaka flowers. He apologized sometimes too. To Ino, to the Sandaime, to Irika-sensei, to his friends. All the people he cared about. He thought about Ino the most, though. She and Shikamaru were the ones who were there during the finale, the ones who the world was riding on. The ones who had failed. Ino put so much trust in him, and he let her down. The sun was beginning to set over the horizon by the time Naruto was done, but it wasn't like he noticed. The dust in the atmosphere made little difference to whether it was night or day. Naruto idly wondered about his bodily needs around this point. Under normal circumstances, he should have needed to find a place to hole up for the night. Food was non-existent in this new world, so he should have starved to death within a week even if he survived the initial impact. Nevertheless, his appetite and need for sleep had been steadily decreasing ever since he put on Majora's mask. By the time he had cast the moon over the village, they were virtually non-existent. Even without the need to sleep and eat, he probably shouldn't have been able to live within the apocalyptic world with all the dust in the air. Majora was there to make sure that he did not die. So, with sleep completely unnecessary, Naruto left the village that night. He had seen everything he had needed to, there was no survivors within the village. He had checked thoroughly. Konoha was nothing more than a dot on the ruined landscape now. Naruto spent the next 2 months traveling throughout the ruined world. He never stopped moving in his quest, and at times he wondered why he kept going. Majora had told him that he would have a purpose, but this was a time when he couldn't sense the mask in his mind. Its presence had only come back on the 4 occasions he attempted to take his own life. He couldn't even do that, a dark voice in the back of his mind prevented him from doing so. Hai no Kuni, Mizu no Kuni, Tsuchi no Kuni, Kaminari no Kuni, Kaze no Kuni. He wandered through them all in the ongoing months, with the goal of searching. To seek for survivors, to seek for solace, to seek for reunion. The scrolls he had packed were still in his pocket in the aftermath, completely untouched by the devastation. When he wasn't lost in thought or memories, Naruto would take out his bassoon and play the only song he knew constantly. If one walked through the ruined world at night, they could sometimes see the phantom-like boy wandering around, playing his haunting melody over and over in a repeated cycle. The Song of Healing. A soothing melody that was meant to put troubles at ease. One would think that playing it could perhaps bring peace to the ruined world or to the individual who had wrought the destruction. When Naruto played it, however, it was not a soothing melody. It was like a slow, forlorn funeral march to the dead, and it brought no ease to the one playing it. Everywhere he went, he was disappointed. The rest of the world wasn't spared any less simply because they were farther away from Konoha. All the places he went had the same ruinous villages and petrified forests. Yet he kept wandering and playing that melody. When those 2 months were over, he had visited every major country on the destroyed continent, and his wanderlust brought him back to the northwestern portion of Hai no Kuni when it was all over. He knew this place. It was the general area from the joint mission that he had gone on with Asuma. The place where the tall Jounin had taught him Daitapa and the place where he had encountered that other mask. Something drew him to this place, and he couldn't tell whether it was Majora or not. Like with the other places, he wandered around the former forest for a while, until he came across something that almost made his heart stop. Standing in the middle of the Dust Bowl like a lone monument was a rotten, hollowed-out log. It was enormous, and Naruto could have easily walked into it while standing up. He had seen this before. He would have recognized it anywhere. It was the same log that he and Kakashi-sensei discovered while on their mission, completely preserved and intact from the end of the world. The hollowed log wasn't the only thing that drew his attention, however. It was the small object that rested near the left edge of the unnatural log, as if protected by some outside force. It was a tiny sapling. What? Naruto asked himself, his voice hoarse from stretching his vocal cords for the first time in months. Unlike the other chunks of wood that had been petrified, this was an upright tree, visible with the brilliant green of leaves on its tiny branches. It wasn't much, but to Naruto it was the thing he had been searching for most in the past few months. Life. Everywhere he went he had found no traces of life, no matter where it was or how far away from the impact site. Yet, here it was. This tiny sapling in its full glory. The hollowed log seemed to be paranormal or magical in nature, perhaps being in such close proximity is how the little tree survived? Do something. I've got to do something. Naruto fumbled and stammered over his words as he crouched down frantically to get a closer look at the small tree. He couldn't tell what kind it was, but he guessed it was similar to all the other, now dead trees in the region. It stood maybe a foot tall with only 3 miniature branches sprouting out of it. Its 4 leaves were a dull tannish green, but it looked about as robust and lively as it could be in its current state. One tree. It's one tree. That's it. Other than me, it's all the life left in the elemental countries. It would have been so easy to snuff it out right there. Then all life on the planet as far as he knew would have been extinguished, and once he moved on there would be absolutely nothing left. He feared Majora coming out of the woodwork and influencing him once more to do just that, but the mask remained silent. It really was going to let him wallow even when confronted with the last vestige of life. Then again, maybe it just thought what he was about to do was totally hopeless, and wanted to watch him fumble around in the dark for a while. It probably was hopeless. Sorry. You're the only hope we have to bring something back to this place. For now at least, Naruto at least had a clear direction. There was a tiny sliver of hope when it came to restoring life to his world, and he was going to use it for all it was worth. If this tree could survive and spread, maybe someday, millions of years from now, it would evolve into the vast plethora of species that were once prevalent on the planet. He would stay, until the point that Majora up and forced him to leave this world, or when he became a danger to the final living thing in the world. He didn't know which would come first. For now, he would stay and observe. Sighing, Naruto took a load off next to the sapling, leaning his back against the much larger hollow log. The sun was beginning to set over the dust-filled horizon, something that Naruto got a prime view without any trees in the way. Alright, so first things first. We gotta make sure that you produce seeds, but it looks like you're a ways away from doing that. This is really a problem. I hope you can survive without water, we don't have that here anymore. So, Naruto sat in silence as the sun went down over the horizon and night fell. With his knees tucked up against his chest, he never once moved from his position. For weeks, he sat there unmoving. He never once got hungry, thirsty, or tired. The only movements he made were to look at the sapling every few minutes or to play his bassoon about once a day. While he was seated, he continued to think about things while watching over the little tree. The village, his friends, Ino. When his heart got heavy was usually when he was thinking about them. As the weeks passed, Naruto felt himself getting more and more hopeful. He had never moved from his spot, but he realized that the small sapling wasn't dying as he protected it from the elements. The hollow log seemed to have some properties that was keeping it alive. His first clue was when it lived through the Dust Bowl, but it was confirmed when the little tree could go weeks without water and not lose one bit of its luster. For 6 weeks he watched over the sapling, never seeing it grow or flourish. But it was alive, and that was all that mattered. Someday, many years from now, it would hopefully grow into a big, strong tree and spread its evolved seeds to the wind, creating new life. Life that could very well live in this dusty environment without any water. He would have watched over the tree longer, but the moment that Naruto was dreading come one morning while he was playing his bassoon. It was a windy day, with the dust storms kicking up, blowing their foul contents into Naruto's eyes as he played. Naruto didn't care though, he kept on playing until his throat grew hoarse, keeping an eye on the little sapling to make sure that it was not damaged. When the wind died down however, he began to hear that faint white noise in his head once more. Oh, no! Here! Now! Naruto cried, stretching his vocal cords for the first time in a while. The white noise in his head grew louder and louder, something that was very characteristic to Naruto by now. Majora's Mask wasn't speaking to him right now, but Naruto rose to his feet nonetheless at the humming and shrieking noises going on within his head. He grabbed his bassoon and sealed it back within the scroll without thinking about it, a vacant look in his eyes as he walked past the only hope for life in his world. He didn't touch the small sapling, or snuff it out. But he was done trying to care for it in the grand scheme. He had been in the area he was seeking for a while now, and the presence in his mind told him it was time to move on. He casually traced a hand along the rotten wood of the hollow log he had been dwelling by for the last few weeks, until he came around to the opening at the other side. The interior of the log was dark and foreboding, but one could seemingly tell that it was a gateway to some other faraway place. If Naruto entered, he wouldn't just come out through the other side. The tiny sapling was now out of his sight. No one would be able to tell if it would survive, as Naruto could not wait around until the tree was ready to spread its seeds. Perhaps, millions of years from now, the fruits from this original source would have spread around the world, taking the form of new life and thousands of new species. It was equally likely that the sapling would be snuffed out in the oncoming months, taking with it the final chance for life the world could see. Naruto would never know what happened either way. With the presence of Majora making itself known once again, Naruto stepped through into the log. At that moment, two things occurred. The world of the shinobi lost its last survivor, existing now as a near-lifeless world without a remnant of its rich past. And Naruto, after leaving so much destruction in his wake, moved on to another world. Chapter 21, Termina. The whole sequence was like a bad acid trip. Like he surmised, walking through the large hollow log was like a cave, with the end seemingly not being anywhere in sight. Such a thing should not have been possible for what was a hollow log, but Naruto knew by this point that this object was anything but normal. Nevertheless, the interior of the log wasn't endless. After no more than 30 seconds, Naruto did come to something that was a break in the monotony, but it only made the impossibility of the situation more apparent. It was a long drop-off, a seemingly endless void contained within a space that shouldn't be possible. One moment, he was standing on a ledge, and the next his right leg was about to step down into the black abyss. There was no use in going back now. He didn't know what would happen to him if he actually stepped into the abyss, but he knew what was going on where he had come from. It wasn't like Majora would let him return at this point, anyway. So, with that in mind, he stepped forward off the ledge, feeling the wind resistance and gravity begin to take hold of him. Naruto honestly didn't know what he was expecting. This whole otherworld thing was just so ludicrous. Well, about as ludicrous as an evil mask showing up, near possessing him, and destroying everything he loved and cared about. And even then he would have to give it to the mask. That was, until bizarre faces began rocketing toward him as he fell down the hole to nowhere. All-encompassing, they came in different colors and appeared to be non-corporeal image projections rather than living beings. They were of creatures that Naruto had never seen as well. A humanoid fish-like creature, a round-faced thing that almost looked like a rock, and a sad little tree. Of course, anything was fair game now. He was now no longer in his world, and about to enter an alien place that may or may not have similarities with the elemental countries. The bad drug trip ended after a few seconds, but Naruto was still falling. Falling. The abyss was really that, an abyss. He wondered how long this would go on. Eventually, after a minute of falling, he got his answer. What normally would have been a fatal fall didn't even register on the pain scale for the former shinobi. For whatever reason. Naruto could think of a few possibilities why. It probably helped that he had landed on some kind of large, pink flower that was as big as he was. Okay, we don't see this kind of stuff in Konoha, he said. He tapped his sandal against the massive pink flower. The petal was soft to the touch and yielded easily. How is this even blooming down here anyway? Naruto asked himself, looking around. He appeared to have landed within some cave-like complex, but the area was open-ended. Dark, but seeming to lack a ceiling. There was also no indication that he would be able to get back the way he came. The chamber he was currently in seemed to have an earthy, forest theme. There was a pool of water in the center and a few torches along the little island across the water. A painted door with a strange symbol was directly to his right. Well, only one way out, I guess. He muttered to himself, placing a hand on the strange symbols. He didn't see any kind of doorknob or other means of opening the wooden slab. Yet, with some barely applied force, the door swung open and allowed the foreign boy to enter. The door slammed shut behind him. "Okay. I'll just deal with that as it comes," Naruto remarked. Now doors were slamming shut on their own. He doubted he was wrong when he thought this world was going to be far different from his own. He put the automatic door out of his mind and began moving down what appeared to be a long, painted tunnel with an opening near the end that led to another area. The walls were covered in symbols, similar to the ones painted upon the door that he had previously seen. Some of these were more elaborate, however, with complex drawings and figures near the bottom covered by a painted red background. Nevertheless, the symbols on the door, the lit torches in the other room, and now these paintings all indicated one thing: civilization. Whether or not it was human civilization was yet to be seen. By all means though, he was probably still underground. After a few more trials and movements through the underground cavern, Naruto came across perhaps the strangest sight of all at the end of an ancient gorge of trees. The sight in question was a tree itself. A small sapling, not very tall but significantly wider than the one he had been nurturing back in the elemental countries. Its roots oddly looked like legs, and the two branches coming off its side disturbingly looked like outstretched arms. A few frail leaves were hanging from those branches, but Naruto was drawn to the tree's face. 3 holes were seemingly carved into the front of the little tree, forming 2 large eyes and a small circular mouth. Regardless of how intriguing it was, Naruto was beginning to feel very uncomfortable in its presence. Naruto didn't know if this was a coincidence, a work of art, or something supernatural, but there was something about the expression the tree's face was showing as it stood in its perpetual slumber. The eyes were droopy and sunken like it was about to start crying, and the mouth was poised in a circle as if the small tree was about to scream. A great feeling of sadness overcame Naruto just by looking at it, and when he turned away, it just seemed to vanish. Ugh, what was that? Naruto asked himself, trying to shake himself free of the thoughts. There was another hallway leading to yet more unknown territory, similar to the ruins he had passed through to get here. Unlike the last hallway, it would not be a leisurely meander through. The move through this hallway was more reminiscent of Naruto's fall into the abyss than anything else. The space around him began to warp and twist, and the boy suddenly found his heart beating very fast as he kept moving. The distorted air made his vision seem blurry, and his eyes dilated as it seemed like he began to walk on the walls and ceiling. Then, the all-too-familiar white noise resounded within his head as he was walking through the distorted hallway on a path to nowhere. Images of himself, Majora's Mask, Konoha, and the apocalypse flashed through his mind. Strangely enough, they seemed to change ever so slightly as they cycled through, with similar yet different events occurring each time. Could this have been the transition between personalities that Majora had threatened it would do to him? In the aftermath of the world's end, he would take on his third personality, something that had clearly happened. But, now that he was in a new world, it seemed he was about to take on the first personality. After what seemed like hours to the boy, the tunnels beneath the earth began to return to normal, the twisted hallways and distorted space disappearing as the sounds of clockwork and running water filled his ears. Naruto caught his first glimpse of sunlight peeking through the cracks in the wall of the building he was in. It was the first pure sunlight he had seen in months. A small waterway was running through the middle of this seemingly important building, with a design that was much more modern than the old-timey ruins he had been wandering through up to this point. A large gear spun overhead with the same rhythm and flow every few seconds, and Naruto began to walk up the stairs to a large, ornate door that could clearly be pushed open. Huh? What am I even doing here? Naruto said, his blur of memories melding together with no clear distinction. He put his hand on the door, and before opening it, a few images popped into his head. Oh, yeah. That mask and the salesman. That crazy mask brought down the frickin' moon onto Konoha. Luckily, we managed to evacuate everyone in time. But, Ji-chan told me my mission was to reunite with Kakashi-sensei, Ino, and Shikamaru. They apparently made it here with some of the other villagers. Wherever here is. The false memories that Naruto had been stuck with worked their magic, creating the false persona that Majora said it would cultivate. A wolf disguised as a sheep was about to enter a world that had been exposed to very power of Majora's Mask just a year ago. With a new spring in his step, Naruto pushed the door open and stepped into the sunshine. Ack. Naruto shielded his eyes at the vast beating of the sun, his billowy orange yukata giving him a shield from the sun. Besides the sun, his eyes widened at all the sensory overload he was going through when being confronted with this new place. It took him almost 10 minutes to adjust to the bright sun, considering he hadn't actually seen proper sunlight in over 2 months. As his eyesight adjusted, he couldn't help but be amazed by how different the place was from his home. Well, at least he had been deposited in a town at the very least. But at first glance, the town didn't look anything like Konoha or the cities he knew in the elemental countries. The architecture was far too different for that. The town was large but not unwelcome. It exuded a warm, friendly atmosphere. Even though Konoha was his home and he wouldn't dare say it out loud, this place he knew had it beat in that department. A local raced by Naruto as he stepped into the town, and a yippee Scotty dog barked and wagged its tail while running in a few circles around the town square. Come to think of it, the way these people are dressed? Well, it was very different than standard dress of the elemental countries, but Naruto couldn't help but feel he had seen the style before. Putting the style of dress out of his mind, he also noticed that every single person he glimpsed wandering around town had strange ears. Long and pointy, very much unlike his own. Oh, now I remember, he blurted out suddenly and much too loudly, making a few passersby stare at the odd-garbed boy standing in front of their clock tower. These people looked just like the happy mask salesman. The visitor he had bonded with before the Kyuubi had mentioned the village of Konoha as being an exotic locale far from his home. Was this place his home? From what it seemed, the portal from the elemental countries to this place was a one-way ticket. Still, maybe the salesman had his ways. Okay, what do I do now? I was separated from my team during the evacuation. Orders are to reunite with them as soon as possible, but I don't know the first thing about this place. I don't even know where the escaped villagers are hiding. Naruto furrowed his brow, seemingly getting very lost in thought. While his mission was obviously the most important thing on his agenda, it might be a good idea for him to see what this town has to offer. The boy began to walk forward, stepping into some shade for a moment after passing through a makeshift tent sprawled in the middle of the town. Another structure similar to the tower he exited stood before him, and beyond that and to the sides Naruto could see walkways that led to other sections of the town. The ticking of the clock tower behind him worked in calming Naruto's frazzled nerves for the time being as he stared up at the structure he was walking toward. Weird, he said. As he walked up the ramp on the side of the tower, he passed an owl statue that almost seemed that it was staring at him personally. The wooden ramp seemed to lead to another section of town. But unlike the southern portion of the town, this one didn't have any houses or establishments. It resembled a park or recreational area rather than a residential or business district. Hey, there's an exit out of town. I think I saw one near the southern edge of town too. Then again, I haven't finished searching this place yet. I haven't even talked to anyone. Nevertheless, Naruto began running toward the gate in order to get a glimpse of what may be beyond this town, but he only noticed the individual guarding the gate when he was much closer to it. Halt, the man said as Naruto approached. What business do you have in the mountains? It is dangerous outside the city walls, and I cannot allow a child such as you to run about the field unsupervised. Naruto scowled underneath his breath, while taking note of what seemed to be a guard. The silvery armor he was wearing was different than any samurai armor he had seen on displays, but that spear in his hand gave away his position pretty easily. The guard's beady eyes gave away his little emotion, but Naruto could at least tell the man was confused by his foreign attire. A kid? I'm a ninja of Konohagakure sent here on an important mission. I don't want to be treated like some kid. Naruto argued back, but was both annoyed and slightly impressed when the guard refused to yield. I am sorry, but unless you have a symbol or icon that can prove your status as an adult, I cannot allow you to pass through these gates on your own, he said, never losing his polite tone. He didn't even stop to ask what Konoha was. On the bright side, at least he knew now that the place he was in was called Clock Town. It couldn't be helped. The guy was technically just doing his job, and Naruto really didn't feel like starting a pointless fight in such a dire situation. Still, maybe it was a good opportunity to ask about the town. Hey, is there anyone in charge that I can talk to? Naruto asked, the anger fading from his voice. The guard saluted. If you wish, you could try and get an appointment with Dadaur, the mayor of Clock Town. He is a very busy man however, and I cannot guarantee he will give you a walk-in audience. Thanks, Naruto said, as the guard's posture relaxed. Naruto turned away from the gate without another word, wondering just where he could find this mayor. The thought occurred that maybe he should have asked the guard, but he didn't really feel like talking to that uptight soldier anymore. So he settled for wandering around Clock Town for a couple of hours until he found the mayor's office, thoughts drifting from the mission he was supposed to be on. In the ensuing hours before he had reached the mayor's office, he had essentially wandered all throughout Clock Town, noting that the 4 main exits were manned by identical guards, each located in the 4 cardinal directions. The eastern and western parts of town proved to be far more interesting than the northern and southern parts. The western side was a narrow strip that seemed to be home to several small businesses. The eastern half was far more wide open, having both houses and a few larger businesses as well as the mayor's office. It was definitely the part of town that was easiest on the eyes. It seemed rather welcoming, as Naruto passed a homey-looking building on the left. The sign said? Ugh, I can't read this crap. Naruto shouted in frustration, throwing his hands up in the air. How was it that he was able to speak and understand the spoken language, but was utterly lost on the written portions? He decided to come back to this place later, heading up a few steps while heading off a few running boys before they could bump into him. A building that seemed significantly fancier than the rest hung in the very back of East Clock Town, yet the sign on the door was still a mystery to the likes of Naruto. If he was going to be here for a while, he would have to work out the local writing. Nevertheless, Naruto decided to enter the building, and was met with the sight of a clean, well-kept waiting room with a desk near the front. Can I speak to the mayor, please? Naruto asked to the green-haired girl at the desk who was swaying her hips in a highly exaggerated fashion. Do you have an appointment? She asked in a surprisingly enthusiastic and almost seductive tone. Not your typical secretary. Did she do this for everyone? No, he said. For what it was worth, the secretary's demeanor didn't change. She hummed in that same tone. Well, the mayor is a very busy man, so I'm afraid I can't just let you in automatically without an appointment. However, if it turns out his schedule has an opening, then I can pencil you in for a meeting within the next few hours. Naruto drummed his fingers against the desk, not a fan of boring offices or having to wait around. It would have to do, though. Well, alright. I guess that will have to do. The strange secretary smiled at him before getting out of her seat and poking her head into the door directly to her left, shutting it gently as silence rang over the room. A few minutes later, she exited the room, her expression never once changed. She sat back down at the desk and began flipping through what seemed to be a calendar or a timetable. Let's see. Mayor Dadaur has a 30-minute opening at approximately 12:30. I have already penciled you in for a walk-in appointment at that time. That was approximately 2 hours from now. It could have been worse. Naruto moved to thank the secretary and began to find a chair to sit down in, but her voice stopped him about halfway there. Hold on a second. If you don't want to just sit there for the next couple hours, you can check out the door on the right opposite the mayor's office. Madame Aroma, the mayor's wife, may have something interesting for you to do if you talk to her. The green-haired secretary pointed to the door opposite the mayor's office, and Naruto scratched his head before shrugging. Maybe he could talk to his lady before the mayor, if she was his wife. It sure beat sitting around in a stuffy waiting room for hours on end. Naruto thanked the secretary before walking over to the door on his right. Testing the handle, he found it to be unlocked. Creaking the door open just barely, he poked his head in and surveyed the room. It wasn't the bland office room he was expecting, in fact it was quite feminine. Oh my. And who might you be, young man? Naruto's attention was drawn to the frumpy-looking woman who was lounging around in the middle of the room. To be honest, Naruto would have mistaken her for a man if it weren't for the incredible frilly clothes and shocking red hair and makeup. I'm looking for a Madame Aroma. Is that you? The woman's big red lips curved upward into a slight smile, and her eyes twinkled with mischief. Ah, that ditzy girl. She told you to come see me, didn't she? While my husband is busy. Madame Aroma said, no doubt referring to the secretary from outside. Nevertheless, her words indicated to Naruto that he may have come in at a bad time. Anyway, what can I do for you? Well, the frumpy woman was accommodating, at the very least. Well, the secretary said that you might have something to do for me. I have an appointment with the mayor in 2 hours and I have nothing to do in the meantime. Something to do? Did I tell that ditzy girl this morning that I needed help with a task? Let's see. Madame Aroma pondered the situation, before seemingly having a eureka moment. There is something I can think of you to do. Do you know of the Stockpot Inn? No, I'm new to this town, Naruto replied. Are you here for the Carnival of Time? It is coming up soon. Anyway, you probably passed it on your way to this office. A small, 2-story building to the left of East Clock Town. It has a bell on top. Does that ring any bells, pardon the pun, she asked. Naruto pondered this for a moment, before snapping his fingers. Yeah, I think I remember seeing a place like that on my way here. Well, my daughter-in-law is a worker and a tenant at the Stockpot Inn. It has been operated by her family for years now, but they are always running low on help in the weeks leading up to the carnival. If you could find the time after your appointment with my husband, could you pop into that inn and see if she needs anything that needs doing? I've heard that one of her friends at the ranch is having some trouble recently. Just talk to the young red-haired woman at the front desk. Her name is Unju. Unju? Well, since I came here this morning, I haven't known what to do with myself. Maybe I will go and check out the inn. I didn't come here just to ask for a job or anything," he said. The large woman's eyes twinkled with kindness, and Naruto was thankful at how accommodating she was being. She wordlessly offered for him to continue. It's about what I made an appointment with the mayor for. I'm looking for a group of people who should have passed through this place not too long ago. Have you seen any weird-looking dudes traveling in a group? They would have looked really different than you or the townspeople, and they would have been wearing these on their foreheads." To emphasize his point, Naruto withdrew his battered hitayate from his pocket, showing it to the mayor's wife. Madame Aroma reached out a well-manicured hand, scratching the metal surface. I'm sorry, young man. Can't say I've seen any peculiar strangers around town recently. I also don't recognize this symbol. You're not from around here, are you?" Naruto smiled, before shaking his head. "Nah, I'm from far away. We've had a little trouble in my village recently, and we're here to take refuge here for the time being. We were supposed to meet up here, but I've been so in the dark about everything I've just been lost." "I see. Well, I'm sorry I can't help you. My hubby usually has his eyes and ears to the streets when it comes to visitors. If you are truly looking for your party, then perhaps could you ask him for assistance at your appointment?" Naruto and Madame Aroma talked for a few minutes longer about such matters, but Naruto couldn't help but feel uneasy in the back of his mind. Something about this mission just didn't add up. "Well, thanks for your time. I'll be sure to go find Anju and help her out if she needs anything." Naruto was about to walk out the door, remembering at the last moment that he probably should have bowed in respect or something of that matter. Nevertheless, Madame Aroma stopped him for one final word before he exited the room. "Oh, and if it means anything, dear, I hope you find your friends as well?" Naruto turned his face around to look at her, his eyes downcast. He was still feeling that unease, and the near destruction of his village had taken quite a number on him during the past few weeks. Judging from the amount of time he had spent talking to Madame Aroma, Naruto realized that he still had quite a bit of time left over before he had to meet with the mayor. "Yeah, thanks." With that, he stepped out of Madame Aroma's room and back into the waiting hall. In the land of Hyrule, fewer were more elusive and isolated than the race of Kokiri. Even after the death of their guardian and father the Great Deku Tree, they had remained at arm's length with the rest of the world. They stayed within the creeping and confusing forest that most Hylians would not dare to enter, within their own hidden village. Nevertheless, there was a young Hylian living amongst the fairy-touting, forest-dwelling race. Said Hylian was currently napping in his treehouse, like he always was. He may have traveled through time to save his homeland, and saved another world from an apocalypse, but the 11-year-old Link wasn't always a motivated individual. The blond boy opened his eyes as sunlight filtered through the window. He stretched his arms and sat up on his bed, shaking the sleep from his eyes. On the tree stump table in the middle of his house lay the majority of his equipment. It had been almost a year since Link's adventures in the land of Termina. He had been on a search for a dear, lost friend of his when he had stumbled across the realm opposite Hyrule. It was by far the oddest experience of his life, even surpassing the adventure where he traveled through time to save his homeland from an evil desert thief who had captured the Triforce. He had put his masks back into his magical pouch to where he kept all his equipment. He had had a plethora of collected masks from the time he had saved Termina from the moon, but he hadn't kept most of them. The Deku, Goron, and Zora transformation masks were the only ones he had kept to be alongside his other equipment. There was a fourth transformation mask, but that battle within the moon with Majora's mask seemed almost like a dream. The warrior's mask that had turned him into a bloodthirsty deity was nowhere to be found once he left Termina. It had just disappeared, and he had never seen any trace of it since. Life had returned to normal for Link in the past year, and he often found himself living in the same manner as before within the Kokiri forest. Honestly, it was kind of strange that he would have two grand adventures right next to each other. Not to say the adventures hadn't changed him. Wise beyond his years, Link's time as an adult had left a lasting impression. He didn't always feel like the child he was anymore. The fact that he was Hylian weighed on his mind too. Right now it was fine, but once he hit age 14 or so, the other Kokiri children would definitely begin to take notice. I'll have to tell them soon, at least Saria. Link filed that information to the back of his mind, grabbing his gilded sword and equipment and heading out of his treehouse. The fresh air of the magic forest assaulted his senses as he began to climb down the ladder. Looking around, he saw some of the other Kokiri playing or doing chores, but there was no sign of Saria anywhere around within the village. She must have still been in her house. Still, he had already said goodbye to her last night, and he would be sure to talk to her once he got back. It was only for a couple days after all. Slowly, Link began walking to the forest exit, the hollow log that led out to Hyrule Field. The boy guarding the gate did not stop him, knowing that Link could somehow leave the forest unharmed. As Hyrule Field came into view, Link whipped out the memento of the royal family, the Ocarina of Time. Playing a simple melody that he knew by heart, the young hero called Epona. Within minutes, the young horse appeared, having trusting Link ever since Malon had lent her to him during his search for Navi. The russet red foal neighed happily before Link got on her back, making the trip to Hyrule Castle Town so much quicker. Epona had gotten used to these usual visits to Hyrule Castle to see Princess Zelda. This one would prove to be a little bit more than just the usual visit that he was accustomed to. The reason? In the past few days, he had noticed that it was coming up on 1 year since he had saved Termina, and the annual Carnival of Time in Clock Town was going on while he was there. The next festival would be in a couple weeks, and Link wanted to have a chance to enjoy a vacation in Termina without a constant threat hanging over his head. He didn't want to go alone this time, either. It would be a lot more enjoyable if he could travel around with the company of a friend. Plus, Link wasn't exactly sure if Zelda fully believed him about that Termina business, even if he didn't exactly go into full detail on what happened over there. He wanted to be the first to show her. There was one problem, though. A young princess going off to explore a parallel realm to her world for a week or two. That would so fly over well with the rest of the royal family. After dismounting Epona, the young hero made his way across the drawbridge into the walled city of Castle Town, with the magnificent Hyrule Castle in the background. He stroked the horse's mane before taking note that it would be sundown soon. Epona could take care of herself, but the drawbridge would be closing for the night very soon. Link walked into Hyrule Castle Town, nodding to the guards stationed at the drawbridge. They nodded back, being well aware of the boy's connection to the royal family of Hyrule. The hustle and bustle of Castle Town was a sight for sore eyes, and he never got tired of it. It was like Ganondorf's 7-year reign of terror had never happened. Though, Link supposed it actually didn't. Once Link was sent back to his own time period, he and Zelda worked tirelessly to expose Ganondorf and get him arrested. The King of Thieves was currently rotting someplace in the deep desert, waiting for his execution date. Gone were the days when he would have to sneak into the castle, so the trip up the hill to see the youngest member of the royal family didn't exactly take long once he left town. Some of the guards didn't exactly like him, but the carefree young hero didn't really give them the time of day. Before long, Link was taken to the usual spot in the castle's courtyard that Zelda liked to frequent. Link. As soon as the young hero entered the courtyard to no sign of Princess Zelda, he was ambushed from the side. The hero found a pair of arms wrap themselves around his neck in a hug, with girlish giggling emanating from the person beside him. "It's good to see you, Zelda," Link said without even checking who it was. The princess's arms stayed wrapped around him for a few more seconds, before the girl released her grip on him and let him breathe. "Link, what are you doing here?" The princess had been in a generally good mood ever since Ganondorf had been arrested. The dark cloud of the prophecy she had dreamt up no longer hung over her. "Oh, I was just in the neighborhood, after all," Link said, at least trying to be smooth. "Oh, come on. The castle hardly qualifies as being in the neighborhood," Zelda shot back, using air quotes to demonstrate her point. Her eyes twinkled with mischief, a trait Link found particularly endearing. Zelda took a seat in the garden amongst the flowers, watching a butterfly as it passed overhead. Link took a seat next to her, shaking his head wistfully. "It just seems so weird. I've saved Hyrule, but looking at everything it's like nothing ever happened," he said, no doubt referring to the excursion 7 years in the future. "That's the nature of time, and the Ocarina of Time. We managed to prevent that horrible future before it even happened," Zelda commented serenely. Link mulled that over, thinking back when the adult Zelda had sent him back to before Ganondorf had even taken over. Was everything really wiped clean? He was the one who was sent back, it wasn't like that future just ceased to exist. "Hey, listen Zelda," Link started, unwittingly using the catchphrase of his old companion, "I'm going back to Termina again, soon," he said, watching Zelda's face go from one of confusion to one of recognition. "Termina? You mean that strange place that you visited before? Are you planning on searching for Navi again?" Zelda asked, her voice taking on a concerned edge. Link shook his head. "No, she wouldn't be in Termina. I stumbled across that place only by accident last time. Besides, I may just have to accept that Navi is not coming back." Zelda looked sad, making Link regret bringing up his past issues with searching for Navi. "So, if you're not going there to search for Navi, why are you leaving Hyrule?" she asked, apparently not willing to let go of the subject by any means. At least it was veering to a brighter topic than a lost friend. "It's been almost 1 year since I was in Termina. When I got there the first time, there was a great carnival in Clock Town, but pretty much no one was able to enjoy it because of what was happening. I want to go back there and see it for myself, without having to do something like save an entire world. Now, Zelda was a smart girl for her age, having doomed Hyrule in an alternate future notwithstanding. She was easily able to link together Link's planned visit to Termina and his trip to see her. "Oh, you were going to ask me to go, weren't you?" the young princess of Hyrule said, giving Link a cheeky grin. Link shrugged his shoulders, looking somewhat sheepish. Yeah. Termina is a really interesting place. It's almost exactly like Hyrule, except it's not. I can't explain it. I just want to bring someone with me this time, so I can show them this unique place for myself. Everyone I tell about my last adventure doesn't seem to believe me. Well, this carnival sounds like fun. I can't really think of a similar event we have here in Hyrule. But, when is this carnival? Zelda asked. Oh yeah. It's a few weeks from now, but the carnival is 3 days long, and we'd need extra time to get there and back. I should have realized that I'm literally asking royalty to leave their kingdom to venture into an unknown one without any protection for an extended period of time. Now that Link thought about it, it seemed kind of stupid. Impa or the guards would never allow this. Well, it sounds interesting. I'll go. As a diplomatic mission to the land of Termina, the headstrong princess said, and Link wondered if that last part was necessarily just an excuse. Hyrule and Termina had existed just fine without the knowledge of one another. Forming foreign relations would have its benefits and its potential risks. Link knew that Zelda wanted to go mostly to get out of the castle, though. What about Impa, though? And the king? And that guards? Link asked. Zelda waved a hand, her familiar mischievous smile working its way onto her face. I have my ways. Chapter 22, Searching for the Moon in the Water. Looks like this is the place. Naruto had passed the homey-looking building on his way to the mayor's office, but hadn't realized that it was indeed an inn. Honestly, the architecture in Termina was just so different than what he was used to. Naruto's meeting with the mayor hadn't gone as smoothly as he had wanted. It had basically gone the same way as his meeting with Madame Aroma, though she honestly seemed more fit to run the city. The mayor was a short, absent-minded man with funny hair who generally told him that he had no idea who he was talking about or where they had come from. Overall, Naruto was hoping that his meeting with the mayor would have helped him feel better after the situation in Konoha and forcing to adjust to this alien realm. He left the mayor's office more put down than anything. If the leader of this place didn't know anything about where to find his comrades, who would? He left the mayor's office with a sense that something was off about the whole situation, and it wasn't just because his homeland was destroyed. Something wasn't adding up here. Since there was no going back, however, Naruto decided that he needed to make the most of a bad situation. His appointment with the mayor began at noon and lasted around an hour, so the Stockpot Inn, as it was called, should have been open at this point in time. He squeezed the doorknob to relieve himself of some stress, before finding that it opened easily with nary more than a slight click. He had entered a homey, yet slightly run-down-looking hotel lobby with a few strange decorations and masks upon the wall. Perhaps those were just a part of Terminan culture? The second thing he noticed was that there were no people in the lobby, customer, or staff. The front desk stood unoccupied, a lonely notebook sitting on it by itself. A few old chairs were placed opposite the desk against the wall, so Naruto took a seat in one of them while waiting to be helped. He stared ahead at the back wall behind the counter, listening to the telltale ticking of the strange clock hanging on the wall behind him. Naruto was not the most patient boy in the world though, this one or his own. So after a few minutes of waiting in the chair and no sign of anyone in the building, he walked up to the front desk and rang the little bell placed neatly over to the right. Once Naruto rang the bell, there appeared to be a crash of boxes or something as they hit the floor with a start in some other nearby room. Apparently, he had given someone quite the startle when ringing the bell. Coming, a clearly feminine voice rang out as the shuffling of footsteps could be heard in the other room as she seemed to drop everything she was doing and rush to the front desk. While Naruto drummed his fingers against the wood of the desk, a flustered woman with short red hair appeared out of the hallway behind the counter, a bead of sweat rolling down her face as she took a position behind the front desk. "Welcome to the Stockpot Inn. Do you happen to have a reservation?" she asked in a reserved voice, bowing to Naruto lightly before she began her obviously scripted greeting line. Her eyes seemed to stare right through, as if she were trying to understand his different dress and appearance from the locals. Naruto scrutinized the woman in front of him. She seemed fairly young, but she had a nervous and dour expression on her face that gave her appearance an air of age that it didn't need. Maybe it was just stress from working? "I'm not here to rent a room or anything," Naruto said, a little bluntly. After all, he had just denied this hard-timed in business that it pretty obviously needed. The woman's face grew even more dour. "Oh? I see." She didn't even bother asking him why he was there. "I'm looking for somebody named Unju," he continued. The woman's face seemed to light up with acknowledgement as the gloomy expression seemed to disappear, and she bowed thoughtfully. I am Unju. How may I help you? Naruto fidgeted in place for a little while, as if trying to figure out what to say next. Nothing really. Actually, it's more about how I can help you. I was just at the mayor's office, and I was speaking with Madame Aroma. She's your mother-in-law, right? Oh. Unju's face lit up in surprise, her hands flying up past her shoulders. Did she send you here about that? She asked. Naruto scratched his chin and looked thoughtful for a moment. Well, she didn't exactly send me for anything. She just thought it would be a good idea to help you with something if I wanted to. I'm new to town, and it looks like I'm gonna be here a while, but I don't know what to do with myself. She said you needed help, something about a ranch? Yes. That's right. Please. Unju waved an arm out, gesturing to the hallway that was on Naruto's right and led to the interior portion of the small inn. Unju stepped down from the desk. Meet me in the kitchen at the end of the hall. If you truly wish to help in that regard, then there's something I need to tell you in private. Naruto took that as permission to enter the inn proper, and Unju ducked out of his view as he passed the awning and entered the hotel, where he saw the woman slowly moving down the hall. She entered a room with no doors at the very edge of the hall, and Naruto followed her into a kitchen that mirrored the inn in its decrepit affair. A large beetle scurried its way across the floor before running right past Naruto and out the room. A pot over a fire pit was cooking something in the center, and Unju sat on a stool just right of it next to the cupboards. Naruto just stood in his current position, waiting for Unju to get the first words in. So, about that task. Are you aware of Romani Ranch? Unju asked. Naruto of course knew the problem was with a ranch, but the specific name had eluded him to this point. No. Oh, that's right. Excuse me. I forgot you said you're new to town, so of course you wouldn't know about the ranch. Unju gave a nervous giggle that didn't sound genuine. Was this woman always so neurotic? It's fine. Naruto said, laughing. What about the ranch? Unju sighed. Things aren't going well down at the ranch. The Gorman brothers are Romani Ranch's main rival when it comes to their business, but those two have very shady business practices and ways of dealing with their competitors. My friend Cremia, the owner of Romani Ranch, is on the verge of losing the ranch. They could really use some help getting back on their face. It's just the two girls, Cremia and her younger sister. I would help myself, but my husband and I have our own problems. The stockpot inn isn't exactly a thriving business. Naruto had thought it might be something like that. Farms and ranches in his world were often in trouble of shutting down, especially since farmers didn't necessarily make a whole lot of money and disaster could strike at any time. These Gorman brothers sounded like real pieces of work, though. Cremia makes regular visits to Clocktown to sell milk to the local bar. She's supposed to come into tomorrow. If you're serious about helping out at the ranch, then I could introduce you tomorrow. I'm sure she'll be delighted to get any help she can. That sounds great. By the way, have you seen any strange people who may have just dropped into town? They would have dressed kinda like me and would be wearing these. He pulled the Hittite out again. Like with the mayor and Madame Aroma, Naruto felt himself come up empty via the eerily familiar response that Unju gave him. Sorry. I've never seen that symbol before, and I haven't seen the group that you seem to be described. There haven't been any strangers in town to check in recently, aside from yourself. It was the third time he had heard that in one day, but the sting didn't diminish in the slightest. If anything, it was getting stronger when more and more people told him that they've never even heard of Konoha or the refugees from the village. And every time he heard that, that familiar feeling of unease grew stronger. Unju and Naruto stood there in awkward silence for about 30 more seconds, neither one of them knowing how to continue the conversation. Unju seemed to be the more uncomfortable among the two. Right? I'll just be going now, then. Naruto said, bidding Unju farewell and attempting to leave the kitchen. Wait, where are you even going to sleep for the night? Unju asked. Naruto stopped and looked at Unju strangely, already halfway out of the kitchen. Outside, I guess. I'm a shinobi, so I'll be able to handle it. Even if it is on my own. Naruto responded, muttering the last part underneath his breath. Of course, he just realized that Unju would have no idea what a shinobi was. I'm sorry, but I don't see how this is acceptable. You are just a child. No matter how capable and reliable you may be, someone your age sleeping out in the streets by themselves. Naruto opened his mouth to retort, but prevented himself from spitting more poison that he had actually wanted to. He had pride as a shinobi after all, and part of that pride came with taking care of himself for his entire life. I've lived by myself for my entire life. I'm a shinobi. One night sleeping on the street isn't going to bring me down. Naruto said, trying to give her a reassuring smile. Is that so? Regardless of your circumstances? I'm sure it's not very enjoyable sleeping outside in the cold. My husband is out of town on an errand and I'm working late tonight. I can't bear the thought of you staying outside by yourself, so why don't you take our room for the night? No one will be using it. Naruto appreciated the kind gesture, but he was torn. On one hand, his pride as a shinobi almost didn't allow him to accept the offer. On the other hand, refusing the offer too many times may be seen as rude. And since he was such a stranger in this world, getting a room seemed like a sound idea. Thank you. Now, Naruto wasn't exactly used to people he knew showing him kindness, much less people he barely knew. Anju seemed to realize it, if that was the reason for the sad smile she gave him at his hesitant reply. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Creamia will probably be here when you wake up. Anju said, reaching into her pocket and pulling out a small key that was noticeably different than the identical room keys. Naruto didn't need to be reminded that even though he was using her and her husband's room, he needed to respect her space. He took the key from her gently, smiling brightly when she pointed him to the specific room that it unlocked. Considering it was one of the owner's rooms, it looked significantly different than a normal room. The interior of the room was quite nice, with a few decorations on the wall that were culturally and aesthetically different than anything he would see in the elemental countries. A sepia-toned pictograph, was sitting on the nightstand, showing a smiling Anju and who must have been her husband on their wedding day. Even if her job wasn't always the best, he at least seemed to make her happy. So, first night in a completely different world, and just about a month ago he was beginning what he hoped had been a promising ninja career in the village of Konoha. Everything had come crashing down so quickly, and the evacuation had gone anything but smoothly. It only made sense, leading that many civilians out of the literal world as it came to an end. The window was open, and the cool autumn breeze rolled into his room as the sun set. Well, at least the seasons were lined up between the two worlds. The room on the second floor gave Naruto a view over the walls of Clock Town to the west, past the clock tower and to the field beyond. When he looked at the clock tower, however, it seems he couldn't shake the feeling that he was forgetting something. Moreover, the clock tower certainly reminded him of something. A moon crashing, people screaming in terror, and eventually their entire world going up in flames. All that he knew to be true, but why did the memory of him escaping the village with everyone else seem so artificial? Wait a minute. Naruto cried, almost throwing himself up from the bed. He sat down on the bed and gripped the wooden bedpost, pulling his gaze away from the Clock Town sunset. Naruto began making connections between the falsehood of those specific memories and what had really happened that night. The connections became swimming around, and he began to piece together what truly happened that night. He saw himself standing at the top of the Hokage monument, wearing the damnable mask. He remembered killing those close to him and literally bringing about the end of the world. Oh, that's right, Naruto said, in a dead monotone voice. I'm the one that destroyed Konoha, the one that destroyed everything. Now, most people would probably panic at the thought of that revelation, especially when he had spent the entire day trying to search for his friends, people he had killed. Yet, the memory of that destruction that he had truly known for months, and with that memory coming back was all the months where he attempted to come to terms with himself and the situation. What scared Naruto far more was the fact that the destroyer of a world, i.e. himself, had successfully infiltrated another world. I have to do something about this. Naruto roared, jumping to his feet before a sharp pain stung his mind, and the familiar white noise drowned his thoughts. No, not again, Naruto moaned, clutching his head. That little moment of clarity he had was going to be replaced by dangerous ignorance once again. Quite a strong will you have there. Majora's voice in his head was surprisingly lucid, a method to the mask's madness that Naruto hadn't figured out yet. How could it go from gibbering one moment to calculating the next? His memories began to warp and twist while Naruto was still awake, and the sharp pain that accompanied it was trying to make sure that uncontrolled moments of clarity were not a regular occurrence for Naruto. Within seconds, Naruto had forgotten he had remembered. Majora's mask had made sure of that. So, with his brief revelation over, Naruto began to think about what would happen in the near future. The meeting with the ranch owner tomorrow, acclimating to this new world, and finding his comrades all at the forefront of his mind. Naruto placed his items at the foot of the bed. He noted that he had nothing more than the clothes on his back, so he would have to forgive himself for soiling Anju's bed. Surprisingly, Naruto slept like a baby that night, his dreams being peaceful and calm. He pictured himself sitting in a grassy field, with nothing around him other than green grass and blue sky for miles. All he did was sit there underneath the lone tree. So, when Naruto woke up, he was in a significantly better mood than he was the day before. He was brimming with confidence that he would find his comrade soon. He strolled out of the room with his head up high, his sealed scrolls rustling in his pockets. The autumn morning was brisk and windy, with several residents of the Stockpot Inn already out and about. Already, he was looking for Unju, who would probably still be manning the front desk. When he got to the front desk, she was there, along with someone else as well. It was a young woman who was probably a few years younger than Unju, sitting in one of the waiting chairs and talking animatedly with the hotel clerk. Was that the ranch owner Crimea that Unju had talked about last night? Well, at least she seemed a lot more cheerful than Unju. He could hear her voice clearly all the way upstairs, while Unju's just came through as a whisper. Dragging a hand against the railing, Naruto began to slowly make his way downstairs to where the two women were talking. As he walked down the stairs, he was happy to see that Unju was at least a little happier than last night when talking with an apparent friend. Oh my! Is this the young man who wants to help me around the ranch? He's so adorable. The red-headed girl rose from her seat in the hallway, practically gushing as she rushed over to his position with a grin on his face. Naruto both blushed and growled at being called adorable, but Unju was giggling softly at Cremia's reaction. As Cremia approached him, she bent forward and put her hands on her knees so she could look at him at eye level, grinning all the way. Can I keep him, Unju? I don't know, you might want to ask him. He's been acting like quite the little adult to me. Naruto shot an unamused glare in Unju's direction, but he couldn't help but be distracted by the pretty redhead in front of him. They couldn't keep teasing him all day, could they? Are you Cremia's? Crimea? The owner of the ranch? Naruto asked. He almost added the honorific, but caught himself when he realized that he hadn't heard anyone in this world use one. Indeed I am. Crimea smirked, puffing out her impressive chest. Naruto blushed lightly, hoping that she didn't notice him staring, but he didn't notice something about her demeanor. It was confident and sprightly, but it seemed off. Her body language didn't match her words, and her voice seemed to crack here and there when she was talking. He would know, he had often tried to put up a false happiness when something got him down. She was doing the same thing. And you want me to help you around the ranch? Like clockwork, Cremia's smile wavered. That's right. I was expecting someone a little older, but as you're capable, I don't discriminate based on age. We need all the help we can get at this point. Pay is 50 rupees a week and board to do basic ranch hand chores. Think you're up to the challenge? Naruto flashed her his own winning smile. You can count on me. I'm a shinobi, after all. This is just another mission to me. Like Unju, all Naruto did when he mentioned the shinobi was confuse Crimea. Just by that, he knew he wouldn't even get a scrap of relevant information on his comrades from her. But, maybe if he went to the ranch, he would find someone who did. Okay. Well, hun, I've finished up my business here and am ready to return to the ranch. No time like the present to get a move on, unless there's still something you need to do here in Clock Town. No. I don't think I'm going to find what I'm looking for in this town, he said. Crimea looked slightly confused, but didn't question Naruto on what he meant by that. Naruto waved goodbye to Unju, who wished him luck and implored him to visit if he ever needed anything. A few minutes later, and Naruto was sitting alongside Crimea in their donkey-pulled carriage on the way out of Clock Town. The older girl was humming some kind of tune to herself as the lone donkey pulled the carriage into a vast, open field. Naruto settled into the back, concentrating on nothing but the creaking of the carriage and the brisk morning air of autumn. Crimea took the opportunity to create a little small talk. So, Naruto, where are you from? The village of Konoha. Crimea hadn't exactly heard of a place like that on Termina before. I've never heard of a Konoha before. We knew a boy who came from outside Termina before. Are you not from around here as well? You could say that. A few hours later, and Naruto was bumped awake by the sounds of the carriage taking a narrow road down to the southwest of Clock Town. Crimea yawned herself from the long trip, even though it was only mid-afternoon at that point. Welcome to Romani Ranch. It's not much, but it's home. Crimea grinned as they pulled into a large secluded field surrounded by mostly forest. The property of the ranch had been cleared for grazing. There was a large farmhouse in the center of the ranch, with the barn right next to it. Naruto could see some other man-made features in the distance, near the edge of the ranch. All in all, it seemed like a homey and nice place. Come to think of it, this entire world seemed a whole lot more friendly than the likes of Konoha. Naruto squinted as the carriage stopped. He could see a young girl about his age running around the front of the farmhouse, shooting imaginary arrows from the bough she was holding. A small Scotty dog barked happily as it played with its apparent owner. Crimea stopped the carriage right in front of the barn, drawing the attention of the girl. She smiled and waved cheerfully as she rushed over, and the ranch owner stepped out of the carriage. Romani, I'm back, she called. Hey there, big sister, the girl apparently named Romani said cheerfully as she greeted her relative by the carriage. Crimea got off first, but as Naruto moved, Romani cocked her head and noticed him too. Who's this? Ah, this is Naruto. He's going to be living here for a little while and helping us out as a ranch hand. Don't be rude and say hello, Romani. Romani giggled. Hello. You've got funny ears, but you're cute anyway. Romani said. Hey, Romani. Crimea scolded. Funny ears? As far as I'm concerned, you're the one that has weird ears. Hey. I don't have weird ears. Crimea both sighed and laughed, amused by the pretty normal child's argument. At least Naruto was loosening up after the long trip and the meeting she had with him in the Stockpot Inn. Alright, you two. Now that we're all introduced, I think we should head inside. It's been a long day for Naruto, and I don't want to tire him out with chores right off the bat. The interior of the farmhouse was small, but cozy. Kind of like the Stockpot Inn, and to a lesser extent, this entire ranch. A small fire was going near the back of the room past the dining table and kitchen, with stairs leading up to the second floor beyond that. It was mid-afternoon at that point, but Crimea already looked exhausted for the day. She took a seat in her favorite chair in the living room, kicking off her boots and placing her bare feet up on a small ottoman. It's not much, but it's been our home our entire lives, she said, sighing in happiness as she warmed herself by the fire. Romani giggled at her big sister, but unlike her she didn't seem to be anywhere near out of energy. Crimea and Naruto heard the door swing open as Romani exited the house to go play. Shrugging, Naruto walked into the living room and smiled when he took a seat in a chair next to Crimea. Crimea rested in her chair for about an hour, she and Naruto both sitting in comfortable silence. Eventually she rose from her seat and began making her way toward the kitchen. Well, dinner isn't gonna make itself. You just sit there and relax. You'll have to get up bright and early tomorrow morning, and I imagine that's not something you're used to. Even as a ninja, he really wasn't. Naruto relaxed into the softness of the chair cushion, hearing the joyful screams of Romani outside as Crimea began preparing something within the kitchen. It wasn't until later when he was about to change for bed did he realize that Romani at dinnertime had made him forget whatever it was he was supposed to be doing. The way he had laughed at her jokes and her general upbeat demeanor just reminded him so much of himself. Yet, like he was when he first arrived, he just couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He heard light feminine snoring coming from the next room, where both Crimea and Romani slept in the singular master bedroom. He was currently by himself in the much smaller guest room, his personal belongings all in a pile at the foot of his bed. It had been 2 days since he had arrived in Termina, and there wasn't even a fraction of a sign of his comrades. No sightings, no clues, no information, no nothing. Naruto hummed to himself as he began to unpack his items from the bag he had acquired in this world. He paused when he pulled out 3 identical scrolls from a side pocket. Strange, before he left he couldn't remember actually bringing along any blank ninja scrolls. He unfurled one of them, noting with more confusion that there was a kanji printed on them. One of them wrote bassoon, and his face brightened. He couldn't exactly remember it, but it would make sense to seal that cumbersome instrument of his inside a scroll. The other 2 scrolls he had, however, they didn't make his face brighten at all. He. You've sure made a few friends already. Naruto gasped when a sharp, familiar pain assaulted his mind. The sound like static was too familiar for his liking, and the image of a gaudy purple mask and a burning world flooded his mindscape. And then, the memories came. Flooding back into him just like his stay at the Stockpot Inn, he remembered everything. Unlike his stay at the Stockpot Inn, it lasted for more than a few seconds. In fact, Majora's Mask had initiated another phase of Naruto's 3-way split personality. Any thoughts of finding his comrades completely vacated his mind at that point, once he realized that every Konoha shinobi from his world was dead. The thing that was talking to him was the cunning, calculating side of Majora's Mask that it seemed to flip to every so often. Over the static din, Naruto was about to perform Majora's instructions whether he wanted to or not. Termina failed to consume this one a year ago. Was stopped by the infernal creator's chosen champion and those foolish giants. Won't fail this time, you'll see. You have acclimated well to this world, but I don't think you've had enough time to form the many attachments that will be ripped away from you later. However, there are many tasks that you need to fulfill before we can sit down and truly destroy this world. That infernal member of that tribe still exists in this world, a member of the tribe that created me. His goal is to bring me fully underneath his control and use my power to suit his own ends. This cannot be allowed. The static noise resounded louder throughout Naruto's mind, and his thought process went numb. He turned to the 3rd and final scroll that he had written, channeled some chakra into it, and pulled out in the glowing Majora's Mask. It trembled and surged with power, and Naruto felt a strange connection to it. We will go find that man, in due time. Link walked through the lost woods, surprisingly not riding the small horse trotting beside him as he patted Epona's mane. That was because there was already an occupant on the back of the young horse. Riding atop of the Lon Lon ranch horse was the young princess of Hyrule, going along without a care in the world. How did she convince her father and nursemaid that she could leave the castle with barely any attendants? The answer lay in the green tunic wearing boy next to her. Now, Zelda was a girl who didn't exactly leave the castle often. She had never been outside of the castle town, much less to a remote place like the Lost Woods. So, it was pretty natural that the girl was looking around herself at all sides while riding on Epona's back. The floating wisps of light always ever present in the woods drew her attention in particular. "Where are we going, Link?" "It's around here somewhere. I've been through this section of forest before, and it was this great big hollow log that led the way to Termina. Thing is, I just stumbled into it after encountering the Skull Kid. And that was what kicked off your adventure to save this alternate world from the floating moon?" Zelda asked. She always liked to hear Link tell that incredible story, and there were facets of that adventure that even she hadn't heard about yet. Every time he told it there appeared to be some new dimension or trial that he had undergone while in the land of Termina. "Oh look. I think this is it." Link and Zelda had in fact stumbled across a small clearing, where ancient trees rose far past their natural limits, with equally ancient stumps forming some kind of natural staircase into the next area. "How exactly did you enter Termina again?" Zelda asked. About that. It's not exact some smooth ride through a portal or something. When I first arrived in Termina, I fell down a bottomless hole inside that tree stump over there." Link pointed to the hollowed-out log that was raised up. "And then I had to find my way through some underground complex after that." Zelda seemed to regard him inquisitively, before something overcame her senses. She gripped her head as a pressure made her head throb, being very sensitive to magical energies. What she knew was that something nearby was emanating an extraordinary amount of magical power, and it was coming from the hollow log that was perched atop a nearby ledge. "Link, the entrance to Termina, would it be in that log?" she asked. She pointed to it, and Link's look of understanding upon seeing the familiar sight more than confirmed it for her. Chapter 23, Them. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Naruto resisted the urge to throw one of his boots out the window at the offending rooster, and just barely succeeded in doing so. The reason for that was the sun was just beginning to creep over the horizon, and he was in a position where the oncoming rays were hitting him in the face. There was no way he could get back to sleep now. He hadn't really gotten any sleep last night, anyway. Why? Because Majora's Mask had reared its ugly head once again in his life, that was why. Naruto had spent the entirety of last night laying in his own sweat with his body unable to collapse from exhaustion. Looking around for his old comrades? What a joke. They were all dead, and Majora had purposefully altered that fact just to make his life even more miserable. It was working too. Naruto felt violated now that he was back with his true personality and memories, and not one of the false split ones that Majora had crafted for him with its possessive powers. Naruto frowned though, thinking back to what Majora had told him. The split personalities that he had developed weren't just meant to torment him, they had a practical purpose. It had said that Naruto's first personality would be like old self, with his former disposition down to a T. At some point, when Majora made him put on the mask, his second personality would be formed when Majora's control was at its greatest. In other words, when it was ready to resume its destructive habits. His third personality would only be formed when he had successfully carried out the mask's bidding. His damaged personality. His jaded personality. His true personality, with every one of his memories. Majora was going back on its plan however, and in a way that didn't exactly surprise Naruto. The mask had said that his true personality would only form in the moments after he had destroyed, but now the mask was deliberately using his mind like a device, flipping through the two of them based on what it wanted. Or was it? "Quite a strong will you have there," Naruto recalled it saying. "Naruto, we start in a half hour. Hurry up and get downstairs so you can eat your breakfast," the voice of Cremia called from downstairs in the living room, apparently so much more used to getting up at this time than Naruto was. Naruto tuned Cremia out for a moment while he tried to figure out whether he was starting to break control of the mask, or it was deliberately fucking with his mind. The latter one wouldn't surprise him, the mask always seemed to act and go back on its whims. He thought about warning everyone about the impending doom he was set to cause, but the moment he even thought of trying, the same familiar static resounded in his head, and his mind felt like it was hit by a jackhammer. His thoughts became blurred and unfocused, and his eyes dilated. Naruto groaned and put his head in his hands, so he wasn't yet able to break control of the mask to that extent. He could scarcely recall what he was doing 5 seconds ago, but clearly remembered the mask's quote. He shook himself free of the pain, and began to head downstairs to meet with the two sisters. He greeted them good morning with as much cheer as he could, hoping they didn't pick up on the change in demeanor he exhibited. He was in a different state of mind yesterday when he met these girls, and he wondered whether or not he could imitate his old personality at this rate. "Morning, Kitty cat. Romani said. Naruto almost sputtered at the embarrassing nickname, very much aware of how he got it in the first place. Thankfully, Romani was just sitting at the breakfast table playing with her food, and scarcely seemed to notice the change in his demeanor. Cremia, on the other, wasn't so oblivious. She noticed that despite the fact that Naruto seemed somewhat subdued yesterday when he had met her, he smiled naturally and laughed quite a bit, and bantered with Romani like any child would. This morning, Naruto's smile just looked forced to her, and he seemed more melancholic. Rather, she could see serious stress lines on his face, and the eyes. They did not look like a child's. "Thank you for the meal, Cremia," he said while bowing to her, his voice very much reserved. Too reserved. Naruto took a seat at the table across from Romani, trying to smile as she ravenously gulped down her breakfast. Considering the portions that Cremia had made, this girl could eat. The blonde boy regarded his food with a slight amount of trepidation. That's right, he hadn't felt hungry in months, and hadn't eaten in months for that matter, now that he remembered. A dust-filled wasteland wasn't exactly teeming with food. He lifted his head when he heard a flaky crunch, but lowered it when he realized it was just Romani biting into a breakfast biscuit. "Not hungry, kitty cat?" Romani asked, once again calling him that name she had apparently just made up that morning. Of course, he doubted he was actually unable to enjoy food, even if he didn't exactly need to eat anymore. He bit into the warm bread, enjoying the taste and the lightly toasted texture. He hadn't eaten anything in months, hadn't enjoyed even something as little as that simple pleasure in life. None of that, in months. All because of the damned mask. His eating was slow and methodical, a direct contrast to the face-paced inhaling that Romani was doing. She even finished her much larger portion large before Naruto was done with his slice of toast. Cremia raised an eyebrow at his odd eating habits. "Better hurry there, cowboy. We've got work to do and you'll need your nourishment." "Not hungry? Is everything okay?" she asked. He bit back a remark that he didn't actually need to eat. Oh, how Naruto just wanted to tell her the truth, about everything. But Cremia was no fighter or leader anyway. What good would it do telling her about something she couldn't even think about trying to stop in the first place? Still, it seemed like the right thing to do. "I'm gonna go check on the cows. You finish your breakfast, and then meet me in the barn. I'll walk you through your daily chores and how to do them, alright?" Cremia grabbed the keys to the house before unlocking the front door and heading outside. Naruto turned back to his breakfast and began methodically eating it again, before the young woman's scream made him drop the slice of toast he was currently finishing. "Cremia!" Naruto rose to his feet, wondering if there was something attacking the ranch. "No, don't bother. She's just checking to see that all of our cows have been stolen," Romani said, waving off her sister's scream. She sounded unusually calm to proclaim such a thing. And in the short time he had known her, this was the first she wasn't a complete bundle of energy. Romani put her dishes away with the same lackadaisical approach. "Stolen? What do you mean, Romani?" he asked. "It always happens around this time of year. The carnival of time, that is. They come down from the sky in their great big orb and steal our precious livestock." Naruto saw her frown getting deeper and deeper. "Last year, my friend Grasshopper managed to fend them all off and we protected the cows. But he left a long time ago, and I've been worried about what we were going to do once the carnival came around again. I knew they'd be back, I just didn't want to believe it. My sister still won't believe me, and I thought last year would have opened her eyes to the truth." Romani sounded dismayed. "She doesn't believe you even though cows have been disappearing for years now?" Naruto asked, getting up from the table after finishing his own breakfast. "She still thinks it's the Gorman brothers. They've been trying to find ways to put our ranch out of business for years now, but Romani has seen the ghosts that come down from the sky every year." "Ghosts? From the sky? Is that what this is all about? Seems kinda weird, but then again so does all this other shit I've been dealing with for the past 3 months. Hey, maybe you could help me, kitty cat?" Romani suddenly perked up from her previous bout of seriousness. Naruto figured it would only be a matter of time before that suggestion popped up. "Help? What could I do?" "Well, the last time they came here to take all our livestock, Grasshopper was the reason we were able to hold them off. I've been practicing all year just to defend the farm, but I don't think I can do it by myself," Romani said, looking to her favorite bow which sat in the corner of the living room. Naruto pondered this for a moment. "Well, if I'm going to be staying here, I guess it would mean doing whatever the ranch owners ask me to do. Even if it is something as weird as this," Naruto commented, making Romani's face brighten. "Great. After you're done with your chores, I'll set up some ghost-shaped balloons outside so you can practice your archery," Romani said, apparently assuming that he was going to use the same style of fighting that she did. Naruto didn't know what to say to that. He didn't exactly use a bow and arrow. And he doubted Romani had ever actually seen any style of ninja combat before, even if he wasn't the shining example in that department. Before Naruto could say he didn't use bows, Romani's older sister swung the front door and entered, looking frazzled. Romani stole a glance at Naruto, effectively realizing that their conversation was over for the time being. She also minded him to zip it. From that point on, Romani ran outside with her bow in hand, leaving Naruto alone in the living room with Cremia. She gestured him to follow her outside, and the chill autumn air hit his face as the sun was peeking over the horizon. For the next several hours, Naruto was taught the basics of how to milk cows, tend to horses and donkeys, and feed all different kinds of animals. It was hard work, but not anything his academy training didn't prepare him for. By mid-afternoon, both he and Cremia were done with their chores. The older girl patted Naruto on the back and told him that he was a quick learner to the ranch lifestyle. It was about 3 hours before the sun would set, and he was set to begin his practice with Romani. While Naruto had been doing his chores, Romani had taken the liberty of setting up many strange balloons all over the ranch. Where she got them, Naruto didn't know. Naruto felt a hand press itself gently on his shoulder, and he knew instantly that it was Cremia who was coming up from behind him. She eyed the balloons with equal parts amazing and disappointment. This again? She was setting those balloons up last year too. I had hoped she would have gotten over those silly childhood fantasies of hers. There was a boy who come round these parts during the carnival last year. Got him roped up in her silly fantasies too. They were practicing with their bows out here to prepare for the ghost stuff. Cremia put her other hand on his shoulder and squeezed gently. Listen, Naruto. I hope you don't take what she says very seriously. Romani is a strange child. Ever since our father died, she has changed completely. She's just as energetic as she once was, but I fear she isn't really in touch with reality. For a year after our father died, she was convinced he would just turn up at the gates, completely all right. You can play her game with her if you want, that's what children do. But please, try not to obsess over the idea of these ghosts. Cremia advised him. Naruto wondered if she was going to treat him like a child for as long as they knew each other. She had already seemingly forgotten that he had ninja training, and had been through far more than any normal 12-year-old should have. She patted his shoulder, leaving him on that note. Romani waved him down, her apparent cheerfulness having been restored through playing with her dog and being outside. Hey, kitty cat. You ready to start? As I'll ever be? Naruto groused. It was then that Romani noticed something odd about Naruto. In fact, she had never stopped to ask him what kind of weapons he would use during the invasion tonight, if any. Hey, where's your bow? Don't use one. Huh? Then, how do you plan to defend the ranch? Naruto pulled out one of the scrolls he had packed with him on account of Majora, and unfurled it. Charging a little chakra into the paper, one of the dozens of kunai stuffed into the scroll appeared as if on a platter. Will this do? Romani's eyes lit up with wonder about what Naruto just did. But she was ever more interested in the little weapon that Naruto had conjured up from the scroll. Wow! How did you do that? Do you know magic? Magic. Chakra. What was the difference? By this point in his life, Naruto had experienced his fair share of both. But, for the sake of reining in Romani, he just nodded. You could say that, Romani, Naruto replied, twirling the kunai on his finger. Romani's eyes spun around watching the spinning blade, apparently mesmerized by the sight. Romani has never seen anything like that before. How are you supposed to fight with such a little knife? Naruto didn't respond, but merely stopped twirling the kunai on his hand before releasing it lightning quick without even looking at his target. Soaring through the air, the kunai embedded itself in the tree right next to the farmhouse. Romani's eyes shimmered. Ooh, before she used both hands to slap herself on the cheeks lightly. This changes everything. Forget riding on horseback and shooting arrows. How quickly can you pop all 10 of those balloons? Romani asked, pointing an enthusiastic finger out to the field. Naruto allowed himself a small smile before surveying the dummies on the field. Pulling kunai after kunai from his scroll, he easily pierced the ones closest to him, before taking out the farther ones with far more concentrated throws. Amazing! You hit the one all the way on the other side of the field. You completely destroyed Grasshopper's previous record, and you didn't even do it on horseback. Romani gushed, holding up a timer. Those ghosts don't stand a chance. Naruto allowed himself to smile at her and went to work retrieving his kunai from their various spots around the field. When he got back to the farmhouse, he had one more question to ask Romani. So, when are we doing this thing? He asked, wiping some sweat from his brow. Well, we should leave our rooms around midnight. Don't let my big sister see you, or there will be trouble. It's usually pretty different what time they show up, but Romani has never seen them here before midnight. But make no mistake, they will come tonight, sooner or later. It was past midnight when Naruto snuck out of his room in the loft and made his way outside the farmhouse. The place was silent and dark, without a creature stirring. If the invaders had showed up yet, they were doing a very quiet job. As he walked down the stairs, he noted the door to Cremia and Romani's room was still shut, meaning Romani probably hadn't made her way down yet. He was exhausted from the day's work, but he couldn't think about backing down now. If he could find a way to help people in this world, it would go worlds to repairing his conscience. He had to find a way to stop Majora's Mask on top of it all, but baby steps first. The door to the farmhouse clicked shut as Naruto made as little noise as he could. Crickets chirped and wolves howled as Naruto sat alone in the dark of the night. Not even a shiver ran up his spine at the prospect of facing the supernatural. A year ago he would have said he was afraid of ghosts, but next to an all-powerful mask they hardly seemed threatening now. After about 10 minutes of waiting outside, the door to the farmhouse creaked open once again, and Romani jogged outside with a sense of urgency, her bow clutched in her hand. Her face told him she had escaped the notice of her sister. "Romani is sorry we didn't get to practice more. Big sister really had you working hard for most of the day, but with your skills we should be fine. But, I'm sure the ghosts will be coming tonight. It'll start when you hear a high-pitched whine like something out of this world, and then they'll come down in an orange ball of light from the sky." Romani tilted her head in the direction of the barn, where the remaining cows that hadn't been stolen mooed. She looked like she was about to go in there, but changed her mind at the last minute. "No. I won't go in the barn. Romani has 65 arrows in her quiver right now. Last year I hid in the barn to watch over the cows in case some of them made it inside, but not this year. I won't run from them and let you do all the work. Romani will be out here with you, and with the both of us, we should be able to prevent any of them from entering the barn. So, now, we wait." She finished, taking a seat on the crate outside the barn and farmhouse. And wait they did. Romani sat in rigid silence for the next few hours, surprising given what little he knew about her. The old Naruto would have gotten intensely bored from all the waiting, but now he just sat in silence alongside her. It was Romani who broke the silence first. "Where are you from, Naruto?" Strange, that was the first time she had used his real name over the nickname she had given him. He had been asked that question a lot, he must have stood out to the locals a lot. It wasn't surprising. He didn't have pointy ears like the local population, and all he wore was his orange yukata, definitely a foreign dress style in Termina. "I come from a place called Konoha, a long, long way away from here," Naruto replied. Romani hummed thoughtfully, swinging her legs alongside Naruto on the barrel they were sitting on. "Why did you leave?" Naruto opened his mouth, but remembered what would happen if he told Romani too much. "We were going through some bad times. Unfortunately, my village doesn't exist anymore. I came here on a whim, attempting to find some refugees from my village, people I cared about, but I realize now that I'm probably not going to find anyone," he said, purposefully being very vague about his origins. Naruto's eyes widened when he felt the red-haired girl next to him wrap her arms around his neck, pulling him into a hug. The expression on her face was one of sadness. "You shouldn't just give up like that," Romani whispered. "If you stay optimistic, I'm sure you'll find who you're looking for," she said, squeezing him tighter and tighter. Naruto shook his head, rustling the attached Romani as he did so. "I'm not so sure I can believe that, Romani. I was alone for so long without any parents or friends. I was finally beginning to make some friends, and I had people I cared about. Hell, there was even a girl. But just a few weeks after I was starting to get out of my awful situation, my village was destroyed." Romani rested her head on his shoulder, and shook it lightly. "Well, you're helping Romani with the ghosts, so it's only right that I help you out with something. Once we've protected the ranch and the carnival has passed, I'll help you find your friends." "Romani," Naruto said, touched by the optimism and kindness she was showing, but at the same time knowing that there was no way that he would find anything even with Romani's help. A high-pitched whine filled the air, cutting off the tender moment between the two preteens. It grew louder in pitch after a few seconds, but Romani had already flung herself off him the moment she heard the whine. "What the hell is that?" Naruto asked. It sounded awful to Naruto's ears, but Romani had turned as white as a sheet and jumped up from her seat, bow at the ready. The Romani ranch dog was already barking up a storm. All of a sudden, a bright orange ball of light flew overhead, hovering above the center of the ranch's field for a moment. It released a ray of light once it stopped moving, and several strange figures began to materialize in the field center, connected to the stream of light. "It's them. They are here," Romani said frantically, taking her position up in order to defend the ranch. She grabbed an arrow from the back of her quiver and motioned for Naruto to do the same. Naruto too rose to his feet. He may have doomed his old world, but that didn't mean he couldn't help in this one. "What the hell are those things?" he wondered, taking a look at the invaders for the very first time. Now that he looked at them, he could see why Romani would have mistaken them for ghosts. They were hooded figures dressed in all purple and black, floating off of the ground. The only skin they showed was their face, with the skull-like visage and sunken eyes. Speaking of those eyes, they emitted a powerful orange light from their centers, and they stalked forward toward the ranch with their skinny arms outstretched, bird-like talons curved forward like scythes. They did vaguely resemble ghosts, but Naruto was reminded of something else. The ball of light, the appearance, the noises, and the tractor beam. He had seen this before in comics from his world, but he never thought he'd be experiencing it. What the hell? You said they were ghosts, not aliens. The freakish extraterrestrials moved with a slow gait towards the barn, seemingly not focused on any other task than that. Naruto flicked a kunai in the closest one's direction, watching it hit. The alien burst into a ray of light once it died, but another one was there to take its place, in the same exact place the original one had come down from its mothership. Huh? Aliens? What are you talking about? Naruto wondered if Romani had any concept of aliens. Beings from another world may not have registered in a place like Termina, and they may have just settled for calling them ghosts. Never mind. I'll tell you later. Just focus on defending the ranch, he called to the girl who was taking out aliens on his adjacent side. He took a step backward, feeling Romani's back press against his. How long do we have to keep this up? He asked, flinging several more kunai at the invaders and watching as they were replaced in seconds. Well, at least they weren't getting any closer to the barn. Until morning. They hate the sight of the morning sun. Well, that was something. They had to keep up this pace for literal hours? Alright, let's do this. So, for the next hour, he threw weapon after weapon after weapon at the aliens in the hopes that they would be kept at bay. To the aliens themselves, it was like Naruto and Romani didn't even exist. They had an infinite number of replacements to appear in the same exist spot every time, and those aliens just kept going with absolutely one goal in mind, the barn. When Naruto threw one more kunai at around 4 o'clock, he realized that it was hopeless like this. He was running out of weaponry, and would never last until dawn. Romani seemed to be having the same problem, no matter how proficient she was at using that bow. Naruto thought about what other methods of fighting he may use to hold off the aliens. Using Majora's mask was obviously out of the question, and he didn't want to transform into Asuma and make Romani start asking more questions. That left weapons and jutsu, the old ninja standby. He only knew one ninjutsu besides the basic academy ones taught to him, since he had yet to even look over the ones he had gotten from the scrolls. 6 aliens spread over a wide open field. Then again, the one powerful ninjutsu he did know seemed to be quite applicable in this situation. Romani, get back. Ha, just do it. I'm going to try something, and you're in the way. Romani stood slack-jawed for a second, before she chirped, right. Once he heard the pitter-patter of the redhead move behind him, Naruto stepped out in front of the crate and surveyed the field. 6 aliens were getting far too close for his liking. He put his hands into seals, before pointing his upturned palm at the adjacent stretch of field. Futon, de Tapa. A powerful gust of wind blew by the farmhouse and concentrated in the midsection of the field, where the aliens were attempting to swarm the barn. The razor wind ripped up chunks of earth and slashed the affronting creatures into bits, even disorienting the bright orange ball that was still hovering all over the field. Wow, that was amazing. How did you do that? He heard Romani's voice, but he paid her no mind. He could already predict the look of wonder that would be on her face after this was all over. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He had just taken out all the aliens in front of him, so why did that high-pitched whine sound closer than ever to the barn? It then hit him. Oh shit, behind us, he screamed, seeing the alien approach from behind the farmhouse and close in on the barn. Oh, no. The cows. Romani screamed, seeing the alleged ghost phase directly through the wood of the barn. Naruto grit his teeth. How could they have been so stupid to forget the back for so long? As soon as that being entered the barn, it seemed like the orange ball of light flew over to hover directly above the barn that its charge had entered. Naruto shoved Romani out to the front. Hold off the rest of them. I'm going into the barn. Naruto rushed to the barn and slammed the door open, his eyes suddenly being assaulted by a froth of orange light from within the barn. The animals were howling, and in the middle of the room was the alien that had snuck inside. It was also the first time any one of those things actually acknowledged his presence. For when he entered the vicinity, the being turned to look at him, sunken eyes glowing. $% and hashtag dollar happy face hashtag $$ asterisk hashtag, the alien screeched at him, his head rotating menacingly. He couldn't work out anything in that screech, but Naruto was more than willing to bet that it was angry with him. It cast an arm out as if protecting the cow, and the orange light in the room grew ever brighter. When the bright light engulfed Naruto, he began to feel tingly all over. His arms and legs locked into place and he found that he couldn't move anymore. The orange light was concentrated into a tractor beam that was phasing directly through the ceiling, and the alien and the cows were engulfed in it as well. He thrust out, trying to reach for a kunai to throw at the alien, but it was no use. He felt the tractor beam lift him off his feet, along with the cows and the other alien. When it looked like he was about to crash into the roof, he phased right through it along with the animals, the cows mooing in fright right below him. Chapter 24, The Mothership. When Naruto regained consciousness, he bolted upright fast enough to give a normal person whiplash. That is, he would have if there weren't any tight restraints that prevented his reflexes from winning over. He felt the cold metal of a table against his back, and the metal straps that covered his chest, legs, and neck and bound him in place with extra fortifications. A bright light was blinding him somewhat, preventing him from seeing the type of location he was in. All he remembered was trying to defend the ranch against those ghost aliens, when one got into the barn from behind. He had rushed back all by his lonesome to see cows getting abducted by a tractor beam, and then... Wait, that's right. He was dragged up along with them. As soon as the lights hit him, it sent him into a dreamlike daze of sorts, a feeling different than any of Majora's trickery. The bright lights shining down on him dimmed slightly when a dark shadowy figure stepped between him and the light. The only thing he could see in the saturated light was the equally orange eyes that stood out like headlights from the shadowy figure. And asterisk, hashtag and underscore, the figure clicked at him with no discernible human emotion, and Naruto took a second to remember that this was one of the same aliens that were abducting cattle at the ranch. And that meant? He was on their mothership. It practically confirmed in his mind that these were not ghosts as Romani guessed. They were too solid, and the way they were acting was far too stereotypical. It would have been funny if it weren't so creepy. And here he thought that the stereotypical alien abduction was something you just saw in trashy comics and urban legends. And what was coming next was... Slowly but surely, two more of the aliens loomed over the strapped-up Naruto, clicking and screaming to one another in their alien language. The cloaked figures blotted out the overhanging light almost completely. One of the new aliens reached out a spindly appendage that was its arm, its bony fingers reaching forward as if to touch the bound Naruto. Naruto grimaced as someone flicked the lights off. Instead of bright yellow, infrared light began to rain down from the lamps onto the table, illuminating the craft in a much dimmer glow. Oh, hell no. I am not getting sharp tools and probes put into uncomfortable areas. Naruto snarled, beginning to thrash about in his restraints and make a scene. The aliens chittered in surprise at the sudden resistance, falling back and huddling together while seemingly pointing their long, slender digits at the strapped boy. One of them clicked something, seemingly a single word. Out of the darkness came another alien into view, carrying a sleek, metallic tray of baubles. With apparent telekinesis, the alien that had spoken levitated a syringe filled with a sickly green liquid. With its strobes for eyes, Naruto couldn't tell what it was thinking. The faces of the aliens didn't lend itself to any emotion that a human could recognize. The green liquid, however, didn't look like it cured cancer, however. Those bony fingers squeezed the tip lightly, and a slight amount of the repulsive gelatinous liquid oozed forth from the tip of the syringe. No way am I getting myself injected with that, whatever that is. Naruto thought, as he began to struggle against his restraints, pouring chakra into his muscles in an attempt to wrest himself free. He buffeted his head around and around, it being the only part of his body he could freely move. After a few seconds of struggling, he felt the hair on his head begin to stand on end as it felt like someone was beginning to stretch his head forward and back. One of the aliens was holding his Naruto's thrashing head in its telekinetic grasp, before letting it drop and slamming his head into the hard metal of the table to shut him up. Three of the aliens looked at each other, their strobe-like eyes illuminating each of the other's frail bodies. Naruto's vision swam, squinting his eyes to stop the blur of the images. When he came to, he realized that this was the closest thing to glee that the beings had ever shown. What, had they never seen a human before? At least, their jubilation gave away that they've probably never had one on their operating table before. The restraints held tight, barely giving an inch to his display of power from his thrashing. The alien with the syringe creeper ever closer, its gangly finger pressing down ever so slightly on the end. A few seconds later, and it was standing over Naruto. Its strobe eyes shined into his face, nearly blinding him as it reached out one of its hands and touched Naruto's arm. Naruto shuddered, it was cold to the touch and slimy, like these beings were meant to exist at the bottom of a dark ocean and nowhere else. The creature used its other arm and readied the syringe of green liquid, poking the needle into Naruto's flesh. If Naruto thought the alien's appendage was cold, it was nothing compared to the liquid that was injected into his bloodstream. It bombarded his veins like ice as the alien injected the entire dosage, pulling out and seeming to observe the effects with what appeared to be curiosity. His vision began swimming as his mind went numb, blackness reaching at the far corners of his mind. Maybe this drug was an anesthetic meant to knock him out, but as he remained conscious minutes into the procedure that didn't appear to be the case. By this point, Naruto was used to mental anguish. So when his vision began to swim and his memories began to scatter, a harsh pain erupted into his mind as it felt like a portion of his brain was being removed with an ice pick. He had heard stories of alien abductions ending in lobotomy in the trashy comics he read, but never thought that it would actually happen to him. An enemy ninja doing it would have been more likely. His mind went numb after the episode of pain, but only for a moment, because there was another force pushing back against the drugs that the aliens were administering to him. Two forces, in fact. For what it was worth, the alien seemed surprised that he was conscious. The sharp pain in his mind followed by the swift feeling of numbness. Perhaps the green liquid was some kind of sedative designed to get him under control while the beings performed whatever hellish tasks they were meant to do. It probably would have been enough to knock out a normal human. The numbness that plagued him returned, threatening to knock him unconscious. Whenever he reached the brink of dreamland, the sharp pain and the presence of Majora pulled him back. Right back to reality and the waking world. The aliens had been at first perturbed by the ineffectiveness of the serum on Naruto, but now they seemed even more intrigued by this apparently new discovery. One of the aliens turned around, its long, gangly arms twitching as it floated over to the strange interface in the far corner of the room. With spindly fingers, it tapped a few buttons, creating a mechanical whirring sound somewhere within the bowels of the ship. The whirring sound continued until it was coming from right next to the table that Naruto was strapped onto. Gears clanked as the ceiling directly above Naruto began to open like a hatch. The same alien that flipped the switch stayed over by the interface, while two others who were milling around took their assigned places to the left and right of Naruto. 3 large robotic arms extended from the open hatch on the ceiling. The same alien that flipped the switch stayed over by the interface, while 2 others who were milling around took their assigned places to the left and right of Naruto. 3 large robotic arms extended from the open hatch on the ceiling. They were like an alien Swiss Army knife, being able to cycle between any surgical tool that was needed at any given moment. The thin middle robotic arm leaned forward, and when it did, Naruto blocked out the entire world around him. No. No. It was clearly a scalpel, a very large one but thin and precise enough that Naruto knew it was used for precise biological machinations rather than battle. He supposed the green fluid was supposed to knock him unconscious or even kill him, but it didn't, and the procedure was going to go on anyway. There was nothing else. The aliens at his side were non-existent to his perception of the world, even when their strobe eyes were staring him down at all times. For that moment with the arm, even Majora was not a presence in his mind. It was him and the robotic arm, nothing else. And when the robotic arm shifted and the edge of appendage became a long, thin scalpel, Naruto's brow knitted with cold fear. A bead of sweat rolled down Naruto's cheek as he began to thrash in his restraints, not even noticing the purple magic working to help him. The aliens chatted instructions to each other that Naruto wasn't paying attention, and the alien at the control panel rotated the mechanical scalpel to place the tip of the scalpel at the top of Naruto's torso, right above his first thoracic vertebrae. The cold steel of the alien metal racked his body, and Naruto repressed a shudder. Well, if the green fluid wasn't meant to kill him, this certainly would. Well, is this it? Naruto thought in his final bleak and manic moments. About to become the deceased specimen of aliens, all because he wanted to protect a ranch owned by people he just met? I guess I deserve it in a way. I'm not native to this place anyway, there's no future for me here. Perhaps going out now would be for the best. Termina will be safe, from me. There came a beep, and then the tip of the scalpel was driven into the flesh of Naruto's thorax. Naruto let out a gasp as pain blossomed in his mind, his head shot back, his eyes wide. The blade had pierced his skin and the first layers of muscle, before cutting cleanly downward through Naruto's torso as if his flesh was made of cloth. Naruto thrashed, shutting his eyes and trying on something. Focus on anything else than the excruciating fiery pain as he was vivisected alive. Damn. That hurts. Why does it hurt? Why am I even still alive? Naruto thought through the mental images of pain. The automatic dissection kit above wouldn't give him any reprieve to think, however. The other 2 mechanical arms formed into small pincers built for precision. The alien at the interface entered a much more complex code into the mainframe, and Naruto watched with a manic gaze and a sweaty visage as the metal pincers bore down on him like a judgmental god. With a metallic whir, the robotic tongs seized the folds of flesh created by the precise incision down Naruto's middle. Naruto grunted in pain and let out a small whimper, as the tongs peeled the skin off to one side and held it against the steel of the table. The remaining arm changed into a pair of scissors. One of the aliens hovered over Naruto, looking at the peeled-back flaps of skin held against the table by the metal arms. It levitated about a dozen large pins it had produced from a tray located nearby, telekinetically thrusting each one down into a different area on the flap of skin as if it were sewing. Naruto grunted and cried out with each strike, his curtain of skin now held down by the needles and his chest cavity completely open and able to be viewed. The other aliens crowded around the suffering Naruto, chirping to each other while the mechanical arms loomed behind and directly above them. One of them gave a slight click, to which the pair of scissors rotated forward and pushed their blades into Naruto's open body. Of course, Naruto still couldn't figure out how he was still alive, let alone cognitively aware of his situation. If he had to wager a guess, the aliens had noticed this too, and it was this revelation which led them to believe he was such a special subject. For a special subject, they would want samples. Wait, what are they doing? Naruto thought, as the alien on his left grabbed a manual scalpel from one of the trays as the robotic arms remained on standby. It levitated it into his chest cavity, resting the blade on the crevice between his seventh rib and the intercostal muscles it was connected to. Every movement it made, every step it took with the scalpel was like being seared with white-hot fire. In careful motions, the alien began careful cutting motions on the sinew that connected muscle to bone, cutting through the meat like a butcher. With the cut being cleanly made, the alien levitated the hunk of intercostal muscle from Naruto's bod, placing on the tray to no doubt be examined later. To the alien, it was probably being careful in the interest of science. To Naruto, it was like he was being tortured. Shit. Fuck, that was worse than being bisected. Naruto's eyes panned over to the tray, wide with shock as he looked at the slab of meat that had been taken from him. So, this was what it felt like to be butchered. The alien cocked a head, curiosity staining its features. At this stage in Naruto's life, the boy knew that curiosity with these beings was more dangerous than any manner of sadism. The same alien took off more muscle from many different parts of his chest cavity, each one being more painful than the rest before a whole variety of bloody tissue was deposited on the table next to him. It was at that point when the aliens realized that his ribcage was in the way. The two robotic arms reached forward and grabbed two central ribs opposite of one another, and began to apply a steady supply of force as they attempted to pull them out of the way. Naruto's bones were mightily strong, and they put up a valiant fight against the stream of pressure that was pulling them apart. Naruto grimaced and bucked, and made his first strangled cry during the entire operation, blood gargling away from lips. Snap! Squelch! Naruto's ribcage finally gave, both sides snapping outward as the robot arms pulled them apart, the bone structure caving in on itself and nearly collapsing. Several broken bone shards pierced through the flesh on Naruto's side, exposing the white bone to the outside air fully as blood leaked from the porous wound. Urk! Naruto grunted. The canvas of Naruto's internal organs were on full display for the beings to harvest and dissect now that the ribcage and muscle was out of the way. The aliens chittered with glee, the one on his right imploring its comrade to continue to the procedure, pointing a spindly finger at something Naruto couldn't tell. Like clockwork, the alien performing the procedure was back to work, holding its scalpel aloft. He pushed the offending blade to the very top left of his chest cavity. Naruto looked down at the vandalized sludge of muscle organs that was his body, and noticed where the alien was cutting. A large red artery, the largest in the body, the aorta. For the first time, the being relied on something other than telekinesis. It reached a cold, slimy finger inside next to where the blade was cutting, grasping his heart and pulling once the aorta had been cleanly cut through. Blood gushed from the large artery in torrents, bloodying the already soaked metal table as Naruto's heart was pulled clean out of his chest cavity, being connected to his body only by long arteries and veins. Naruto froze, his mind going numb as he stared at his disembodied heart. His pupils dilated as his breathing grew heavier and heavier and heavier. A pair of scissors was levitated over, snipping through the connected blood vessels like ribbon and disconnecting Naruto's heart from his body. The alien who was operating on him held the still beating heart aloft, chittering at him with glee. With carefully restrained delicacy, he placed the most important muscle of the body on the table with a sickening squelch, staining the tray with his blood. Something ignited in the back of Naruto's mind, a familiar white noise that had been drowned out by the pain since the vivisection began. Pain was flooding out of his brain in a mass exodus, only to be replaced by white-hot rage and a powerful shrieking that only continued to grow. His still beating heart was on the table. At this point all blood flow to his brain had been cut off. Naruto should have been long dead by now, with no blood flow his brain should have shut down. But Majora was still a steadfast presence in the back of his mind, still directing his mind and body like a meat puppet. Give in to your pain. Give in to your anger. Forget your past guilt, and cast away any doubt you may have in your place in the universe. Now is the time of reckoning. Give in, and you will become an agent of destruction unlike anything any world has ever seen, the sickly sweet voice that he knew all too well coaxed. Shoo. Shhh. Just let it happen. The aliens looked ready to continue the procedure, collecting more and more samples from a live human and a clear specimen they had never seen before. Before they could continue, however, Naruto roared. A primal roar, one bereft of any reason or intelligence. The roar of an instinctual animal that had been pushed to the brink and was lashing out at everything around it. A purple near-viscous magic surrounded Naruto's form from head to toe as a high-pitched growl escaped from Naruto's throat, his voice having risen several octaves in the process. The high-pitched growl turned into an even higher shriek of pain, the magic and power swirling around Naruto and straining against the restraints that barely held him in place. The aliens in charge of his procedure backed up suddenly, chirping at each other as the metal restraints began to creak and whine with the added pressure. All pain forgotten, the purple aura surrounding Naruto grew thicker and more suffocated for anyone who dared stand in the presence of this primeval. Naruto gave one last grunt and a jerk of motion, snapping the metal restraints as if they were tissue. Naruto swung his legs over the side of the table, his hands slick with his own blood as he stood up under his power, skin ripping as he dislodged the pins also holding him down. With his ribs sticking out of his side like spines and his torso open with his internal organs spilling out in a mess of brown and red, Naruto began walking. The aliens had given him a wide berth as his expression adopted an unmistakable sense of calm as he stalked around table. His stomach almost flopped out of his body, only being held back by the muscle that was still attached to it. Naruto raised a bloodied hand, and the aliens over by the interface flinched. He raised the hand to his face, his eyes dead and cold before his entire visage was marred with the artifact known as Majora's Mask. Naruto's mind was flooded with adrenaline and euphoria, a wide sadistic smile making its way onto the child's face underneath the mask he wore. He flashed forward before any of the aliens could react, grabbing the one nearest to him around the neck. He squeezed heavily, lifting up the alien as it squealed and clicked, waving its spindly arms around uselessly. He clenched his fists together, crushing the otherworldly being in his grasp with a slight crunch before it disappeared into a plume of light. When it did, Naruto felt fear permeate throughout the room. He could practically taste it, as if it were a tangible sensation that Naruto lapped up as if it were vitamin D from sunlight. In the more sane corners of his mind, he marveled at how physically weak these supposedly ultra-advanced space aliens were. It seemed that underneath the gangly appearance and those dome lights they had for eyes, these things were capable of feeling real, tangible emotion. Still, all it was fear. If fear was the only thing these weak creatures could understand beyond their twisted science, well, he would have to impact a very hard message onto them. After he literally popped one of the aliens, he turned to the others, a crazed grin on his face underneath the mask. The fearful aliens stared into his eyes, making their horrific clicking noises that served as their language. Naruto never kept the trained eyes of Majora's Mask off the other aliens, who were now huddled in the corner of the room. He merely circled around the operating table that he had been strapped to, before glancing over at the tray which contained most of the items that had been harvested from him. He picked up his still beating heart, ignoring the clicking language of the aliens. Even now, their scientific curiosity was their biggest downfall. With a squelch, Naruto shoved his separated heart back into its rightful place, taking a deep breath as the veins and arteries regenerated and knitted the organ back into its original position. His focus went back to the aliens, trying to decipher the alien language to no avail. Within the alien language, however, one word stood out the most. One that he could piece together despite the very noises the aliens made were unreproducible to human vocal cords. Within the clicks was an unmistakable Majora every once in a while. Naruto's eyes snapped open even wider, clenching his fists tightly as the familiar static of white noise penetrated his mental faculties. The killing of one of the aliens had appeased the fury in his mind, but for merely a few seconds. Naruto raised his fist and clenched it, veins popping in his wrist. His fist shot out, not aimed at any of the aliens but instead at the important-looking interface closest to him. His clenched fist burst through the metal interface like paper, punching straight through glass, wires, and metal as the monitors on the computer mainframe began to shut down into static, one after another. Naruto pulled his fist as he apathetically watched the room become bathed with infrared light. An alarm sounded off from somewhere else in the spacecraft as the light flashed. Naruto held out both his fists, parallel to one another. Purple magic gathered around his wrists, while his head swiveled around as if on a chair as he took in the sight of the panicking aliens. He pointed his left fist at one of the beings who was fiddling with a broken monitor on the opposite side of the room, a control panel that was very clearly for the turquoise sliding door. In hindsight, it probably wasn't the best idea to have the only exits from the operating room being operated through computers. The purple magic coalesced into a solid object, a spinning top. Naruto thrust his arm back and then forward, launching the spiked children's toy forward like one of his own kunai. It soared through the air with a whir, ripping the alien clean in two through the torso before embedding itself into the control panel the being had been fiddling with, causing it to explode into scrap metal. Well, heh. I think I found my way out, the euphoric Naruto cackled while his guts literally spilled out onto the ground around him. Pain forgotten, he walked calmly over to the only remaining alien in the room, staring into the being's strobe-like eyes with the bulbous orange ones of the mask. Hey, see Mir. I want to show you something. Naruto said, sticking out a left arm and grasping the alien by the neck, uncaring of the cold slimy feeling touching the otherworldly being entailed. The alien of course didn't understand Naruto's language, but it did understand the show of force when Naruto picked it up with one arm and slammed it against main door out of the operating room. Naruto let go, holding out his opposite hand with his palm upturned while the alien shivered in place, too petrified to move. Futon, de Tapa. Chakra mixed with air as Naruto summoned a strong blast of wind from the air around his palm, swirling it around as it buffeted and shredded the alien at point-blank range. This time around however, purple magic was mixed in with the chakra of the vortex, as the torrent pressed against the metal door behind it and blew a hole clean through it. When Naruto stepped out into the dark hallway of the alien ship, his foot met the familiar sound of metal grating rather than the solid floor he had been standing on beforehand. Whatever the case, the scaffolding he was on seemed to indicate that the majority of the craft was below his position, and looking down only confirmed that to be true. It wasn't merely one operating room, which meant that the interior of the craft was far bigger than the small ball of light it looked like from the outside. Naruto continued to stalk through the ship, passing a giant tank of liquid suspended in midair via wires near his position. He leaned over the metal railing, noting the lifeform that was contained inside. It didn't look like anything otherworldly, at least from the standpoint of Termina, though definitely didn't seem like it would exist in his original world. It looked almost like how an onion would if an onion were a moving thing instead of a vegetable. Its round body was suspended in the wide tank of liquid, 8 sharp roots floating around as if in suspended animation. Aliens on the floor below him floated past in a hurry, rushing off to where the alarms were sounding. Naruto paid them no mind, however. He merely reached his arm forward, not paying any mind as cold tendrils began to wrap themselves around his neck, flowing down his shoulder blades, past his biceps and forearms to form the same pulsating armor he had used on top of the Hokage monument. Naruto clenched his fists and spikes protruded out of the purple material on his wrists, as well as his shoulder blades. Majora's armor hardened into a solid stronger than steel to protect its host from damage, and the orange orbs that were the mask's eyes began to glow. The possessed boy fired Majora's signature red beams from the core of its eyes, aiming at the glass tank that contained the Terminin creature. The twin beams of hit impacted the glass, causing the casing to sizzle as the laser cut through the glass as if it were a knife. Once the two beams crossed each other, Naruto had cut a hole clean into the gargantuan glass tank. The green liquid flowed out of the interior like a torrent, practically flooding the floors underneath the tank as gravity overtook it. The supports keeping the tank against the metallic wall burst as the glass smashed and the creature inside began to move around, free from its confines. It was still alive after all. The plant-like animal whipped its bladed limbs around like a propeller, smashing through the remaining glass and ripping the entire tank from the wall. Naruto watched with barely restrained glee at the chaos that was unfolding. The distant chirping of some frantic aliens could be heard in the distant rooms of the spacecraft, as the green liquid from the tank leaked into adjacent rooms and no doubt messed with some of the mechanisms on board. It was odd, but for some reason the distressed mooing of a cow could be heard from somewhere within the bowels of the ship. The monster that Naruto had released was already going on a tear, propelling itself directly through some of the other metal doors with ease and causing the alarms on the ship to become even louder. His work done, the possessed Naruto cackled and turned away from the scene to the door that lay before him upon the upper floors of the craft. More aliens rushed by him down on the lower levels, escaping from one of the rooms the whirling creature had burst into. They floated over to another door, chittering loudly when it failed to open for them. Naruto charged up more beams from his mask, firing them to cut open the closest door to him just like he had the glass tank. The metal fell apart just as easily as the glass, his intrusion sounding off yet another alarm. The ship was really getting into bad shape by now. Fortunately for him, the designers of this ship had placed the operating room he was just in right across from the main control room where it was piloted. It was just a quick walk across the metal grating and he was inside. This room was aesthetically the same as the other one, except with different interfaces and manuscripts handled by a different group of aliens. A large hole in the center was covered up by metal paneling, with the very bow of the ship being operated by 3 aliens, who were sitting in front of the only window in the entire craft. And they were in low orbit. Well, time for us to see just how destructive this thing can be when it crashes. Naruto guffawed, his voice drawing the surprised aliens out of their pilots' chairs. Stuff looks fragile, you know. Naruto cackled. As Naruto skulked into the room, the aliens began frantically pressing buttons on the interface, trying to open an entire slew of defense mechanisms. One of the aliens levitated what appeared to be a ray gun of all things from one of the panels that the buttons opened. Naruto grinned underneath his mask. Oh, you things are actually gonna fight, huh? You don't look very strong, though. I mean, I took out dozens of you at the ranch. He commented, as there was the loud noise of a beam of light emerging from the tip of the ray gun. Naruto merely held his hand out and let the beam of light impact against his hand. The alien chirped and fired again, and again, and again. Each blast merely bounced uselessly off Naruto's armor, or made a wound in his body that didn't seem to slow him down in the slightest. Majora! Majora, Majora! The frantic aliens shouted, very clearly saying that the only word in their language that Naruto could comprehend. The way they said it was tinged with fear. If Naruto were sane at this moment in time, he would have found this to be odd. However, at the current moment he didn't seem to pay any mind to the familiarity these aliens had with the beast. Instead, Naruto merely raised his hand and overturned his palm yet again. Futon, de tapa. The reinforced glass of the windows shattered as more and more alarms sounded. The slicing wind even cut through the ship's controls, damaging its interior and forcing it to jerk around all over the place. Glass from the monitors burst into shards as the metal warped. Fires sprung up in the cockpit of the spacecraft, and the same infrared lights began to flash. Naruto stepped out onto the metal paneling on the floor, the ship going haywire as low oxygen of Termina's mesosphere rushed into the cockpit. One wild jerk later, and one of the aliens got a desperate idea. It pulled a lever close to him, one of the few things still functional on the ship. With a metallic clank as the lever locked into place, the metal grating on the floor began to open until it was big enough to accommodate a human. Naruto was only staring forward at that moment in time, as his masked eyes panned downward to see the cockpit of the ship rising higher and higher. A gust of wind hit his body, the G-forces rankling the masked boy around as he fell to earth, ejecting from the depths of the alien mothership. One thing was for sure, wherever Naruto had been deposited was nowhere near Romani Ranch. In fact, Naruto was pretty sure he was back out in the field between Clock Town and Romani Ranch that he had seen in the carriage ride. The sun was just beginning to creep over the horizon, but darkness still mostly reigned over the land for the moment. Naruto sat up from the grass, his head pounding as he tried to get his bearings. The spacecraft that had abducted him was nowhere in sight after he had made a mess of things. As far as he knew, most of the aliens aboard that ship were dead by his hands, and the ship had probably crashed somewhere anyway, but he had blacked out before he saw what had happened after that. Perhaps forcibly expelling himself wasn't the best idea, after all? Not like he had a choice really, but if Majora wasn't taking away his basic biological needs, such as breathing, then he probably would have been dead by now. Whatever the case, Majora had come back with a vengeance, apparently taking great affront to Naruto having been captured by those things. His head throbbed and burned like someone had taken an ice pick to it, the monstrous Majora screeching in his mind as he went berserk on the alien's mothership. That was another thing. Majora was an odd character, switching from logical to insane at the drop of a hat. Naruto could never predict it. Sometimes, the mask lay dormant in his mind for long periods of time. Other times it was screeching in its lunacy, and other times it acted with completely calculated moves. Still other times there seemed to be a method to its madness. Those beings seemed to trigger a rage in the mask like no other. If that had been the end of it, he would have chalked it up to little more than Majora's unpredictability, but the alien seemed to be familiar with the beast for reasons that Naruto wasn't aware of. But for now at least, he was back to the way he was before he had been abducted. The same Naruto who was beginning to get his bearings in this new world, who was beginning to regain the memories that Majora was purposefully keeping from him so he could be a better sleeper agent. Those aliens seemed to familiar with the beast in his mind in one way or another. But, before he could determine anything further, he had gone on a rampage where the very thought had been purged from his mind in favor of pure destruction. What was scaring him the most right now was how little guilt he was feeling. Those things were living creatures too, what right did he have to basically slaughter them all? Then, he remembered that they had basically tortured him in the name of their twisted science. No, there was no room in his heart for sympathy or grief to the fallen beings. For some, it may have been a small comfort to regain one's true personality, but for Naruto this only meant that he was back on the slow path to becoming the agent of destruction Majora wanted him to be. For a moment, Naruto thought of nothing more than just laying there, but the rising sun hit his eyes and forced him to blink the irritation away. The grass suddenly felt very cold on his back. Oh, shit. That's right. I was practically disemboweled. Naruto burst to his feet in an instant, his hands instantly darting to the normally fatal flesh wound he had received from being vivisected. He only met skin. What? He asked himself. Even when he had escaped his confines, he had still been running around causing carnage with broken bones and an open torso. Now, he was the picture of health for some reason? Must be Majora's work. Again. He said out loud, knowing that the only reason he had survived the operation was because of the mask. Even the Kyuubi couldn't heal a wound like that. At least Termina Field was peaceful this time of morning, with the chirp of birds resounding in the distance to the exact opposite feeling of the cold mothership. Majora was also laying dormant in his mind now, which was surprising after the fit it had thrown while he was being operated on. He could see Clock Town in the distance, the sunrise bathing Termina's largest city in morning light. Of course, he didn't know the way back to Romani Ranch, but he would have to return there sooner or later. He was just tempted to lay back down on the grass and sleep his troubles away, no matter how little he physiologically needed it now. Maybe if he thought hard enough, he would awake back in Konoha and this whole thing would just be a dream? The familiar white noise in the back of his mind said no. So much for being dormant. What's with those guys? Naruto asked himself, squinting his eyes to see the southern gate of Clock Town and two figures entering it. They were small in stature from what little he could make out at his distance, and a small horse was traveling with it, it seemed. Well, whatever. It's not any of my business anyway, Naruto said dismissively. Yet, as he looked at the two figures in the distance, the white noise grew louder and his mind flooded with the same numbness being influenced always came with. Maybe it would turn out to be his business after all. Chapter 25, Fire Orange vs. Forest Green. Link adjusted his tunic as he pushed open the door to the Termina Clock Tower, allowing the sun to peek through into the underground passage that he and Zelda had taken to get directly to Hyrule's alternate realm. Clock Town in the morning was always such a sight to behold, but for Link it felt like something was missing from the homey town. It wasn't quite the time of year where the locals would begin to build the tower, so the sounds of hammering were absent. It wasn't quite the splendor of Hyrule Castle and town, but Clock Town had a charm all its own that Zelda could appreciate as well. It was a homey little city, as opposed to the hustle and bustle of the castle town. Everyone moved a little slower and with a little more patience, and those same residents seemed just a little more approachable. No wonder Link took to it so quickly, it probably made him feel at home like his little forest village better than Castle Town ever did. Wow, this is unique, Zelda said, the architecture and feel of the town being somewhat different than Hyrule. Link almost snorted. If she thought this was unique, then she should have seen the town when a giant moon had been hanging over it. You're the expert, Link. Lead the way, the slightly tomboyish princess said enthusiastically, grabbing a hold of Epona's reins and leading her gently as the horse walked alongside the Hylian. There are so many people I met when I was last here. I guess the first thing we could do is go check the inn. I helped the innkeeper last time I was here, so she should remember me easily enough. Link led the princess through East Clock Town, a few of the townsfolk doing double takes between their faces lit up into wide smiles. The gatekeepers even saluted when he went past, a clear glint of recognition in their eyes from his previous deeds. Zelda drew many gazes herself. These people had no idea of her identity, something she wanted to keep a secret. However, her fancy and regal dress could have been a dead giveaway of her status, and these people were looking upon her like the upper-class lady that she was. Link ignored or returned the gazes until they came to homely Little Inn in East Clock Town. As Zelda walked into the waiting room of the inn, a musty yet warm smell assaulted her nostrils from the old-style inn. The princess wrinkled her nostrils, taking in the odd scent as something not necessarily very familiar to her. Hello, and welcome to the Stockpot, oh my. The voice that greeted them was warm and friendly, but also slightly reserved and melancholic. Zelda poked her head around the corner, looking behind the front desk to see a tall, red-haired woman standing behind the counter. From the look of surprise on her face, she was yet another person in Clock Town who recognized Link. Link? Is that you? The Link who helped Kafei and I reunite? Link's face lit up in a bright smile. Anju. He would have embraced the woman had the counter not been in the way, so instead they settled for some laughing and heartfelt greetings while making small talk. You've grown so much. Are you here for the festival? Goddesses, it's hard to believe that it's nearly been a full year since the last one. No giant moon this time to rain on the carnival this time, I'd hope. If there is, I can take care of it. Link laughed it off, as if falling moons with faces were an everyday occurrence. Over to the side, Link noted with intense satisfaction the look of childlike wonder on Zelda's face, as the other account gave complete confirmation of Link's wild feats in Termina. Oh, my. And who's this little cutie? Anju asked, completely unaware that she was acting very informally around royalty. Zelda wasn't the type of haughty girl to scoff and correct peasants, so she took it in stride. She clasped her hands together and took a slight bow. Good morning to you, Miss Anju. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, she said, her royal etiquette training nevertheless showing in that moment. Anju merely giggled. Oh my, she's so polite. Unlike you, who just stood there and stared through a mask when we first met, she teased Link. Anyway, since you're so early, the carnival isn't really that soon, so we're not totally booked as we would if it were 2 days before. If you're looking for a room or to make a reservation, we have plenty of rooms available. Link laughed off the previous tea sting, before saying, That's okay, Anju. I just wanted to stop by and let you know that I was in town again. I might just go see Cremia and see if we can stay with her at Romani Ranch for the time being. Anju placed a hand on her chin and rubbed it contemplatively. That might be a good idea, but on the other hand I'm not too sure if they have enough space right now. And I'm not just saying that so I can get your business. There was a young man who came into this in just a few days ago, probably around your age. Now, he was an odd kid, but the ranch needed help so I sent him their way. Zelda raised an eyebrow. Really? May I ask what was so strange about him? Well, he was a nice enough young man, but I suppose he was foreign. If he was though, he was from a place I've never heard of. He wore clothes that I've never seen before, and he seemed intent on finding people from his village. He called them shinobi I believe, and he showed me this metal plate with a strange symbol on it and asked if I had seen people wearing them. Honestly, I had never heard of any of it. Link placed one of his small hands up to his chin and rubbed it slightly. He turned to Zelda, knowing that as the key future bearer of the Triforce of Wisdom, coupled with her royal education gave her a plethora of knowledge on many topics even at her young age. So, he was surprised to see that Zelda seemed just as stumped as him. Truly bizarre. I'm afraid I have never heard of the word shinobi before, she said. Anju seemed to know what they were doing in Termina though, so she interjected. Link, you're going to Romani Ranch to see the sisters, aren't you? If you are curious about this boy, then perhaps you will be able to meet him yourself. As far as I know, he has accepted the job at the ranch. When he asked about people from his village, he told me that they were refugees that had suffered from a great disaster. Poor thing, he looked so lost. I hope he managed to find some clues as to the whereabouts of his friends and family. If you happen to see him there, would you do me a favor and ask him how he's settling into things? Link smiled at her. Sure thing, Anju. Anju clapped her hands together as she smiled in gratitude. As she did so, the raspy voice of her mother called from the kitchen, forcing the woman away from the two kids. The two parties greeted each other goodbye as Anju bowed somewhat frantically and went into the back room to cook breakfast for her grandmother. The two Hylians made their way back into Clock Town proper, backtracking over to the clock tower where they had entered Termina and leaving through the south gate. The guard saluted once again, before relaxing in posture and allowing him to pass. This time, it wasn't just because Link was carrying a sword, but because they recognized him. After the guard let them pass, Link guided Zelda into Termina Field proper. Having left Epona near a post by the clock tower in which they had exited, Link had grabbed her once he was done with business at the Stockpot Inn and allowed the princess to ride her while he gently grabbed her reins and led the foal along. As they walked to the southwest in the direction of Romani Ranch, Zelda would look over at Link every so often. To the untrained eye, it would seem his gaze was set on looking out for monsters or marauders on the road there. Zelda knew otherwise. Link, a rupee for your thoughts? Zelda asked suddenly, after the young hero of time had fallen unusually quiet, even for him. While keeping an eye on her friend, the princess was also taking in the sights of Termina Field, a new land that she had never seen before. The ceasing of the soft padding of his boots against the grass was what let Zelda know he was listening to her, alongside the fact that Epona stopped moving. You're still thinking about what Miss Anju said, aren't you? You said we're on our way to Romani Ranch. Do you plan on speaking with the boy that she mentioned? Being a hero didn't just mean fighting monsters, it also meant helping people. And helping people was something that Link had done copious amounts of during his visit to Termina, in addition to saving it from the moon. If he's staying at the ranch, I think I will. He's apparently lost all his friends, but clearly seems to think they're still out there somewhere. I don't know what happened, but perhaps Link stopped himself and narrowed his eyes, seemingly looking at something at the far end of the field. Zelda tilted her head. What's wrong, Link? What is that? He asked suddenly. Random monster attacks weren't exactly an uncommon occurrence for Link, but what he was seeing at the far end of the field looked like a person running directly at them. And the figure was wearing something on its face. "I've seen that before," Link said suddenly, mentioning specifically the mask that was seemingly glued to the rapidly approaching figure's face. At this distance though, it took a little while until the mask was recognizable. "Wait, that's one of the masks that I used when I was here." That cartoonish-looking face was instantly recognizable once it came into view, with the mask that made one look like they were wearing a rock on their face. But to the untrained eye, they were completely unnoticeable, just like a rock. "I'm afraid I don't see anything, Link." "Are you sure you're feeling well?" Zelda asked. "Look a little closer. Use your magic sight if you have to," Link suggested. Zelda did as she was told, focusing her arcane power into her retina and squinting out to where Link was looking. "Oh! Oh my!" she exclaimed. The figure rapidly encroached on them, apparently running at a desperate enough speed. "Excuse me, can we help?" Zelda asked, before her voice trailed off at the intensity in which he was rushing the two children. Link held his hand out, the old hero instincts not failing him. "Something's not right here. Zelda. Take cover. Stay on Epona and keep clear of me." Now that the figure was closing in on him, Link could get a read for the first time. To Link's surprise, the one approaching them was a boy, scarcely older than him if the physique was any indication. His clothes were caked with muck and what looked like blood, so much so that Link couldn't figure out what the stranger was wearing. His hair was the same, flecked with blood and grime and matted down. Even when he was within speaking distance of Link and Zelda, the mask wearer did not slow down at all, sprinting at Link as if his life depended on it. When he was about 10 feet away, he bent his knees and rocketed off the ground. He noticed Zelda gasp in surprise beside him, but he was too trained on the boy to pay attention to that. Somehow, he had jumped nearly 10 feet into the air, a superhuman feat that even he was unable to do without any equipment. At the peak of his jump, Link noticed the apparent enemy twist, cocking his elbow back to wind up into a fist. Upon pure instinct, the hero of time grabbed the handle of his trusty Hylian shield across his back, holding it aloft as his opponent swooped down and punched the metal. He didn't flinch, hesitate, or react when Link put up the metal, and if he had, Link would have taken the opening. The Hylian shield did not make a dent, but the masked boy remained frozen in midair and displayed no sign of reaction that he just punched solid metal with all his might. Link glared at the newcomer, who remained silent before kicking out his legs and knocking the wind out of Link when they caught his stomach. "Link!" Zelda cried. Epona reared in fear and accidentally threw off the royal girl, who landed with an unladylike thud in the dirt. Link's opponent flipped backward in midair, doing several other backflips before skidding to a halt around the same time as Link. Zelda rose to her feet, brushing off her dress and acting very much not like a royal girl who was just thrown off a horse. Meaning she wasn't there to complain about getting dirty or scraped. Link grunted, rubbing his midsection where the stranger had kicked him, and slowly rose to his feet. His sword was out, shining with the signature gold of the gilded sword. His favorite, forged from the Kokiri sword that he had picked up during his last adventure in Termina. His shield was once again at the ready, held out at chest height as Link adopted his stance. The mask-wearing stranger dropped into his own strange stance, but what confused Link and Zelda was that he didn't pull out any weapons. Whether he was trying to rob them or simply accost them, he was apparently going to do it unarmed. Link slowly edged toward the boy, but he wasn't going to attack unprovoked quite yet. "Wait. Hold on. Who are you? What do you want? Why did you attack us?" Link asked. If this were a monster, then there would be no time for diplomacy. The hero of time wasn't used to fighting other humans, though. The other boy did not answer, not even with a noncommittal grunt. He was completely silent, even as he reached into a pouch on his backside and pulled out two strange knives. So much for the unarmed part. He raised his arms slightly up about shoulder height, holding the knives parallel to one another. For Zelda, her eyes became alight with confusion. Those were strange knives, but they didn't particularly look that effective for fighting. For Link on the other hand, a flash of recognition entered his own blue eyes. "I've seen those before. Just rarely, but they were used by a certain group of monster while I was here in Termina." Link wouldn't have time to mull this over further, because the strange boy began to attack in a frenzy. The other threw one of the knives as if it were an arrow. Link lifted his shield and heard the clatter of the metal tip striking the shield. The problem with raising his shield was that if cut off one's field of vision, and in the time that Link lowered the shield his attacker was already in his personal space, having already produced another knife to replace the one he had thrown. Link swung his sword in his basic horizontal slice to counter, to which his opponent held out both knives and blocked the gold dust-infused blade. Sparks flew as the other blonde leaped over the swipe, crouching low while Link was open before thrusting his palm roughly into Link's wrist and knocking the sword clean out of his hands. Link squeezed his fingers out of pain, the tips of his fingers affected by Naruto's kick. He raised his shield out of instinct and experience, preparing for the stranger's next attack. The stranger let loose with a crisscross pattern of slashes across his shield, sparks flying and the sound of metal smacking against metal. Link bashed forward with his shield, pushing the stranger off him and no doubt nearly breaking his arm. Despite this, Link's opponent didn't look fazed at all, recovering nicely once he stopped skidding without a hint of pain or damage. Link pulled the hookshot he got from the pirate's fortress with his free hand and aimed it offhandedly at the gilded sword, the chain extending and latching onto the fallen weapon and retrieving it for its owner. "Please, this can all be avoided. Are you robbing us? Because if so, just take our rupees and leave, please. This is such unnecessary violence, and it should be stopped," Zelda implored from the sidelines, watching the fight intensify. The mystery figure did not seem to respond to that, or even acknowledge her presence. And when he did so, Link narrowed his eyes. "Zelda, I think the time for negotiation is over. I'm getting a really weird feeling from this one, there's something off about him. Just sit tight and I'll wrap this up quickly." Link sheathed his sword and reached into his magic satchel, pulling out one of the few masks that he kept from his previous adventure in Termina. It was the head of a large rock-like creature, a mask that Link had cherished ever since he received it, since it contained the soul of a deceased hero. To simply throw the mask away would be tarnishing that individual's memory. When the stranger rushed Link with his knives once again, Link pulled the Goron mask onto his face. Zelda watched in wonder and slight horror as Link's bones almost began to creak to accommodate his new body. He cried out in pain or surprise, she couldn't tell, and she wasn't sure she wanted to find out. There was a flash of light, and standing there was a large Goron with white hair that was wearing Link's customary garb. Immediately after transforming, the now Goron curled into himself like Gorons were wont to do while sleeping. The masked figure appeared in a flash, faster than Zelda or Link would have thought humanly possible, and apparently wasn't impressed or intimidated by the appearance of the physically strongest race in Hyrule. Like a human tornado of blades he twirled around, slashing at the Goron's tough exterior and shell, but failing to get through it just like the Hylian shield. When he paused in his frantic slashing, Link hopped in the air while curled up, pounding the ground before him and knocking the stranger off balance. Link then followed up with the mightiest of Goron punches. The figure made the first vocal noise either Hylian heard him make, grunting as the Goron's strong punch made a crack near his collarbone. The momentum should have sent him flying, but despite the injury he wrapped both his hands around Goron Link's beefy arm in a surprisingly strong grip before the momentum could take him away. Link was heavy in this form, so the momentum of the propelled human didn't drag him to the ground despite the sudden halt in velocity. He grunted, hefting his arm up like his attacker weighed nothing at all. However, the stranger pushed down in a surprising display of strength, disabling the arm for a moment and using agility to turn his opponent's size against him. He flipped over, legs in the air before locking them around the Goron's neck. Link performed the Goron pound again, strength throwing the stranger off before he could do any lasting damage or drill him into submission. The attacker found his footing easily, while Goron Link was still in the air. He spread his hands apart, before clapping them together. It didn't look like he was attacking directly, for he didn't take out any more weapons or look to rush his opponent. Like lightning, his hands created strange signs that he cycled through one after the other, and he let Link and Zelda hear the first words from his mouth ever since he accosted them. Doton, Doria Taiga. The ground and dirt that Link was standing on turning into sinking and slippery mud. The hero's legs sank up to about his ankles as he slid down the mud slick like it was a river. Zelda stood off to the sidelines, eyes alight with surprise and a little worry. That river of mud had just popped into existence, directly after the boy Link was fighting did some strange high signs. Perhaps he was skilled in magic? But, the young mage had never seen a spell like that before, certainly not one that used those hand signs. When in Goron form, Link sank like a rock. The moment he fell in the river of mud, the soul of the Goron hero sank up to his shoulders in a mere second before the slick pushed him away. Thinking quick on his feet, Link pulled the mask away from his face before immediately taking out his hookshot and latching it onto a nearby tree. As the chain link pulled him out of the swamp forcefully, the masked stranger flashed into existence right above where the hook was embedded, feet planted on the bark of the tree. The stranger bent his knees and bolted off the tree like a spring, performing a quick front flip before drop-kicking Link out of the air. The hero's grip on the hookshot failed as he collapsed into the dirt, the chain retracting as it carried a non-existent passenger to its target. His attacker caught the handle as it whizzed by, the rest of the chain retracting back into its default state. The figure aimed the hook at Link, extending the chain in an attempt to run Link through with it. The boy rolled to the side to avoid it, pulling out his boomerang and launching it. It collided with the stranger's hand and knocked the hookshot away, before it came back and make him grunt with a well-placed hit to his blind spot. While the stranger was stunned, Link steeled himself, clasped both hands around his sword, and leapt forward with his standard jump attack. His cleave met its mark, the amount of force easily running through its target, the blade slashing through the masked boy's midsection like butter. The other boy gurgled, blood blooming from the slash wound across his chest as his gold sword dripped with the life-giving fluid. Zelda screamed from off to the side, blue eyes glazed and her mouth open in horror. Even Link looked shaken, gasping for breath slightly as his hands shook. But finally, he managed to calm the nausea and shame, forcing his hands to stop shaking. That blow would put him out of commission at least, but the accoster needed medical attention immediately. Except for the fact that the attacker raised his masked head and leveled him with a blank stare, getting to his feet as if the wound barely fazed him. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a basic scroll. There was a puff of smoke as he put his hand over it, and in a principle similar to his magic satchel of items he was now holding a mask in his hand. When he attached the mask to his face, the boy screamed as it began to fuse with him, cracking his bones and forming a new body to reside in temporarily. Just like Link. Wait a minute. That's a transformation mask. When the flash of light cleared, the scrawny boy about Link's age was gone. In his place was a tall, muscular man who was probably around 30 years old. Link didn't have time to react before a fist buried itself in his stomach, the older physical specimen obviously being a lot faster and stronger. The man twisted the fist, before lashing out with a kick that sent him skyward. A moment later, and his Goron mask was back on. Goron Link walked forward, fist smashing into his attackers. He wound up for a punch, but the other transformed boy had a clear speed advantage. Tanned hands found their way into pouches, and they tossed out 2 long trench knives that the man brandished. The Goron's beady eyes shone with curiosity as the knives began to glow with this strange blue energy. The stranger reared back, then slashed forward catching the air right before Link's face. Yet even as the blade missed Link's face completely, a small slash across Link's face drew sparks and a very slight amount of blood from the Goron. Link skid back, winding up a punch that cracked the ground even as the man backflipped multiple times. The man threw one of the knives, and it rocketed forward fast enough that Link just barely avoided by twisting his slow Goron body. There came a crack of rock, the knife stabbing into the ground and creating a perfect clean circle of a crater around it. Link must have missed something though, because when he looked forward the stranger had finished yet another set of those strange hand signs. Wait a minute, that particular sign. It's the same one he used at the end to conjure up that river of mud. If that signs were the key to activating his magic, then he could read them and act accordingly. With his Goron form, he would sink easily just like last time. Therefore, Link pulled the mask off his face and transformed out of his Goron form, preparing his hookshot once again in the case that he needed it. Futon, Shinku Gyoku. Instead of a flowing river of mud, the stranger opened his mouth and expelled pellet after pellet of wind. Just ending his transformation, Link was vulnerable, taking a bullet to the gut followed by one that grazed his shoulder. Link! Zelda screamed, rising to her feet as she rushed over to Link. The man before her took off his mask, transforming back into the kid who was still wearing the stone mask. The mask-wearing boy began to stalk toward Link, pulling out another one of those strange-shaped knives. Raising his hand weakly, he fumbled around in his magic satchel for a little while. Where is it? Where is it? His hands shook as he rummaged around for the familiar coolness of glass somewhere within his satchel. The stranger was approaching the downed Link far too fast. Got it. Link cried, hands grasping around a red potion that he had contained within his magic satchel. However, a shadow fell over him as he was about to fish it out completely. It was the strange boy who was pointing his knife directly on the hero. Darn it, just need a couple more minutes. But, I suppose he wasn't going to just let me lay down and heal my injuries. Link steeled himself, prepared to take the killing blow from the knife he had pointed at him. Link! Epona whinnied as Zelda suddenly appeared on the scene, colliding with their assailant. She twirled around daintily, but a magic blue crystal surrounded her, cutting through Naruto as he attempted to finish off Link. Nehru's love. Link said. Normally a defensive technique, Zelda had applied it to where the sharp edges of the magic crystal could be used as a weapon. The attacker flew back, and he placed a hand on the ground in order to stabilize himself. Leave him alone. Zelda was glaring heavily at him, shielding Link by putting herself between him and the stranger. Her normally calm and just blue eyes burned with anger, and when she spoke her voice was one filled with royal authority befitting the bearer of the Triforce of Wisdom. Link, she began, calm but demanding respect, take a few minutes in order to heal yourself up. You claim you have a red potion within your bag, please use it. I will cover for you until you are prepared to fight again, and then we can defeat this scoundrel together. As Zelda stood between the attacker and Link, she held her ground with little fear. She extended her hand, her palm glowing with the magical power she had been taught in from a young age. The assailant stared her down from behind his mask, surprisingly tentative as he studied his new opponent. He did not make a move to attack the healing Link, but merely gazed upon Zelda like a patient predator waiting to act. Chapter 26, Magic vs. Jutsu. The stranger finally made his move, lobbing a knife directly at Zelda point blank to begin the attack. The girl twirled around, once again performing Nehru's love, forming the blue crystal around herself to deflect the projectile and send it careening away from her and Link's position. The trajectory lobbed it straight back at its thrower at a higher speed than when it was tossed. The stranger nimbly rolled out of the way when the weapon was deflected back at him. It zoomed right past his direct right, but as it did he reached a hand out and caught it effortlessly through the ring with his pinky as it zoomed by. He dashed forward and appeared before Zelda at the precise moment she ended her spinning and had to gather herself after the quick rotation. Once out of her crystal, Zelda pressed the offensive almost instinctively, but flinched when she saw the marauder in range with his fist already cocked. She flinched, but fire formed on her fingertips instinctively as she launched 3 balls of Din's fire directly at him at point-blank range. He rolled acrobatically over to the left, jumping about 10 feet backwards as the fireball soared forward before fizzling out in midair harmlessly. Zelda formed another 4, this time launching each one successively from her palm to create a more powerful individual version. This time, the marauder didn't even move from his spot. Either he planned to just take the magic fire, or he had a plan. Suetun, Suijin Hiki. After performing some quick seals, the stranger raised his hands and faced his palms outward, conjuring a circular sphere of water that extinguished the oncoming flames in their tracks. The only problem for him was that Zelda saw that the wall blocked his field of vision for as long as he kept it up, but when it dispersed he noticed that Zelda had not taken advantage of the opportunity to get out of his line of sight and try a more stealthy approach. Once he dispersed the magic water and locked eyes with the princess, it was then that Zelda disappeared into a green twirl of light, Furor's wind. Yet, it was only by reacting to being seen. Appearing directly above their attacker, she slung another fireball at him from above, which was sidestepped. Futon, Daytapa. Zelda shrieked as the sudden gust of wind carried her even higher into the air, her dress almost acting as a parasol as she soared through the air before crashing 15 feet into the earth and looking worse for wear. Tears pricked at the corner of her eyes as she dragged herself to her feet, but the stranger was relentless and appeared before her, burying a fist into her stomach to which she gasped and wheezed in response. If the gap in hand-to-hand combat between Link and the attacker was large, then the gap between him and Zelda was preposterously large. He moved with a speed to his attacks that Zelda couldn't match. In a ranged battle, her magic may be able to help her achieve a victory. In close-quarters combat, she had zero chance, and she knew it as he pummeled her. Her eyes bulged as she coughed and sputtered, before her attacker delivered a left hook to her face, followed by a right one to her mouth. Tears started flowing down her cheeks in twin rivulets as she was pummeled. As a final blow, the attacker balanced on one foot before delivering a spinning axe kick that caught her shoulder and sent her spinning deliriously. The mask wearer dropped into another fighting stance, calm as if he hadn't just beat a member of royalty to a pulp. The girl coughed and hacked, making odd sniffles every once in a while through a bruised face and a black eye. Blood leaked from a nose that thankfully wasn't broken and a split lip. Zelda! Link roared, taking a break from his potion to show concern for his friend. He was about halfway through his dose of red potion, and still on the ground. Bluff? Estabit, Priest! Zelda cried with a swollen mouth, the young princess of wisdom a sorry sight through her tears, snot and blood. No matter how wise she was at her young age, the princess was not battle-hardened like Link. She had never even been in a fight before, all her lessons on magic just that and her discipline on how their use and practicality coming from books. And in this moment, the wise princess gave in to primal fear. And no. He's going to kill me. I'm scared. The masked assailant stalked over slowly to the downed Zelda, looking down upon her through that expressionless mask of his. The fact she couldn't see his face was just maddening to her. She wanted some measure of humanity behind this nameless attacker. She got none as the boy took another knife from his pouch, ready to stab through her like some kind of pig for the slaughter. Out of sheer instinct, she activated Furor's wind and disappeared into another green tornado. She reappeared around 15 feet behind where she was with the boy's back facing hers. Her blue eyes wide with panic and terror, she was prepared to abandon all faculties and run for her life. However, just as she was about to lift her leg and take the first step, she caught a glimpse of green in the corner of her eye and reined in her panic. Taking a deep breath, she used Furor's wind and disappeared again, this time appearing only a foot in front of where Link was trying to get up while he waited for the red potion to take effect. Her previous bravado had gotten her nowhere, and only served to remind her how woefully unprepared she was for combat. But, her moment of weakness gone, she would be damned before she thought of saving herself and abandoning her friend to be killed. So, she tried to ignore the pain in her body and her swimming vision and focus all her arcane power. Okay. I've never used this magic outside Impa's lessons, and I was never expected to use it in actual battle. But, here it goes. The young princess extended her arms and hands just like the stranger had with his peculiar magic. Light gathered in her palms and the end of her fingertips, a stream of holy magic ready to smite anything that stood in its way. The burn of the magic seared her hands and burned her eyes, but when she released it all she felt was comforting warmth and satisfaction of divinity. The pain washed off her body in waves, soothing her wounds and aiding in the healing process. The stranger had just finished turning around to her, though he may have already set his sights on the rising Link when it seemed like she was going to run away. Come to think of it, the stranger more or less seemed to target Link primarily. He didn't really have a chance to react when he was smited with the holy magic beam as it passed through him and held him in place. The stranger screamed bloody murder as if his internal organs were on fire, the damage of the magic sending him reeling as he backpedaled. Zelda kept on pressuring, straining herself and applying her magic in a continuous stream of holy light. The stranger put his hands up in front of his face and screamed more, but he did not disintegrate like a lesser evil being would. Only great evil power and creatures of the light would able to resist this power. Even still, it was clear that damage was being dealt. While he was distracted, Zelda lobbed another blast of Din's fire at the weakened individual, setting his clothes alight, the fire spreading rapidly over his clothes and engulfing his skin in a blaze. Zelda felt a lump rise in her throat as bile threatened to burst from the proverbial dam. The smell of burning flesh resounded as the boy in front of her was cooked alive at her behest. "It's for Link, he would have killed us if we didn't do this. It's fine." The screams that were resounding told her that things were not fine, and she began crying further as their attacker collapsed face first into the dirt unmoving and with his skin charred and searing. "Link!" Zelda rushed over to his side. The hero's eyes were widened and his mouth gaping like a fish, looking at the still burning pile that was once their attacker. I didn't know you could do that." "Zelda, did you?" Link said, groggily getting to his feet as the red potion began to take full effect and heal his wounded body. He still had his sword and shield primed and ready to go, in case something happened. It was a rule of thumb he had in a fight. Zelda sniffled. "I had to. I didn't mean to. It's just, he was going to, she blubbered, the stress of the day getting to be too much for the princess to handle. Link moved to comfort the distraught princess, but his eyes were drawn to the shuffling lump of flesh that was twitching on the ground covered in fire. The same water wall from before surrounded the charred boy, dousing the flames. The figure twitched once again, then again, and finally one more to round out the third time. He tucked his legs in and pushed himself off the ground with his hands, the mask still attached to his face. Zelda's tears slowly subsided, and a look of wonder and horror knitted itself onto her face once the black chars on the stranger's arms receded to become a much healthier shade of tan, the damaged skin flaking off momentarily to be replaced with a healthy layer. Once fully healed, the stranger turned his head upward, and giggled. It was high-pitched and disturbing, no innocently happy joy present like with a normal child's giggle. It was instead one that was laughing at their confusion and fear. "Chia, he tittered, you don't remember me, do you, hero boy?" Link certainly didn't, though in his defense it wasn't fair for the other boy to ask that question when his face was concealed by a mask. Even still, Link would have probably remembered a boy with abilities like this. He had only met the other child for the first time today. "Oh, that's right. I suppose it would be unreasonable to expect you to remember me once I've started wearing this new face. After all, the old puppet was weak enough that not even my power could be enough to do anything significant. This new vessel is magnificent. What are you babbling about? Perhaps there is something that could jog your memory. Let's see." The other, mysterious boy said as if coming to a conclusion. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a scroll. With a strange puff of smoke that must have been similar to Link's magic bag, he seemingly pulled an item from within with a puff of smoke. The boy turned his hand over agonizingly slowly, lifting an object in the shape of a mask steadily up to his face. Link's eyes widened, and the hero bit his lip as his mind moved a mile a minute. For a split moment, he felt sheer, debilitating terror and panic, before it faded away and he was able to get control once again over his courage, the thing that made him a hero. He shared a glance with Zelda, noting that even she looked uncomfortable even though there was no way to determine the significance of that mask. A bead of sweat rolled down her temple as she stared at the spine-purple visage and piercing orange eyes of Majora's Mask. "Zelda, get behind me now," Link half-whispered, half-shouted at her. Zelda did what she was told, Link rummaging around in his bag before pulling out another red potion and passing it subtly to Zelda as she hid behind his back. "Here. Drink this. It was help," he said, already having noted what a mess Zelda was in. The princess did what she was told and raised the cool glass of potion directly to her lips, sipping it down under the protection of the hero of time. "Link," she coughed between sips, "what is that? Do you know him after all? That mask?" she said warily, eyeing the bead of sweat trickling down his face and the look of worry plastered all over it. "How is this even possible?" The salesman said, "All the evil has vanished from the mask. Unless he's using a powerless relic, then Majora's Mask is still in existence. And I can feel the evil radiating from it, so it doesn't seem to be a powerless relic either." Zelda took a break in drinking the potion. "Majora's Mask? That evil mask you said you fought last time you were here? The ultimate evil of this land who tried to plunge the moon of all things down upon the land?" she asked, to which Link nodded and responded. "If Majora's Mask is truly still out spreading evil, then the boy right here may just be an innocent victim possessed by the mask. That doesn't explain the strange magic he's using though. Majora never displayed power over elemental forces. He. If you think I'm like the previous puppet I used, then you're in for a surprise. Do you honestly believe you can beat me as I am now, you fool? Allow me to show you firsthand what power this body brings me." The other boy clenched his right fist, his muscles bulging and veins popping in his hands and wrists. With fingers like incisors, he reached behind Majora's Mask as if he were touching his real face. But instead there came a horrific squelching noise from him grabbing something, and then he pulled out a long purple tendril which disconnected from the mask's interior with a snap. For Link, that was an all-too-familiar sight. Majora had used a whip when it battled him in the moon, but only when it took on the form known as Majora's Wrath. The stranger cracked it, its reach more than enough to reach the other children. Link pushed Zelda out of the way, and the girl gave a mild yelp as she moved out of the way of the whip, while Link rolled to the right after pushing Zelda. The hero pulled out his gilded sword and held it aloft, but the masked human flashed forward. His foot lashed out in an attempted front kick to the chin, but Link swung the gilded sword upward in an attempt to slice the fiend's leg while it was vulnerable. Striking the stranger's boot was like striking a brick wall. Link's golden sword was held locked against the stranger's foot, who was balancing himself on one leg while he pushed down in an attempt to overpower Link. Majora's new vessel turned to the side when he heard the whine of magic being formed, and backflipped away from Link to avoid more Din's fire being launched directly at him. He lobbed a knife at her in mid-flip to keep her occupied, and while he was dodging the fireballs, Link took the opportunity to press the offensive with a flurry of slices and sword thrusts. On the final, most powerful thrust with his sword, the vessel brought out his whip and blocked it instead of dodging like all the other ones. Zelda teleported directly to the right of him with Farore's wind. She hesitated for a moment, before firing a stream of holy light this time instead of a ball, almost like a laser. That hesitation was all that the stranger needed, however. After blocking the sword strike from Link, he spun around once to his behind, adjusting the whip as needed in order to cover his back while it was unprotected. The ray of magic sailed harmlessly between the two fighters, and when it had safely cleared the vessel rushed forward in a spring, front-flipping over Link's head, high enough to even avoid the upward slash that Link did in response to that. It was obvious, the masked boy held the advantage. Not only was he being powered by Majora's Mask, but he was dictating the terms of the fight. Everything Link was doing was in response to something he did. When the stranger disarmed him again was when the golden glow from the triangle on the back of his hand began glowing, which went unnoticed by the hero boy in the heat of battle. During the onslaught of attacks from the masked human, as soon as Link found an opening he gripped the sword tightly, and swung with all the might the Triforce of Courage allowed him. The result was a blur of gold in the form of an upward sword slice. The masked being before him took momentary pause in his strikes, just noticing Link gather himself for the powerful blow. Just before the flash of steel, his body jerked backwards fluidly just enough for him to barely avoid the no doubt damaging blow. Link practically burst forward with speed that matched the masked marauder's own. His inhibitions were gone, and with it any restraint on his offensive force. Although a powerful swordsman and warrior in his own right, the power of the gods boosted his abilities to superhuman levels enough to match the monster before him. He danced through Termina Field with his sword and opponent as partner, performing a flurry of sword attacks from different. At one point, he feinted a vertical slice before poking a hole in his opponent's defenses with a sword thrust. Despite being on the defensive, the stranger before him was nimble on his feet and avoiding every one of his attacks and blocking with his tendril when necessary. It seemed like with the flurry of sword strikes, Link was attempting to lull his opponent to sleep. And just when he finished off with another jump attack that the stranger backflipped, he did something unexpected and bashed forward with his shield. The metal caught the stranger's masked head, not putting a dent in Majora's Mask but definitively leaving the human behind it with his senses swimming. It was that momentary stun that allowed the boy to be pierced by the yellow-white beam of holy magic that came from the side, Zelda taking the opportunity to bind the stranger in place. The injured and shaken girl gave a smirk and a thumbs up to the surprised Link, as the beast before them shrieked inhumanly from the searing pain of the evil smiting magic. She also did not notice, but the Triforce on the back of her palm was manifesting, the sacred triangle on the bottom left glowing. Whereas Link was shining with courage and physical prowess, Zelda's body was glowing with arcane force that almost pegged her as divine. No words or communication passed between the two chosen other than a small nod from Zelda as she stood fast in her almost meditative position and continued to pour holy magic from her hands in a steady stream. The courageous boy steeled himself, the scene before him ringing a familiar tone of déjà vu for something that Zelda would have no knowledge of. The power of the sages weren't on her side, and the Master Sword wasn't on his this time, but the holy magic from Zelda seemed to be more than effective in holding the beast in place. His sword didn't glow with holy power, but he was prepared to swing forward with all his power and effectively end the fight. The Triforce of courage was powerful in its fortitude to slay evil. Yet, there was a nagging in the back of his mind about what would happen to the one beneath the mask. What if he was like Skull Kid, simply a lost soul who fell under the evil influence of the mask? The nagging stayed his blade ever so slightly, enough for the masked stranger to thrash underneath the hold of the holy magic. He gave yet another inhuman roar as his biceps bulged, and Majora's Mask began to glow with an unholy purple magic. The stranger recklessly bucked and thrashed about as the mask began to grow outward, with purple material spreading down the boy's neck and shoulders. Majora's orange eyes glowed with power, with those red tendrils oozing out of the edges of the mask. The change shocked Zelda so much that she squeaked and released the hold on her holy magic, allowing the stranger freedom and throwing a wrench in their tandem. Under any other circumstances, the stranger probably would have attacked. But his head darted to the glowing triangles on the back of both Link and Zelda's hands, and seemed to hiss in anger the moment he took one look at them. Link didn't lower his guard when the masked boy did steps backward, screaming and howling in pure rage as well as pointing at each one of them individually. He swung his arms around recklessly so hard it was a wonder he didn't dislocate his shoulders, and jerked his torso around. And then, he stopped suddenly, inhaled with a rotten-sounding wheeze and hung his head. Slowly, he panted back upward one last time and leveled Link with a stare through the orange eyes of Majora's Mask. If stares could burn. But the stranger then put his hands into sign, and disappeared into a puff of smoke without a trace of him remaining. Link reactively lowered his weapon in surprise, and Zelda's magic all but left her system, especially when it was apparent that the stranger had disappeared and wasn't coming back. He ran away, Zelda said tentatively. She was still uncomfortable, so she made her way over to stand next to Link, slightly closer to him than usual. Link sheathed his sword and Termina Field was quiet. Link, Zelda began timidly, what was all that? She finished as she subconsciously shifted closer to him, clasping her hands around one another. That stranger was terrifying. She hadn't felt someone with that evil of intention since she saw Ganondorf meeting with her father. The look of heroic resolve on his face didn't look entirely unfitting even on his 11-year-old body. It was a mark of experience beyond his years. Bad things, Zelda. Bad things. I've told you all about Majora's Mask before. Well, you just got to experience what it's actually like. To top it all off, it's managed to take a new host. New host? You mean like the Skull Kid you said you met while here last time? Link looked up to the sky, as if he were searching for something in the blue abyss overhead. Yeah. But, I had already met the Skull Kid once before. Other than the darts he can fire from his flute, he doesn't have much in the way of fighting ability. Even without that, the influence of Majora's Mask made him incredibly powerful. This new host, whoever he is, seems to have some latent magic, physical abilities, and experience with weapons. Add Majora's Mask's power to that, and this is a tandem that is more powerful than ever. But he disappeared without a trace, and I don't know any magic that can track him if I don't know his identity. Yeah, and we don't know where he could be. Last time I was here, the Skull Kid always stayed on the top of the clock tower waiting for the moon to crash, and even before then he had apparently traveled all around causing mischief wherever he went. The people of Termina were aware of his presence by then. Link walked over to Epona, who being the good horse that she was found a safe place out of the way and stayed there. He patted her mane as she gave a slightly frightened whinny. Link sighed. I'm sorry. Zelda. I took you here so we could enjoy the carnival of time without any evil. I even promised Impa that no harm would befall us. But, look at what happened. I got you hurt? Link said sullenly as he clasped a hand around Epona's reins and tightened. Zelda placed her daintier hand over his and squeezed gently, giving him a sympathetic stare. You couldn't have known that there would still be evil in this world. I left the castle because I wanted to do something memorable, and I trust you. That hasn't changed because of something beyond your control. And if there truly is evil in this world, then I want to help you vanquish it. You have more experience than me with this ancient evil and this land. Where do we go from here? Link's tension let up slightly at Zelda's reassurance, but he only smiled weakly. For now, I think we should just make it to Romani Ranch. There doesn't seem to be an immediate threat like the moon, yet. We were going to stay there and do that favor for Unju, so we should get settled in first. After that, I want to visit the Great Ferry in Clock Town. Majora hissed with pain as it reappeared in the alcove on Milk Road that led to the Gorman brothers' ranch. With the mask still attached to Naruto's face and him still under Majora's control. The demon thrashed and bucked around, cursing the boy and girl in the moments its ludicrous mind allowed it to form a coherent sentence. All of a sudden, Naruto's arms raised up to his masked face so quickly it was like he wanted to punch the parasitic mask off his face. He wrapped his fingers under the backside of the mask, even as they locked in place and Majora's influence began to overpower him again. Either way, it was clear that he was not to remove Majora's mask this early. Naruto was struggling with himself, getting into an existential tug-of-war as he raised and lowered his arms until they eventually locked in place as separate forces straining against one another. Eventually, Naruto's hands were raised up to his face once again as he began to overpower Majora's influence. He once again wrapped his fingers underneath the mask, wincing in pain and exertion as he pulled. At first, the mask wouldn't budge. But as Naruto began to overpower the mask more and more, there came a sickening squelching noise as the mask began to detach from his face. Naruto slipped slightly and gave a gasp of pain as it felt like he was ripping out knives that were embedded an inch deep into the flesh of his face. Rhea! Naruto cried in both a lower-pitched roar and a higher-pitched shriek that melded together, and with a final burst of effort the mask was pulled off Naruto with a snap, the tendrils behind the mask snapping and waving freely around on the mask's underside. Some of the smaller ones wrapped around Naruto's fingers in a vice grip, but in his moment of control he threw the mask to the ground even with the holes on his cheeks and forehead where Majora's tendrils had dug into his face and left open wounds. Giving a primal scream, Naruto stomped the mask into the dirt with exaggerated pained motions, knowing that in his heart it was doing absolutely nothing. As soon as he did so, the voices in his head gave him pause as the static noise flared up once again, and the pain that he described as an ice pick to the brain flared up again. And no, not again. Majora was angry. Very, very angry. Majora could revert him back and give him all those memories back, but only if it chose to. Resisting the mask and forcefully trying to block out its power and influence was not permissible. With Majora screeching in his mind all this time, he was under the impression that it wasn't going to become personally active this early into his Terminin escapade. The mask was doing its babbling right now as opposed to its calculative nature, but it had gotten excited for some reason and jumped the gun on taking full control when he put it on. Even before it was screaming at him so loudly that all he could focus on was fighting the enemy and the voices in his head. Even now, he could remember the attack being replayed in his mind even as he wasn't in control of his actions. It was a surreal experience, not dissimilar to the times in his old world. The difference here was that Naruto was momentarily feeling in control of his own actions. Even if he wanted to resist, at any moment before Majora could pump all sorts of pain and white noise and fry his mind. Or swap to his alter ego or take control entirely. It seemed like years ago when he last felt like this, the point in life when he had worn Majora's mask only once, to where the mask could influence his dreams, whisper in the back of his mind, but couldn't directly have him do its bidding. The cacophony of pain and noise continued to assault his mind, Majora's angry screeches echoing as he kicked Majora's mask aside once more for good measure. It turned out to be a bad move on his part, because the momentary ground he had gained through his resistance evaporated as the screeching in his mind grew louder, the burning pain grew hotter, and the control and sanity he had gained slipped through his grip as he succumbed to the pain. He collapsed to the floor, clutching his head in his hands as the pain brought him to his knees and nearly turned his mind into mush. Majora cackled softly in the back of his mind. Bad puppet. It whispered, and all the pain washed away, along with Naruto's memories of recent events. What am I doing out here? Naruto asked himself as he scratched his head, befuddled. He remembered talking to Unju to try and find his comrades, and remembered introducing himself Crimea and Romani, but everything after that was a blur. Yuck. What is this? He asked himself, as he looked down at his clothes. They were tattered to pieces and covered in red fluid that was clearly blood, and from the bitter taste on his lips and the film he could feel on his face it seemed that he was covered in it. "Where even am I?" he asked. He should have been asleep in bed at the ranch, but from the sun's position it looked to be out mid-morning. He was also out in the field that he and Crimea passed through. Naruto dragged himself to his feet. "Welp, I really shouldn't be out here. I don't know what I'm doing out here, but I should get back to the ranch or Crimea and Romani will probably start to get worried about me." Luckily, Naruto recognized the section of field he was in, as they passed it during the wagon ride. So, with a quick glance at the sun to check the time, he found the dirt road and hustled his way back to Romani Ranch. Chapter 27, Return to the Ranch. Big Sister. Big Sister. Romani burst into the farmhouse, screaming bloody murder at the top of her lungs as tears streamed down her face. The ghosts had left the ranch in their ball of light after taking the cows, but those cows weren't the most important thing they took. The girl stamped her feet and screamed louder in her panic tantrum, banging her small fists against the kitchen table that drowned out the deeper, more groggy voice of Crimea as she turned a light on upstairs and opened her bedroom door. "Romani, what in blazes do you think you're doing?" Crimea roared as she bolted down the stairs, her face alight and red with exasperation and anger as Romani's wails drowned her out. That was before she noticed the tears running down her sister's face. Instantly her angry face turned into one of panic and worry, and she adopted a softer tone as she tried to console her sister. Hey, Romani. Romani. What's the matter? What happened? Slow down and tell me what happened as clear as you can." Romani's bawling and sniffle began to subside as she banged on the table one last time, and at last she managed to get her story out. The G-ghosts. They came down. Me and Kitty Cat were out, trying to protect the sea cows. But Romani is stupid, and she got careless. One of the G-ghosts managed to get into the bee barn. And Naruto ran inside to try and head it off, but this ray of light came down and took the sea cows and she sniffled. And Naruto. They took him. Crimea stood there bewildered, but a look of doubt wormed its way onto her face. "Romani, how many times have I told you that there are no ghosts? You've been sneaking out again? Even when I specifically told you not to. Your little games have gone too far this time, you've gotten Naruto roped up into it as well. Now, where is he truly?" Romani would have normally cowed under the lectures of her older sister, but not this time. The normally friendly and cheery girl's face morphed into an ugly scowl of rage as she blinked away tears. "You think I would lie about this?" she screeched right back at Crimea, stunning the older girl. Her eyes bloodshot with rage and red with tears, the girl grabbed her sister's wrist quite forcefully and dragged her out of the farmhouse and over to the barn. She used her free hand to open the barn door and jerked her sister inside. Finally, Romani let go of Crimea's wrist and made an exaggerated gesture as the pens where the cows normally were. "Look for yourself." Indeed, all the cows in the barn were gone, the pens completely empty except for the smatterings of hay that once made up the bovines' beds. And with the cows gone, their precious milk and livelihood went with it. Upon seeing it, Crimea's face fell in horror and she gasped, rushing over to the pens as if she couldn't believe it. She waved a hand inside the nearest pen, as if she were trying to feel for an invisible cow. "Our Romani. What happened? Where are the cows?" she asked frantically. Despite her worry about the ranch's livelihood, asking about the cows didn't seem to placate Romani. If anything, her face twisted into an even nastier scowl. "The cows? Sister, I don't know if you realize this, but Naruto is missing. He was taken up with all the cows too." Romani screamed, now resorting to stomping her feet again in her justified tantrum. "Our Romani, Crimea was at a loss for words. "Now, do you believe me, big sister? If you want more proof, you can go upstairs and check the bedrooms. Naruto's not in his room, and he didn't get up early so he could do the chores. We can search the entire ranch if you want, and we won't find him because the ghosts took him." It was at that point that Romani ran out of steam as her face fell from anger to depression, and she sat down on one of the storage crates in the barn, completely defeated. She scrunched up the fabric on her dress and sniffled. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get him back. This is all my fault. If I hadn't been so eager to have him help me defend the ranch, he would be safe in bed right now." Romani raised a fist to her eyes to wipe away the tears, and usually seeing her sister so inconsolable would make Crimea frantic. The older sister was frantic, but for entirely different reasons, having finally taken heed to Romani's warnings. "Wait, Naruto's not in his bed?" she yelled, bursting out the barn door and back into the farmhouse as the ranch owner rushed back upstairs. The resulting scream echoed throughout the ranch, and Crimea ran back downstairs, her red hair strewn, her eyes wide in panic, and sweat dripping down her temples. Romani was standing in the doorway, still sniffling. "All right. You were right, Romani," she said. He was not in his bed. She finished, as she walked up to her sister surprisingly calm, leaned over and pulled her into a hug. What are we going to do, big sister? Romani asked. Crimea was resolute, not even flinchingly hesitant when she answered. Get some rest. At the crack of dawn we're going to go looking for him. We will find Naruto, even if we have to confront these infernal ghosts that you believe exist on the ranch. Crimea said that in the tone that was giving her sister orders, so the younger redhead nodded timidly, wiped her eyes and shuffled slowly upstairs. When the door clicked behind Romani, a look of determination set in Crimea's eye. There was no need to Romani to run herself into darkness and get herself into danger in the dead of night. Quickly yet quietly, she moved upstairs and changed out of her normal dress into a tunic and a pair of movable trousers, along with her best hiking boots. After heading back into the living room, she grabbed a lantern out of one of the cupboards and exited the farmhouse immediately, careful to not let Romani know what she was doing. The ranch was quiet, nothing except for the chirping of crickets and the pattering of Crimea's footsteps as she scoured the ranch. She went on for hours, since after she was done checking the ranch she ventured out into the woods off their property, crunching their leaves and branches in the dead of night with nothing but a lantern. She shivered in fear when she heard a wolfos in the distance howling, thankfully not particularly close to her. Crimea didn't let the prospect of danger hold her back, and spent the next few hours running herself ragged and stumbling blindly through all the area she could cover by herself. Eventually, the dawn came and she returned the ranch with no sign of Naruto. On the plus side, she pretty much knew by now that he hadn't been dragged off by a wolfos or something into the backwoods, but he was still missing. Her lantern had burned out not long after the sun began poking over the horizon, and when she got back to the farmhouse she spotted Romani already up and about, restringing her bow upon a crate while their dog ran around and yipped. Evidently, the younger ranch sister couldn't sleep. Who knew how long Romani had been sitting out there, but she looked tired at the very least. Crimea approached the farmhouse as the morning cicadas began to chirp and the birds began to sing, the light of dawn stinging her sleep and light-deprived eyes as it peeked over the horizon. Big sister, were you out looking for Naruto? Looks like she couldn't hide things from Romani, after all. Her bow was clasped tightly in her hand, a quiver of arrows that she normally only used for practice strapped across her back. You're too smart for your age, Romani. Crimea sighed. She had sent the girl to bed because clearly she was too young to go exploring dangerous woods in the dead of night. Well, what are we waiting for? We have more searching to do, Romani said confidently. Crimea was exhausted, but she didn't have the heart to argue with her younger sister, not while Naruto was potentially out there in danger. All right, let's go, she said, placing the lantern down on their porch and beginning to hitch their carriage. Romani had already found her seat by the time Crimea was done. She grabbed the reins as she climbed into the driver's seat beside Romani. I've already checked the Romani woods thoroughly. Unless he's farther than we thought, we should go in the direction of Milk Road, and giants forbid, the Gorman track. She shuddered. She whipped the reins and the mule began moving. Romani had a nervous look plastered all over her face, half because of concern over Naruto and half due to Crimea bringing up the ugly country as she called it. They passed the large gate that served as the entrance to Romani Ranch and made their way along the trail to Milk Road as the sun began to rise higher and higher into the sky. They talked to the carpenter who sometimes frequented the area, the same one that had removed a boulder blocking the way to the ranch some time ago. No such luck, as he said he hadn't seen a blonde boy pass through. Romani suggested that they go into the field next, which considering its size would be a tall order. Crimea didn't offer any disagreements, pulling the reins, but stopped herself when she saw two figures and a horse coming in their direction, just beginning to enter Milk Road from the field. Who's that? Crimea asked, pulling the wagon to a stop. Romani squinted her eyes and looked forward. It wasn't Naruto, that was for sure. There were two small figures and a horse, a foal from the look of it. And one of them was garbed all in green. A horse foal, and a young boy garbed in the strangest green tunic and hat Romani had ever seen. She didn't need to be up close to know who was coming down Milk Road at the moment. Romani's face lit up into a wide grin. What's that? Naruto squinted as he stared off into the distance at the caravan that was gradually approaching him. After finding himself in Termina Field, covered in blood with tattered clothes and with no idea how he got there, the boy decided it would be best to take the trip back to the ranch before he worried Crimea and Romani sick. The Konoha genin remained on guard as he wandered through the serene but sometimes perilous Termina Field, but the only thing he saw up to that point were the group of people going in the opposite direction from him. There were about a half-dozen of them walking along the trail, but they had 5 covered wagons pulled by oxen and there might have been more people inside. A few of the wagons were covered in a fairly ornate purple cloth, and all the oxen were dressed garishly in fine silks and fabrics of deep purple and red to emphasize showiness. Tensing up, his hand twitched in the direction of his weapon's pouch, though in his mind he realized that these people were probably peaceful travelers. That was practically confirmed when the two parties wandered within a close distance to one another. Naruto could see two guys juggling balls, two identical sisters in skin-tight clothes, and a strange, grinning man who was constantly winding up a music box. When one of the sisters spotted him, she gasped and nudged her twin while pointing. The jugglers noticed him a few seconds later, both of them dropping their balls. The oxen halted, but Naruto just kept walking. Clearly, anyone who looked at him was disturbed by the amount of blood that stained his clothes. But Naruto wasn't going to let that stop him. He tried to put a friendly smile on his face and walk past the caravan to the ranch without any trouble. He locked eyes with one of the people from the caravan as they finally passed each other, trying to keep up as friendly a smile as he could. Maybe he was just coming off as a demented psycho with all that blood on him, though. "Oh, giants above," one of the young, dancing women exclaimed as she studied him carefully. Naruto halted in his tracks, and his smile twisted into a more panicky one. He didn't need these people worrying over him. And, now there was a hand being placed on his shoulder. When Naruto turned around, he realized that it was the juggler in the red shirt who had stopped him. "Young man, are you all right?" he asked, a serious look on his mustached face. He seemed tentative to even touch him, as he withdrew his hand after a few seconds when he realized he was touching dried blood. "He's covered in blood," the same dancing twin from before exclaimed. "Oh, my goodness." The oxen halted completely, and attention swathed over the two parties as all was still in Termina Field. Naruto took a deep breath and steeled himself before turning around to face them. "Oh, hello. What's up with you guys?" he asked, trying to play it off as best as he could. The twin dancers looked at each other, and so did the juggling brothers. "Son, you're covered in blood," the same juggler said. "What happened to you? Come, you should take a rest inside one of our wagons and get yourself cleaned up." Well, apparently they didn't think of him as a psycho killer, since they just opened their doors to him like that. "Oh, no. I can't. I've probably worried them too much as it is. I need to get back to the ranch pronto," Naruto declared, clenching his fist with determination. "The ranch?" a posh, yet unfriendly voice said as a man exited from one of the covered wagons. He was a lanky fellow with a large, angular mustache wearing a frilly red performer's ruff, and he carried himself with the air of a leader. "Ah, Mr. Gorman," the red-shirt juggler said, the circus leader leaving his personal wagon to come check up on the ruckus. Apparently the word ranch held a triggering meaning to him. "Boy, what do you mean by ranch? Would you perhaps be referring to the Gorman track to the west of Milk Road?" he asked Naruto, looking with disdain upon the bloody clothes he was wearing. No," Naruto said, perplexed by the circus leader's attitude, "to the Romani ranch where I'm staying for the time being." Gorman scrutinized the boy for a moment, his mustache twitching as he did so. He seemed to relax a little, though. "It can't be helped," he said, opening to the door to the closest caravan. "You're covered in blood. You should come inside and get cleaned up. Our musician knows some basic healing and first aid, so he can check to see if you're wounded." A grinning man with a music box walked up to them. It didn't disappear from his face, but taking one look at his body made his grin falter slightly. Nevertheless, he gestured to the covered wagon. Naruto blinked, then shrugged and tentatively followed the musician into the wagon. Gorman barked quietly at the other members of his troupe, before entering the wagon after the two. The interior of the wagon was small, but homey. A white tarp separated the larger back interior and the front bow where the jockey took the oxen's reins and drove the wagon. Placed right in front of the separating tarp was a small set of sheets and a mattress. A few cabinets hugged the side walls and a red rug was strewn across the middle of the room. Various exotic doodads and knickknacks protruded out of the walls and hung from the ceiling, as well as pictures of the circus troupe and a few paintings depicting mythical events. "You need to get out of those bloody clothes first," the music box player said finally, as he stopped playing said box and placed it within one of the cabinets and he hurried about the wagon. "Actually, I'm fine. I should." Naruto started to insist, but he was cut off by the energetic man brandishing a wooden spoon at him. "Who knows where he got that from?" "Tut, tut," he said, mood swinging as quick as it could into a more angry tone, "I won't have any of that in this wagon. You're clearly very injured, and need to be treated. Don't tempt him. Guru can get very uncontrollable when he's angry," the apparent circus leader said. "The name is Gorman. I am the leader of the Gorman troupe, hence the name. We're a batch of traveling performers who go wherever our services are needed. Apparently the one called Guru could cycle moods like putting on his shoes. Naruto decided to humor the man, as well as the direct and forceful hospitality of the entire caravan. The mustached man stood by the door, watching on sternly as the music man applied bandages to Naruto, only to give a cry of surprise when he found no visible wounds. No wounds. Just like you said? Naruto gave a huff of annoyance as he watched the man cradle the bloodied yukata with the numerous tears. What? That's not your blood over that thing? There must be gallons of it. Don't tell me you're some deranged killer who goes around slaughtering his victims and bathing in their blood? Gorman barked, though Guru began to study the clothing closer. Wait just a second. There's no less than half a dozen tears in this thing that must have come from sharp objects. You were definitely in some kind of scuffle that should leave you dead, but for some reason there's not a scratch on you. Young man, who are you? Gorman asked. His eyes drifted to the 3 scrolls that Guru took out of the pockets of the yukata, which had remained untouched by blood. My name's Naruto. I'm from, not here. Or, I'm trying to find my friends and comrades who are somewhere in Termina. But, ugh. He pounded his head with his fists like he was punishing himself. I should be at the ranch, not here. I don't even know how I got here. If I were in a fight, shouldn't I know it? Gorman suddenly went on edge. Ranch? What ranch? Do you happen to mean the Gorman Ranch? He roared, catching the blonde boy off guard. No. Naruto responded somewhat indignantly after being yelled at. I recently started working at the Romani Ranch. I don't even know what or where the Gorman Ranch is. Gorman recoiled by taking a step back, and then inhaled and exhaled deeply. I'm sorry about that. Very personal history. If you told me you were a worker at the Gorman Ranch, it would have brought up some bad memories. Yet, you say you are currently working at Romani Ranch? The caravan stopped at a stream a couple minutes later. There Naruto stood in his boxers as he plunged the orange yukata into the stream and scrubbed his only clothes with a brush to get rid of any bloodstains. Gorman sat on a stump, watching the Rosa sisters as they practiced their dance routine under an old oak next to the stream. The entrance to Milk Road wasn't terribly far away. Once again, he marveled at the work ethic of the 2 sisters. The amount of detail that went into perfecting their dance, and the many long hours they spent up trying to think of ways to improve old dances or invent a new one. Gorman had that kind of work ethic once upon a time, but for something entirely different than dancing or even circus entertainment. He was always the hardest worker and the most prolific horse rider when he was back at the ranch. His older brother was just naturally a better rider, could pick it up in half the time it took Gorman. His younger brother was the same way when it came to tending the horses and cows. He was not naturally adept at either. The shirtless Naruto squeezed water out of his freshly clean yukata, before handing it off to one of the sisters. A few minutes later, and the caravan was moving again. Naruto sat inside one of the main wagons with Gorman and one of the sisters, who had produced a sewing kit and was patching the holes in his yukata. Now, if you're lost, we'd be happy to take you back to Romani Ranch. We weren't necessarily traveling to a destination to perform a show, so it's no trouble to come back the way we came. Gorman said. Naruto smiled a megawatt grin. Really? You guys are lifesavers. Romani and Crimea must be worried sick about me by now. It will be tough going back to a place that's so close, but we're just going to Romani Ranch. That's all? Gorman said, more so to himself than Naruto. The wagon rolled onto Milk Road a couple hours later as the sky began pouring with rain. The dancing sister in the wagon with Naruto and Gorman produced Naruto's newly repaired yukata to him, but there was the cry of the mule as the wagon shook and ground to a halt. What's going on out there? Gorman barked, opening up the flap to the wagon and peering outside. One of the jugglers rushed up to him almost immediately. A rock slide is blocking the path to Romani Ranch. We can't get in through Milk Road. Gorman huffed in anger as he peered out the window of their wagon, seeing a rock slide and one of the carpenters around the area just beginning to work on it with his pickaxe. The oxen were grunting with protest as they were stopped and began milling around their blocked path. Gorman, we can get to the ranch, but... The same juggler said, but the only way to get through is by going through the Gorman track, the juggler said, anticipating some sort of blow-up. It came, just not as explosive as he anticipated. Ah, bother. We turn around and go back, the troop leader said, twirling his finger in the air and seemingly shutting the door on getting Naruto back. The boy himself sat up from his position on the bed. Wait a minute. Didn't you tell me you'd take me back to Romani Ranch? Naruto asked. Ah, but there's a rock slide preventing us from getting into the ranch, and I will not go through the Gorman track. I will not, I say. Gorman said dramatically, pointing a finger to the air. Okay, what is up with you and the Gorman track? Ah, bother. That's my home, my 2 brothers run it now. But, I never had much interest in learning to tend to a smelly farm life, so I went and joined the circus to fulfill my true passion. Gorman lied. So? Nothing wrong with a little family visit now, is there? Just because your brothers do things a little different than you isn't a reason to avoid this place, Naruto said, fixing Gorman with a piercing gaze. He seemed to know that something was up. Mr. Gorman. We can get through into Romani Ranch if we take it through the Gorman track, but, one of the jugglers said, trailing off as if he were walking on pins and needles. Gorman looked conflicted for a moment. Very well. We're going through the track. But, I am not stepping out of the wagon for any reason, he said, with an air of finality, sitting himself inside the wagon cross-legged. The circus caravan made a detour back and toward the right, to where the Gorman track lay. After about a half hour of moving through the countryside, Naruto and the others came to a clearing that housed the Gorman ranch. Naruto peered out the window of the cabin to catch a glimpse of a ranch about the same size as Romani, but this one seemed to have much of its land set aside for a racetrack. A few billboards littered the hill in the center of the circular track, showing the image of a man remarkably similar to Gorman gazing forward confidently. They had pulled into the track right before noon, and by that point the day had become somewhat overcast. As the caravan rolled along, Naruto once again peered out the window to notice that the ranch was devoid of people. Hold on a second, Naruto said to the driver. The oxen halted, and the other caravans followed suited when it looked like their main caravan was halting right before the entrance to the ranch. Guru looked at him strangely as Naruto exited the wagon and made his way onto the grounds. One of the ninja's mottos was to always look underneath the underneath, and there was definitely something off about how still the ranch was. The only signs of life were from the neighing of horses from the stable, but two of them were right out in the open tethered to a pair of poles, as if someone was just about to go on a ride. Gorman peeked his head out of the window, just barely visible even to those close to the caravan. I knew coming here was a bad idea. My brothers aren't even here, they don't want to see me. Just be quiet for a moment, okay? Naruto said, reaching into his pocket to pull out one of his scrolls. With a puff of smoke, he produced the stone mask from within, lifting it up to his face to conceal himself. He only just caught it on the wind, but there was the faint murmur of people chattering coming from within the shed over to the left of the racetrack. Stepping quietly, he put his back against the wall and peered into quietly through the foggy old window. It seemed like a normal farm or ranch shed, with assorted tools scattered around here and there. But in the middle of the shed was a whetstone and 2 barrels, and the 2 men that were sitting on said barrels. They had strange masks on their head, as well. They were crudely stitched brown hoods that almost looked like they belonged to some sort of cult, concealing their faces perfectly. Only the synthetic whites of the mask's eyes were visible. And what they were doing was sharpening a pair of scythes on the whetstone. You sure you saw the Romani ranch wagon leave into the field? He heard one of them ask. When he heard those suspicious words, Naruto tuned in even more. Yeah, in a real hurry like two. The ranch owner and her brat of a sister both left, so there's no one tending to the ranch right now. Easy pickings if we want to steal some of their milk. That didn't seem like normal ranch behavior. Whatever the case, Naruto walked around the side of the shed to the closed door, throwing it open without any sense of subtlety. The masked companions made a surprised choking noise and threw themselves to their feet, brandishing their scythes. It was a miracle that they didn't go bounding into the whetstone upon Naruto's entry the way they jumped in fright. Who's there? The one on the left demanded, brandishing his scythe at an unseen force, which was promptly ripped from his hand and deposited harmlessly in the corner. The man in yellow overalls who Naruto had yanked the weapon from whimpered, and the invisible Naruto proceeded to get behind the two. Reaching out, he grabbed the woven material that made up their masks and yanked. The cloth yielded easily and Naruto found himself holding 2 crumpled masks after successfully pulling them off. When he saw the identities of those underneath the masks, he froze. They looked an awful lot like Gorman. His brothers, then? He did have the same name as the ranch. Naruto made a mental note to apologize to Gorman later. He may need to punch his brothers 1 or twice at this rate. Naruto removed his mask, giving the brothers quite a fright when the magic wore off and he suddenly appeared smack dab in their shed. Now, what do you guys think you're doing? Naruto yelled at them, a vein popping on his forehead. Who are you, kid? You're trespassing on private property, kid, the other blue-shirted brother told Naruto after regaining his composure. Steal some milk from the Romani ranch, huh? Why would you guys need to do that? Can't you just milk your own cows and sell your own milk? Naruto asked sweetly, as he cracked his knuckles. The ranch of course didn't have any cows in sight. What's it to you, kid? Pro tip, mind your own business, you little runt. And you'll live longer. The brother in blue hissed at Naruto, and the 2 brothers summoned their courage again to grab the 2 scythes they had been sharpening. Chapter 28, The 3 Brothers. Well, that was easy, Naruto said as he wiped his hands clean. The two brothers lay in a pile, each of them with a lump courtesy of Naruto on their heads and their sides hanging uselessly on the ground like the farming tools that they were. "Ugh, big bro," moaned the brother in the yellow overalls, "did we really just get beat up by one runty little kid? I think I'm gonna be sick." His brother could only grunt in agreement before waving the white flag. "All right, we give up." The older brother conceded. He didn't even try to reach for his scythe, just content to lay their face down in the dirt floor of the shed. Naruto cracked his knuckles, having dispatched the pair of ranchers with just a quick display of taijutsu. "Just so you guys know, I work at Romani Ranch. I was trying to get back, but there's a boulder in the way for some reason. Weird how that happens, but whatever. Anywho, why are you guys trying to steal their milk? Cremia works hard at the ranch for so little, she's got a sister to take care of. She doesn't need you assholes making her life worse. What is so damn threatening about that ranch that you need to resort to this bullcrap?" The two lumps on the ground said nothing, but that was probably because saying anything would probably bring the wrath of Naruto down on them further. They didn't exactly look remorseful about anything, but the milk stealing was neither here nor there. They were Gorman's family, and he was determined to get them to bond regardless of how unsavory they actually were. "Why won't you say anything? You think you can just go around robbing people? And milk of all things? Why don't you just get cows of your own and produce milk that way? You don't have any around here, so you resort to stealing it?" Now was time for Naruto to go in for the kill, as the downed brothers still remained silent. "And to think I was trying to get your brother to reunite with you," he said wistfully, making an overdramatic sign as a smile threatened to creep up on his face. He got the reaction he was hoping for. It was the first time he had forced a substantial reaction from the brothers. They hadn't completely caved yet, though. "Don't try and turn us with all that mushy stuff, kid," the elder brother said, though there was a clear lack of feeling in it. The two brothers, especially the younger one, had gone rigid the moment Naruto mentioned the middle brother who had run off to start his own entertainment business. "But, big bro," the one in the yellow said, not standing up to the raw emotions as well as his older brother. "What if the kid is telling the truth? We haven't seen our brother since he left to join show business." Naruto didn't interrupt them during their little siblings meeting. But the older brother was starting to crack, not underneath the beating he had gotten but from the guilt tripping. He hasn't been doing so well ever since he left. Is he really outside? Can we see him for the first time in years? Naruto's head swiveled away from the brothers as he heard the pattering of footfalls making their way over to the shed. Within a few seconds, one of the troop members stuck their head through the opening of the door. "What's going on? I heard crashing, and, oh my." It was the same juggler twin that had popped in not too long ago, clearly having heard noise and coming back to check up on things. Gorman hadn't been swayed to come out of the wagon. He looked on uncomfortably at Naruto as he was standing triumphantly over the two bruised ranchers, who were standing at this point but still looked a little worse for wear. Naruto gave him a pointed look, gesturing with his head at the two brothers who were standing there trying to look as indifferent as they possibly could. The juggler seemed to get the hint, and took off running flamboyantly back to the caravan while the ones who stayed behind stood in awkward silence. Within a few minutes, the juggler came rushing back. No doubt he had tried to go get Gorman, but Naruto was reminded of the circus leader's words as the juggler came back alone. His face was ashen, like anyone's would be if they were forced into the middle of family drama. "Mr. Gorman says he still refuses to step out of the caravan. He doesn't want to see us. Bringing a kid through to Romani Ranch is more important than seeing his own brothers," the oldest Gorman brother said, trying to play it off like he was indifferent. He tried so very hard to spit it out like resentment, but all that hung in the air was the low vibe of devastation. "How much have we messed up with him?" the younger one asked. Naruto frowned heavily, squinting his eyes shut and crossing his arms while doing his best impression of a fox. "All right, we're going over to the caravan. He's going to see you too whether he likes it or not," Naruto said resolutely, fixing the two brothers with a withering glare to get their asses in gear. After some awkward shuffling and complaining from the two injured brothers, the three were standing outside the main caravan that Gorman was inside. The other troop members gave Naruto a wide berth. "Gorman! Gorman!" Naruto called as they got over to the caravan, knocking on the shut door of the caravan roughly, as he had clearly shut it after Naruto had left and locked it tight. "I thought I told you I'm not coming out," a muffled voice came from within after a few seconds of realizing that he couldn't pretend he wasn't in there. "That's definitely the voice of our bro," the youngest Gorman brother said to the oldest. Naruto gave a groan of frustration, trying to appeal to Gorman through speech one last time before caving the door in with his fist. "Your brothers are out here. They said they want to see you." "I don't care," Gorman said petulantly. Unbeknownst to him, the two brothers that stood on either side of Naruto involuntarily flinched, which did not escape Naruto's notice. Whether it was because he disliked his brothers or he was so ashamed of his inability as a rancher, no one could say for certain. Naruto sighed, but didn't say anything to provoke Gorman further. He instead opted for the forceful approach. Naruto punched his fist right through the wood of the caravan as if it were made of paper, jerking his hand around through the giant hole he made and finding the lock from the inside as splinters flew around everyone. The two Gorman brothers outside looked at each other and gulped audibly, while Naruto pulled his fist out of the hole he made in the caravan. The door swung open after being unlocked, but inside Gorman barely looked like he noticed Naruto ruining the wooden finish of his vehicle. Naruto didn't say anything, but he did level a stern glare at Gorman before stepping aside, and the two brothers who had remained on the ranch saw their lost sibling for the first time in years. The oldest and youngest exchanged glances one more time, and it seemed to pass through them that their brother wasn't going to come to them, so they would have to go to him. The two shady ranchers hiked their legs onto the wooden steps one after the other, their work boots making the wood creak slightly under their weight. The middle brother of the trio glanced at them, but didn't say anything. Naruto stepped out of their way and decided to let the brothers take it from here, and the other members of the troop gathered round and poked their heads inside. The oldest brother placed his hand on Gorman's right shoulder. The youngest brother did the same with his left. In what almost seemed like a practiced fashion, the two brothers yanked their brother forward into a group hug. "We missed you, bro." "More than you could ever believe," the youngest of the three said softly. Gorman was rigid, stock still as he tried to comprehend the embrace he was currently in. "And we know you were out there struggling. Last year's carnival, your troop was in danger of folding because your act was cancelled. Amazing what happened at the last minute. It was for the carnival to go on. You and your fellows have a talent we can't hope to match. But I ain't good at riding horses, or tend into the horses. Pa would always tell me that I would never amount to anything. That's why I left. I'm completely useless as a ranch hand." The brothers didn't even deny that fact, all three of them knew it to be true. "And that don't matter. So what if you ain't good at keeping the horses? You make a damn good performer, am I right? So why don't you take a little pride in that and stop wallowing over the things you can't do? That way, you can come back to see your damn family without being overwhelmed by the shame," the older brother told him. "Look around ya. What do you see? You have talented workers under you that clearly care about you, and you run a successful circus troupe. If that isn't the mark of success, then I don't know what is," the youngest of the three added. Gorman finally seemed to relax as tears welled up in his eyes as he took in his family and his employees that looked up to him so much, and embraced his brothers with either arm. Naruto disappeared out the door of the caravan. "I'm finally home." When the sounds of laughter and conversation within the farmhouse finally ceased, Gorman exited just a few moments later. The other troop members were just milling around their caravan as the sun moved across the sky, though Naruto was seated on a crate just outside one of the farmhouse's windows. When Gorman exited, Naruto smiled at him. "Hey, you all done?" he asked. "Indeed. With me not being home in so long, my brothers understandably wanted to catch up quite a bit. With that being said, we all understood that their place is in ranching and mine is in entertainment. I shan't be returning to the ranch full-time, but I shouldn't be completely estranged from my family anymore." Naruto and Gorman stared out at the rest of the troop, noting that there seemed to be an air of worry around every one of their heads. The dancing and the music playing and the juggling seemed far less exuberant, like they were doing so to calm their nerves. "They're worried. Worried that you're going to stay on the ranch. Your troop really cares about you," Naruto piped up as they began walking over. When they were within sight, the activity stopped on a dime, and the troop members seemed to all stare with bated breath at their leader. "Mr. Gorman." The blue-shirted twin spoke up first. "If you wish to return home and start your life over again, just know that all of us here will support your decision." His words were supportive, but his voice was thick with resignation. Although they didn't say anything, the looks on the rest of the troop's faces were the same. Gorman, though, stood at attention. "Well, I've been acting a fool. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for giving me a much-needed kick in the pants and bringing me home, even if I was uncooperative at first. Thank you all. I have made up with my brothers and spent the last few years reminiscing over the lost time. But that's neither here nor there. I believe we promised to take young Naruto back to the ranch, and then we must be off to our next show." Just like that, the mood shifted from one of resignation to one of ease. There wasn't ceremonious cheering, but all of the other troopers split into a wide and relieved grin. Naruto watched this all from afar, with a happy smile on his face. For some reason, it felt good to help people with their personal problems, even more than it normally would. Gorman would probably call for him in a minute, since they had to take him back to Romani Ranch after all, but before that happened, the door to the Gorman farmhouse opened again. This time it was the other two Gorman brothers. Like their brother, they exited their house with a thoughtful look on their face and stopped in front of Naruto. "Thanks, kid, for what you've done. I never thought I'd see the day when we could reconcile with our brother," the oldest Gorman brother told him. Meanwhile, the youngest one was carrying something that Naruto clearly identified as a mask. He casually threw it at Naruto, who caught it deftly, the woven cloth ruff on his fingers. "We've used that mask during some incursions before. It's a strange mask all right, it comes from the Ikana Canyon. Legends say that if you wear it, you'll have a deeper connection to the dead. As for us, well, I don't think we'll be needing it anymore." Naruto put the mask away into his bag, and looked at the older brother. "What do you two plan to do now?" he asked. The man he was addressing shrugged. "Probably just continue on like normal, raising horses and charging for rides like we always do. Don't worry about us coming by your ranch anyway. We got our asses handed to us by you, but if you didn't, you reunited our brother with us, so there are multiple reasons to not go back there." The brothers weren't looking at him, but he realized that the mushy display with their brother was probably enough emotion shown in one day. With a few curt nods at each other, Naruto rushed after the troop who was waving him down. Naruto stared down at his new mask as the Gorman troop pulled through the back way of Romani Road, back to the ranch. The white eyes unnerved him, as well as the explanation the Gorman brothers had given him as to the mask's ability. Unlike Asuma's mask, he would not be transformed if he put on this mask, like the stone mask. He'd have to try it out later, but right now the vast field of Romani Ranch was coming into view, with the farmhouse and barn visible at the far end as the caravans pulled into the ranch's property. He stuck his head out the window, laughing cheerfully. He had been in a good mood ever since he had resolved those differences with the three brothers, and that creepy mask could only slow down that mood so much. "I can see the farmhouse. Just a little bit closer, guys." The wagons pulled up right in front of the farmhouse, and Naruto jumped out first. Gorman gave a smile to him, one of the first genuine, non-pompous smiles he had seen him crack. The other troop members gotten out too, from the dancing sisters to Guru Guru and the jugglers. Naruto opened the door to the farmhouse and poked his head inside. "Creamia. Romani. I'm back. Sorry to have worried you." Dead silence as Naruto was met with an empty farmhouse. Naruto had spoken very loud, if they were upstairs the door opening and the shout would have carried up there. "They're not here. Maybe I should try the barn." Lo and behold, the result was the same. No sign of the ranch sisters anywhere on the property. Naruto furrowed his brow and crossed his arms, sitting down on the crate before the farmhouse in front of the caravans. "Could they be out looking for me? I bet that's what they're doing, isn't it?" he asked himself as he came to a realization. He looked at the troop members as they gathered around. They were kind people. "Thanks you guys for bringing me back. My employer and her sister are probably out there looking for me right now. Nothing really to do but to wait for them to come back," Naruto said. He put his head down and didn't look at them, but after a few moments of awkward silence he prodded the rest of the group. "Don't let me keep you. You guys have places to go and things to see, right?" he asked, not wanting to be a burden. Gorman's mustache twitched, before he sat down on one of his wagon's protruding bits. "Then we will wait here until they get back?" The Rosa sisters, the twin jugglers, and Guru Guru all glanced at each other before nodding, taking a seat wherever they found comfortable and began wasting the day away with Naruto. After he accepted the fact that he wasn't a burden on them, Naruto was as comfortable with this group as ever. Guru Guru and the juggling twins would tell him the craziest stories from both their road trips and performances, and Naruto would tell them a few of his own about Konoha, his home. Sometimes the group was silent, and sometimes another conversation topic would form. But they waited there all day on the porch of the ranch patiently, with no sight of the ranch owner through the mid-afternoon. The sun began to set, but as it did a lone, much smaller wagon pulled through the main entrance from Milk Road, and when it did Naruto rose to his feet and smiled a relieved smile. "That has to be them," he cried as the wagon pulled in closer and closer. As it drew closer, it occurred to Naruto that it was indeed Creamia and Romani, but there were a couple of new faces that Naruto had never seen before. One was a boy about his age in green riding atop a foal right next to the wagon, and inside the interior he could just see an elegant-looking girl riding in the back. Romani perked up when she saw him, her face screwing up in an expression of relieved joy. She practically jumped off the wagon before it had even stopped in order to embrace him. Naruto coughed and sputtered as the weight of the flying girl impacted his chest and knocked the wind out of him, and the two of them tumbled around in a clumsy, flailing mass of limbs before their momentum stopped and Naruto was lying on his back while Romani sobbed into his chest. I was so worried." Romani sputtered out through choked sobs as he grabbed fistfuls of his yukata, moistening the fabric with tears and snot. Naruto awkwardly patted the girl on the back, and let her release the pent-up emotions. When the ghosts got you, I thought you were never coming back and it was all my fault, she blubbered, and in the midst of it all Naruto heard the other passengers get out of the wagon. Cremia seemed to be going over to greet the circus performers, confused as to why their caravan was parked outside their house. I'm sorry for worrying you, Romani. I shouldn't have made you worry. I'm truly sorry, he said, to which he shushed and mumbled into her pointed ear as she embraced him tighter, as if he were a lifeline she couldn't let go. The famous Gorman troupe? What are you all doing on our ranch? Cremia asked inquisitively as she approached the ragtag group of circus performers standing by their wagons. The Rosa sisters stopped dancing when she approached, and Gorman stood up straight, locking his arms behind his back. Are you Cremia, the owner of the ranch? He asked with an air of professionalism. Yes, that's me. Cremia raised an eyebrow and placed a hand on her hip. The young boy in the orange happened to be under your custody, is that correct? Cremia breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, he is. We've been looking high and low for me since he disappeared last night. Wherever did you find him? She asked. Now that is a strange series of circumstances. We happened upon him while we were traveling in the field. Gorman paused for a moment, looking over Cremia's shoulder to see Naruto distracted by Romani and out of earshot. In some very odd circumstances. It was as if he were just a passerby. I don't think he would have reached out to us if we didn't stop him. This is the part that gets concerning for you as his employer. He was covered head to toe in blood. Cremia's eyes widened, and she flashed a look at her latest charge in concern. A child, covered in blood. The thought conjured up thoughts too horrible to realize. Blood? Yes. I have never seen that much blood covering an individual. He was wearing the same garment as he is now, but we stitched it up for him. The clothing had numerous punctures and tears in it. Yet, there was not a scratch on the boy when we found him. He is completely unharmed, yet the strange circumstances we found him in admittedly bother me. Cremia looked at him wistfully. That boy is truly an enigma. He's just so genuine, though. And Romani seems to like him. He's probably been through a lot since last night, and I'm glad your troop was able to take care of him in his time of need. You have my thanks, the ranch owner said, giving Gorman a light curtsy. Gorman's mustache twitched in an almost smile. Don't mention it. To tell the truth, that boy helped me more than I helped him. Now, Gorman's eyes panned to the boy in green, the one who had saved their entire land not too long ago. You didn't tell me that boy was still traveling in these lands. He pointed at the two Hylians. Link and Zelda were climbing out of the carriage, to which the two adults of the group watched as Naruto and the Hyrulean children locked eyes for the very first time. They didn't say anything at first, all three faces scrunching up as a forgotten sense of familiarity clouded their minds. Apparently no one could place it though, as with his mask and bloody and tattered clothing Naruto was virtually unrecognizable at the time. The boy in green was still giving Naruto the silent treatment, and Naruto was staring right back with his eyes scrunched. The awkwardness in the air could be cut with a knife, and the two ranch sisters looked at each other before awkwardly shuffling away from the kids. Naruto broke gazes first, his eyes panning over to the girl for the first time. To this day, Naruto claims Cupid hit him with a sledgehammer rather than an arrow, and he could hear the angels singing in the background when he set eyes on the most beautiful creature he had ever seen in his life. B.A. dump. B.A. dump. His already pounding heart almost flatlined when Zelda smiled cutely at him, folding her hands across her waist and tilted her hips bashfully. His face became dusted with red and he inhaled and exhaled roughly. The shiny blonde hair, the eyes bluer than his, the cute button nose, the pointy ears which even by the standards of this world seemed very long, the classy dress and headdress that reminded him of royalty, and that smile, it was too much for Naruto. You must be Naruto. I am Zelda, Princess of Hyrule. A pleasure to meet you. Zelda tinkled, giving a well-mannered curtsy and paying no mind to the fact that the boy was of a much lower class. Oh God. She really is a princess. Don't just stand there, stupid. Say something. Yeah, Naruto said lamely. The juggling twins snickered to themselves and one of them whistled, to which Naruto shot glared hotly over at them. Zelda paid it no mind, however, her cheekbones wrinkling as she gave a giggle that to Naruto sounded almost musical. And this is Link. Don't mind him, he doesn't talk much to strangers. Link nodded not impolitely, sticking out a hand for Naruto to shake. The other blonde grabbed it gingerfully, before recovering from Zelda and putting on a megawatt grin of his own and shaking it energetically, surprising the hero of time. The decently awkward exchange of greeting between all parties was cut off when Cremia finally decided to break the ice, come over, and place a hand on one of the boys' shoulders. Well, we're certainly glad to have our Naruto back safe and sound with us. I'm glad to see you three hitting it off, considering you two will be staying here for the next couple of days. Cremia said as she glanced at Link and Zelda. I don't think we can stay long, Cremia. A few days yes, but we need to get a move on. We have a very specific thing we need to track down. Link pointed out, very specifically leaving out details to Majora's Mask, the thing that had nearly destroyed Termina 1 year ago. Naruto perked up upon hearing that, and faintly he thought he could hear white noise in the back of his mind followed by erratic screaming. Very faint, but noticeable. It was odd, and Naruto didn't know why that would happen. What's this thing you need to track down? Naruto asked, not being able to bite down his curiosity. Maybe it was related to the destruction of Konoha and the location of his missing friends? Link stared at him as he were sizing Naruto up. It's very important, and if I'm right it could be very dangerous. I don't want to involve a stranger in this if they don't have anything to do with it. There were the old hero instincts, always thinking of others and putting himself in the line of duty. For a ninja like Naruto though, he would take that as a challenge at best and an insult to his competence at worst. But, he held back the bite in his voice, but he couldn't help defending himself. Hey, I ain't some kid who has just worked at a ranch his whole life. I can take care of myself, and more importantly, I know how to fight. Take me along with you and you won't regret it. Zelda piped up on Link's behalf. I would have to agree with Link. Although I am the princess of my kingdom and my nanny and guards would normally never allow me to approach such dangers, I have magic that will help Link in his quest. Regardless of how important you may be, it still doesn't simply feel right. Cremia took that moment to walk over to them, having listened in on their conversation. The smile was strained on her face. Naruto and the two Hylians meant that they were a dangerous journey waiting to happen. Naruto would be flung headfirst into more peril and the work she hired him for would be completely moot. Still, her mind made mental connections after remembering what Naruto had told her when they met. You two are looking for the thing that made that moon almost drop, aren't you? All three of the kids perked up at that, though for entirely different reasons. A look of horror crossed Naruto's face as he stumbled slightly, clutching at his stomach at the wave of nausea. Did you say, the thing that made the moon drop? For what seemed like the umpteenth time that day, Link and Zelda shared a glance. Indeed. Naruto smiled. I come from a place far from here. I don't know if it's a different world or what, but it's far, far away. I'm not just here because I want to be. I wouldn't have left my home otherwise. My village has been destroyed by a moon with a face that crashed down onto it. Zelda gasped, and even Link looked rattled as he tucked his lower lip into his mouth. The hero of time had saved Termina from the moon, and in the end things ended up not being destroyed. It was a scary and sobering thought to realize that somewhere out there had fallen victim to the treachery of the mask. He wasn't there? He wasn't there to save them. So before the moon crashing and destroyed everything, me and a group of my comrades were lucky enough to find the way to this place. I've been separated from my fellow villagers though, and I don't know where they are. I've been looking for them ever since I've arrived, but everywhere I ask people tell me they haven't seen them. Some say they haven't even heard of what I am and where I come from. Zelda looked rattled at the tale of tragedy and displacement. Naruto didn't go into too much detail about what happened, but he didn't have to. Link's eyes also shone with sadness, and a familiar understanding racked his shoulders. You want to come with us because you feel it would help you find your missing friends? Link said. The hero boy could sympathize with that. He had embarked on a journey to find Navi after all, to no avail. Naruto was about to respond, but it was at that moment and Romani walked straight between the two parties. Who cares about that stuff? Naruto's back, let's have that party, the energetic girl squealed. Cremia sighed. Romani, you. She turned to reprimand, but it turned out most of the troop members were just as enthusiastic as Romani, screaming their approval and whisking away the Hylians, Cremia, and Naruto as the sun set over the horizon. Chapter 29, Mask in Boys' Clothing. The sounds of celebration echoed throughout the ranch as the bonfire illuminated much of the area in its comforting orange glow. The people who had brought Naruto back were perfect for a celebration such as this, since doing such things was not only their career, but their lifestyle. It was a cacophony of movement and entertainment all going on at the same time. The jugglers were out and about, somehow performing the perfect routine in very little lighting, while the dancers moved alongside the shadows in front of the fire. Dice and card games were playing, competitions of chance between the revelers. Naruto himself had partaken in some of them along with dancing with the Rosa sisters by the fire. He was currently sitting down with Gorman, a bowl of stew that Cremia had made in his hand. While he was conversing with Gorman, Link and Zelda wandered over to his location after finishing up entertaining Romani. Naruto downed the last of his stew, letting the warmth fill his body. No doubt those two were coming over to talk to him more about their apparent quest, likely to talk him out of it. Naruto was sitting on a box, but Link and Zelda sat down in separate chairs beside him and the fire. A small smile was on his face, just for the sheer enjoyment of having never really been a part of a gathering like this, a testament to his lonely childhood. They're good people. He broke the ice, but never specified who he was referring to. It was probably all of them. Link stretched his arms and Zelda twiddled her thumbs, having to be the one to bring up the topic of conversation. Listen, I am sorry about what happened to your village, Zelda said genuinely, but I'm not sure joining Link and myself is the answer. It will be very dangerous. Naruto looked at them both, and folded his hands. He simply stared down the royal girl, not giving an inch but also not trying to make her wilt underneath his stare. Let's bring him along, Zelda, Link said finally, swilling around a bottle of Chateau Romani that he had been drinking. Zelda looked at him in alarm, but Link appeared to be moved by the amount of resolve in Naruto's eyes. I'm sure we can make it a side objective to really look into these refugees. Termina is a big place, they really could be anywhere. Now that we've seen that the mask is back and as powerful as ever, I thank the goddesses above that we caught it in time. There aren't any giant moons hanging over our heads. Link extended his hand, and Naruto took it. Where do we go from here? I'm new to this place, where I come from things aren't as weird as they are here, and I'm still getting you to the law of the land, Naruto said. In the morning? I have an idea on where we should go from here, Link said. Just enjoy the night, and I want to talk to Cremia before we set off in the morning. Understandably, she may not be so keen on allowing someone who just came to work for her slip away. Link chuckled to himself. To a safe journey? The hero of time said, raising his glass. Naruto responded in kind, and went back to watching the jugglers add on more and more objects at once. Excuse me for a moment? Link then said, seeing something else that caught his eye as he began walking over to it. He seemed to be walking in Cremia's direction. Cremia herself seemed rather reserved by the whole celebration. She was sitting relatively close to the farmhouse with a drink in her hand, but she was watching from afar, clearly bothered by something. You must be happy he's safe? Link broke the ice. Cremia smiled weakly, taking another sip of her drink as she regarded the young boy. You're going to take him, aren't you? She asked, giving him a knowing look. She watched Naruto by the fire, clapping enthusiastically as the jugglers did some of their best. No, don't apologize. I know I brought him here to work her here on the ranch, but I guess what I really wanted to do was show that poor lost boy some hospitality. Even if I've only known him a few days, he's left an impression. Like you did. He listens to Romani, and he protected her, got kidnapped in her stead. I will always be grateful for that. There's this look in his eyes, Link said. He's been smiling during this party, but his gaze has been elsewhere. I'm not surprised. He lost his entire home not too long ago, and he's lost. He's been looking for the refugees from his village, and I can tell that's all on his mind. This place isn't his home. If you can help him, he will want to go with you. He's shown me a lot in the short time I've known him, but perhaps the most important thing I've seen is that he doesn't belong here at the ranch. Link's green hat fluttered in the breeze. All right, me and Zelda will take him along, but what about Romani? Link asked. He had been watching the younger of the ranch sisters for a few seconds now. The normally upbeat girl looked exhausted, even if she hasn't participated in any of the festivities all night. That was odd enough for the cheerful child, but she just sat there far away from the fire on a crate. She didn't feel like celebrated, but Link noticed she seemed relieved regardless. The soft smile on Cremia's face wilted into a concerned frown over her sister. That's something I'm afraid of. Romani won't stop blaming herself. I have never seen her as scared as she was when Naruto was missing. Come tomorrow, she might not accept Naruto putting himself in more danger. Should I talk to her? Link asked. No. I think it would be best for Naruto to break the news to her himself. She'll just have to come to accept it. I'll have him talk to her tomorrow morning, right before you leave. He's had enough on his plate recently. Tonight he should revel and then rest. Cremia cast a motherly gaze at the foreign boy just like she did to Romani. The enjoyment on his face seemed so genuine, but he was starting to tire out and so was the Gorman troop. Eventually, the fire died down and the party began to come to a halt. Naruto lay hunched over a log asleep, even his endless stamina reserves depleted from the celebration and the ordeals he had gone through. Zelda and Link turned themselves in for the night hours ago, pitching a campsite on the ranch near the barn. Romani too had gone to bed by that point. The Gorman troop bid Cremia farewell when the celebration was over. The tired young woman looked over the deserted area, signs of a fire and seating arrangements still there from the party. It was just something to clean up tomorrow. Walking over to Naruto, she scooped the boy into her arms and carried his sleeping form back inside the farmhouse. Naruto woke up in the farmhouse's guest bed after a long night of celebrating. It was funny, he didn't remember falling asleep or even heading back into the house. He reached into his kunai pouch, withdrawing his hitayate. He hadn't worn it often since his arrival into Termina. With Konoha's status so far up in the air, it just didn't feel right. He giggled to himself and sat down on the bed. Those two he had met were real nice, and he still heard the voices of the angels when he looked at Zelda. He had finally gotten them to take him along on their journey, too. And yet, a dark cloud cast over his mind when he realized that he would once again have to leave behind Crimea and Romani. When he came back downstairs, he found that the mood he was in didn't transfer to his new Terminin friends. As he came downstairs the next morning expecting to see both sisters, he saw only Crimea. She was seated at the kitchen table calmly, drinking what appeared to be a cup of tea to go along with her light breakfast. Naruto grinned, but it was awkward. Morning Crimea, he called, relieved to notice that Crimea smiled at him and didn't seem to bear any resentment that he would be leaving the ranch so soon after being hired. If anything, she was slightly worried. Though, about his safety or Romani's reaction, Naruto didn't know. The absence of the younger ranch girl was unnerving, but not surprising. Naruto, are you sure about this? I want you to find the answers you're looking for, but I'm wary about letting you go off like so. Romani is upset and worried, and this would no doubt get in the way of any work you could be doing around the ranch. I understand that if this is something you feel you need to do. Crimea trailed off, but she was clearly not very comfortable. Naruto smiled at her brightly, sitting down at the table beside her. That's what I was afraid of. Where is Romani, anyway? I really want to talk to her before I leave, he said, drumming his fingers against the table while Crimea took a sip of her morning tea. You have to understand why she's acting this way, Crimea started calmly, staring over her shoulder at the staircase sadly. You're leaving mere days after you returned. And you disappeared underneath some very terrifying circumstances. Romani wouldn't stop crying when you disappeared. I have rarely ever seen her so scared. She blamed herself, too. Regardless of what happened out there with the ghosts, she roped you into it and you paid the price for it. Now that you're going out on your own again, she's afraid that something like that will happen again. That's ridiculous. What happened out there isn't Romani's fault. If I didn't go, Romani would have tried to defend the ranch all by herself and would have been captured just like I was. Crimea stared at him strangely, and Naruto could see the facade crack. From all accounts, she seemed to be coming around to the idea that something had been happening around the ranch. Romani's grown attached to you, Naruto. I know it seems like we haven't known each other for long, but we don't get much company down here at the ranch. She grew attached to that boy you're going to be traveling with too. I'll go talk to her, Naruto said. Crimea kept her eyes trained on him as he made his way upstairs slowly. It was uncomfortable the way she looked at him, like he was walking along the Green Mile. The floorboards creaked as he reached the top step, heading in the opposite direction from his guest room. At the end of the hall was Romani's bedroom. Morning sunlight peeked through the slightly cracked door. He should have noticed something was off when Romani hadn't already finished her breakfast and was outside playing or doing her chores. When he opened the door, he thought it was empty for a moment after seeing the unmade bed with no one in end. But, as he entered the room he noticed the chair positioned off to the right, directly in front of the window. Romani was sitting in it, completely silent with her hand on her chin, staring out the window as if those creatures from before would come back at any given moment. She didn't seem to be looking at anything. Romani? Naruto ventured an ask. Romani ignored him, but it was more equivalent to a child ignoring an adult while they were throwing their own version of a silent tantrum. She fidgeted in her seat a little, before she resumed staring out the window. Romani! Speak to me. I don't want to leave like this. Why do you have to leave at all? The question cut Naruto deeper than he thought it would. He had grown attached to the sisters in his short time at the ranch, even though when he agreed to work here, all he was looking for was some shelter and a temporary source of income. He sat down beside Romani by the windowsill. I wasn't here long, but this place made me happy. I felt like I could really belong here even if I'm not exactly from here originally. I'm grateful to both you and your sister for taking me in and showing me so much kindness. It's maybe the most anyone has ever done for me. Then why leave? You can stay here, and you don't have to go out there anymore? Romani whispered, not at all like the energetic girl he had come to know. Is this about what happened on, Naruto struggled to find the words without it sounding awkward. Romani clutched the windowsill a bit tighter in her hand, until her knuckles were white. My sister went out to look for you the night you disappeared. When it happened, and the ghosts took you away in their floating ball of light, I was so terrified. I rushed into the house screaming bloody murder and crying my eyes out. She wouldn't let me go out to help look for you. I tried to go to sleep that night, but my mind kept wandering to places. Bad places? That's when it hit Naruto. The amount of relief that Romani must have felt when he arrived safely at the ranch must have been extreme. This wasn't just some self-motivated and childish desire to see someone she had befriended stick around. For him to announce that he was going to leave again after disappearing under such concerning circumstances. And the worst part about it was? I kept feeling that it was my fault. I'm the one that roped you into it, and I'm the one that got you taken away because I couldn't protect the barn. Romani got up from her perch, head downcast. She looked about ready to burst into tears once again, but instead she approached Naruto and wrapped her arms around him tightly. I know we haven't known each other long, but you and your sister have made me feel welcome in such a foreign land. I don't know what I would have done if you two hadn't taken me in. I'd probably be sleeping on the streets in Clock Town. So, I'd like to say thank you for all you've done. I don't have a place to return to, you have no idea how much that meant to me. But I need to find my comrades. Romani pushed his away lightly, holding him at arm's length with her hands on his shoulders. She moved her right arm and socked him lightly in the shoulder. Stupid, she sniffled, you could just stay here. They fell silent for a moment. Did you know that when I was little I would bring grasshoppers home as pets? It drove my big sister crazy, but I would keep them in jars and put them on my windowsill. But within a couple days, they would usually all die. I guess I didn't really know how to take care of them. The fourth time I caught one in a jar I just let it go in the grass past the cow fields. If you care about something, sometimes you just have to let them go. Romani, I'm not going to die staying here with you, Naruto said. That's not what I meant. I haven't learned from the grasshoppers as much as I thought. I'm going to have to let you go, aren't I? The two of them just stood there awkwardly, neither of them feeling the need to hug again as a silent acceptance seemed to come over Romani. At a slow, deliberate pace, Naruto nodded. Romani broke the hug and sat down on her bed. Okay. It was at the front entrance to Romani Ranch that Naruto saw Link and Zelda once again. The sun was rising ever higher into the sky, casting the ranch in its life-giving glow. The horse foal that he had learned was named Epona whinnied, the princess of Hyrule perched upon her back. How'd it go? Link asked, as Naruto approached them, frown marred upon his face. About as well as it could. Romani's not really happy with me for leaving, but I talked to her and she accepted it well enough. She's just still sore about some stuff that happened. So, what are we going to be doing? Naruto asked, quickly changing the subject. Zelda seemed to accept it fine, not really knowing Romani in any capacity from before. Link however stared at Naruto a little while longer. He had seen Romani at the party the previous night and she looked a bit different than how he remembered. We're going to first head back to Clock Town. I know the great fairy who lives in the northern part of town, and she should know of any goings-on in this land recently. What's a great fairy? Naruto asked. Link and Zelda looked at him oddly, before their eyes lit up with understanding as they remembered Naruto's origins. Oh, that's right. I find it strange that there are no great fairies where you come from. There are fairies in Hyrule, and there are fairies in Termina. Regardless, we need to find her. She was split apart last year by the Skull Kid, but she is a powerful being who will be more than capable of helping us if the mask hasn't gotten to her again. Naruto perked up upon that. Speaking of that, there's something I've been meaning to ask you about that. We can talk as we're making our way into town. It's about that mask you told me about? Majora's Mask, Link replied. I've seen it before, or at least, something like it. Zelda looked at him in concern. Does that have something to do with where you come from, and the moon that apparently dropped on your village? Yeah. This place is such a new experience for me. I come from, well, the best I could call it is I'm from another realm or dimension or whatever you want to call it. We have a festival every year around my birthday. I don't really like it, but this year this really weird guy showed up around the time of the festival. He was there to sell masks. I kind of liked the guy and I spent some time around his stall while he was in town. He had this creepy-looking mask that looked just like the one you described. I got a weird vibe from it. And then, not even 2 weeks later the moon grew a face and plummeted down on my village. Me and some of the other ninjas and civilians managed to evacuate to Termina before our village was destroyed, but I was separated from my friends in the process. The 3 kids began to travel down Milk Road, Zelda of course riding sidesaddle on Epona and the 2 boys walking on either side of the horse. Naruto turned his gaze to the path that led to the Gorman Ranch. It was good that Crimea would no longer have to worry about that. They entered into Termina Field not long after that. The sun was slowly peeking over the horizon but it wasn't even close to being noon yet. The Chew Jellies would be out and about for any wary traveler, but the Peahats shouldn't have even made their way out of the underground yet. Last time, Majora's Mask possessed the body of a Skull Kid, one of the forest dwellers from where I came. It preyed on his loneliness and propensity to cause mischief, turning him twisted and evil. The Skull Kid was just the mask's puppet, though. I managed to make friends with him, and I know his old friends came back to him after all. The salesman said that the evil vanished from the mask. I don't know where he is or what he's doing, but we saw the mask just before we met you, and it had a new vessel. He was using this strange magic that I've never seen before, Zelda chimed in. What do you think, Link? Was the magic he was using a product of the mask? Probably. When I last faced it, it never used anything quite like that. Though, I don't know where the person it was possessing would have that power on their own. That is why we are going to see the Great Fairy. If anyone knows anything about new evil that has appeared in this land, it would be her. It didn't take long for the trio of children to reach Clock Town, Link leading the way to the northern part of town where the Great Fairy's fountain rested in a cave not too far from the main plaza. The moment Naruto entered the fountain, his troubles were practically put at ease. There was somewhat of a healing atmosphere to this place, even in the dark and slightly humid cave in North Clock Town. There was a marble fountain in the center of it all, lit up by strangely colored flames on torches on the side. He felt the presence of Link taking up the rear. Zelda had elected to remain outside. Link's boot met the marble floor, cobbling as the hero walked closer and closer to the fountain. As he approached, Naruto heard the distinct cackle of a woman come from essentially nowhere. He jumped back when a strange woman burst out of the pool of water and floated in midair above the fountain as if by magic. Naruto stared at her with mouth agape and a mild blush when he realized that the woman was barely wearing anything and what she was left very little to the imagination. He looked to the side to find that Link was treating this as if it were an everyday occurrence. Naruto sputtered something unintelligibly as his eyes moved back and forth between the Great Fairy and the unflappable Link. How could he possibly be so aloof with what was happening before their eyes? Oh, kind young one. You have returned to this land of Termina? Much like Link was wont to do, he didn't speak to the Great Fairy. And since Naruto's mouth was still hanging open at the sight, the pair of them just stood there sort of dumbly. What do you wish? The Great Fairy asked. I seek your wisdom, answered Link. Ah, I see you have sensed it as well. The evil that has plagued this land a mere year ago has returned. Although the people are blissfully unaware of it as of right now, a sense of trouble power brewing. Though where it is located, even I cannot say. The Great Fairy then locked eyes with Naruto, but didn't give him a look that was any different than what she gave Link. She said nothing about Link's traveling companion, or why he was traveling with them. The three children stayed in the stockpot in that night, planning to set off first thing in the morning. As he spent more time with new traveling companions, Naruto began to wonder about his situation. The whole thing was just bizarre. Just 2 months ago he wouldn't have dreamed some of things he had experienced were even possible. Different realms, strange masks and moons, and a magical power totally different from chakra. For his situation, he was taking all of this in remarkably well. Anju had been surprised to see him return so soon, after she sent him off to assist Cremia at the ranch. She was also surprised to see Link return, having apparently known him from before. Nevertheless, she rented out rooms for the three of them, he and Link bunking in one while Zelda received her own room. Link was apparently a real heavy sleeper, as he was conked out on the bottom bunk in their room as Naruto stared out the window. There was light snoring coming from the next room over, and Naruto remarked on what an unladylike thing for a princess to be doing, but apparently Zelda was a snorer and also a heavy sleeper. The moon hung in the sky, at a reasonable distance and faceless. It was full tonight, and that made Naruto restless. That would happen, all in due time. Majora didn't just jump into the end of the world last time, after all. Under the guise of the Skull Kid, it pulled many pranks and cursed many areas in its pursuit to ruin lives. Naruto got to his feet, the bed making a creak as he climbed off it. His mind was becoming less numb, and the image of the mask filled his mind as his body entered into the second split personality that Majora had cultivated. He grabbed his weapons pouch that he had left on the nightstand, and pulled out all one of the scrolls he had packed, the one that contained the essence of Majora's mask. Silently, he crept out of the room to get started on his dark work.